Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I see that 14 of you have successfully made it over. If you want to click like and love and care and haha and all those things, that is super helpful for getting this seen by more people. And put in the comments if you're just joining us, or even if you're not, just tell us where you're joining us from. I would love to know. Because this is, if you're wondering why are you here, this is the Katie Dahl Has Friends Broken Bone-Anza. Because 20 years ago this month, I broke my wrist. And I used to play the oboe. Some of you, if you were here for the Jess Holland segment, may have seen me badly play the oboe this morning, which was exciting. I haven't done that since the day I broke my wrist. But it was a fun little adventure. High Hope Dunbar. So the broken wrist led to me playing the guitar, because I couldn't strum. I could strum, but I couldn't play the oboe anymore. So I learned to play the guitar in that time. And it's also a day to celebrate the amazing people who've been supporting me on Patreon this whole time during the pandemic. I see that. Oh, hi, Janet from Wisconsin, Plymouth, maybe Wisconsin. People have been supporting me on Patreon. I see Hope Dunbar is here, and she and I were on a failed tour in Europe when all this sort of went down, the pandemic 2 years ago. And we sat on our beds and started Patreon pages, and you guys jumped in. And what that is a subscription service. People pay a little bit a month, $3 or less if you pay annually. And then you get behind the scenes stuff, exclusive concerts, and today, and only today, free merchandise if you become a Patreon person and then put in the comments, I'm a Patreon person and I'd like a free piece of merch. You can have one. And your merch can be this Packers hat that says The Good Guys, which you can just weep. You can put on your Packers hat and mourn the Packers' loss. You can have an I Heart Hometown Tables hat. You can have a I Break My Bread at Hometown Tables trucker hat. You can have a I Break My Bread at Hometown Tables t-shirt, or the red version. Or you can have any one of many CDs. Hi, Bob and Diane. I saw you just became Patreon people. You're the best. Hi, Deb. And hi, Karen. Oh, it's so nice. Karen, a Patreon person, and Karen, my mom's best friend in high school. Okay, so I just wanted to thank some Patreon people for being so amazing. Anne, Sarah, Marie, John, Brenda, Ian, Michael, Monica, Christine, Dawn and Kaival, Leah, Dale, and Dee. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. And I'm grateful to you. And if you recommend, one more thing about Patreon, if you refer someone else to Patreon, you and they both get a free thumb cup, which Rich Higdon, my husband, made, and they're very nice, and they have a spot for your thumb. And they hold liquids, for example, milk or whiskey. So, okay, without further ado, I am going to welcome to the stage our guest for this segment, who is Cathy Grier. Come on over, Cathy.
Hi.
Yay, hello.
Hi.
Look, Cathy got the rainbow memo.
Yeah, I did. I saw that this morning.
Yeah.
Yep, coming in with my rainbow.
Yeah. And Cathy lives in Sturgeon Bay.
I do.
And she's my 2 p.m. friend. So welcome. We haven't seen each other for a while.
I know.
Yeah.
Pandemic.
Yeah, total. What have you been up to?
Oh, well, I was preparing for Memphis,
Yeah.
which was this week, but they pushed it back to May. So
tell them about Memphis. This is super cool.
There's a blues associations all over the world, and in Memphis, the Blues Foundation has a annual International Blues Challenge. And what happens is the blues associations around the world do their own challenge, and my band, Cathy Grier and the Troublemakers, did a challenge with Memphis, for Memphis, with the Paramount Music Association in Grafton. Mm-hmm. And so we got that challenge and the distinction of representing Wisconsin and Paramount.
So cool.
We were supposed to be there this week. It's a great opportunity to meet people and to perform and showcase, and we're guaranteed 2 performances. And we also got a Women in Blues showcase.
Oh, great.
But it's now going to be May 6th to 9th. And the good thing about that is May 5th is their annual Blues Music Awards, which is kind of the equivalent of the Grammys in the blues. So more interesting people will be there for us to meet.
Oh, great.
More time for the pandemic to move on,
Yeah.
for it not to be -10 on Beale Street. And easier to drive. Everything.
Yeah, and you're raising funds, right, to like get there.
Yeah.
Are you CathyGrier.com?
CathyGrier.com.
Yeah, okay.
That's sweet.
Yeah. And Paul Lutzke says, hi, Cathy.
Hi,
Good
Paul.
to see you.
Paul's
Yeah.
my driver.
Oh.
He's my roadie. Yeah.
And Dale, you found us again. I'm so glad. Patreon subscriber Dale. That's so great. Yay. Well, I'm sorry that it got delayed. It's like, who would have thought that still in February, that we would still be contending?
Well, when the holidays were nearing and Omicron was bursting out all over, I thought, how is anybody that does a festival of any kind, how can they do it?
Yeah.
And of course, I think stronger heads prevailed and they postponed. I didn't know they were going to be able to bring it in so soon. So I'm very, very pleased about that.
Yeah, I bet.
But still, there's, as any musicians, yourself included, know, and why Patreon is so wonderful, and I love that you have so many wonderful supporters. She's worth supporting. With COVID, how do we make money?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Everything's canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Like, we the first summer, it was like a million years ago. We just canceled everything, right?
I mean, like stay inside, don't go out.
Right. I remember you saying like, I'm just not playing.
Yeah.
I
just didn't
which
know.
seemed very wise.
Well,
yeah.
I had a garden to tend.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, Cathy has an amazing garden in Sturgeon Bay.
Kept me
It's
busy.
true. Yeah. Yeah. Do you do anything with it in the winter?
The way I put it to bed gives sort of room for winter to birds to land on things. I don't take it all up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to like do any maintenance.
No.
You couldn't.
No.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I just enjoy the snow.
Yeah.
It's covered in snow. And bunnies are everywhere still. I don't know how they survive, but they do.
Right. I know they are a hardy bunch, aren't
Yeah.
they? I just saw some hopping around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love the snow.
Yeah. They're good at reproducing.
They
That's
are.
their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will you play us a song?
I would love to.
Oh, good.
I would absolutely love to. I've been enjoying the show. Just hearing what other people have been doing. You've just had such great musicians when you have Robin and Jenny, and they're my buds from Steel Bridge.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Robin said he'd written a bunch of songs with you.
And
Yeah.
Jessica, great to hear her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Martine. Hi, Martine. Hi, Jean. Hi, Dorothy. Hi, Tracy. I agree. It is great to see Cathy on our show.
For those of you that don't know me, I have more of a blues background, and I tend to play an electric, but watching everybody playing their acoustics, seemed to me like a good idea.
Uh-huh.
And this is a new song inspired by gun violence, sadly. And I have that social activist heart in my songwriting often. A lot of songs about breakups and life, but this one spoke to me. Anyway. Shadows mark this land. People, innocent people, had no time to make a plan. Nowhere to safety, nowhere to run. Vindication at the end of a gun. stuck in a foolish game. Something's got to break the rules. Old system has to change. Far past the line of repeat and repeat, we're losing ground, nowhere to retreat. Somewhere in Milwaukee, next to the bodies, beer and blood, a shooter spent up with anger that could have been resolved without a gun. An automatic, so psychotic on the line. We're all hypnotized, brutalized, and in a time. Really sure who's the boss? Sneaking round the back door, life with no cause. Nothing worth living for in the brewery, like a stockyard killing floor. Families dressed in black, we seeing the kids no more. Lots of people crying, what's with all the dying? Where's the collective sanity? I would try, now we're tongue-tied, wide-eyed, criticize or criticize. Say all you want, it's not the guns, that's the problem. Doing nothing is on the wrong side of the column. I'll say one more time. Say all you want, it's not the guns, that's the problem. Doing nothing is on the wrong side of the column. Well, it's a dark day in Milwaukee. Shadows mark this land. People, how much more can we break before we finally make a stand? Nothing more to say after lockdown in Milwaukee. Shadows fade to gray.
Yeah. That's great.
It's fun playing on the acoustic. I haven't been doing the acoustic.
Uh-huh.
So, and it's a new song, so I'm like,
Oh, well, it sounds great. Yeah, when did you write it?
I was in the studio doing my album "I'm All Burn" when the shoot up happened at Milwaukee Brewery, and so then I was in a workshop, and a poet by the name of Jim Grady was writing based on some ideas that I was putting out, and he started it, and I was telling him what was inspired the music, and then he wrote a poem, and then I worked on it, and it's been kind of going back and forth. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. So it's like a co-write kind of. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
If Jim's watching.
New Patreon. Thanks, Fortney Brothers Band. Melissa Zambo says that's heartbreakingly poignant, Cathy, especially sitting a few miles from Newtown. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and the crazy thing is, just like anywhere that you are, it's like now it's like there isn't anywhere that you haven't had a close call. Not a close call necessarily personally,
Well,
but geographically.
Yeah, I mean, it's at some point we have to do something.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So I mean, I know I started my segment with a dark song, but
Yeah, well, I think it's all
sunny out.
Yeah, exactly. It's sunny out. It's a beautiful song. I love that. Did you always have a socially conscious thread in your writing?
Yeah. I did. I mean, I grew up in a little tiny rural town in Connecticut, Middlefield, Connecticut, and my parents were both from New York City. But I had this wonderful opportunity of growing up during the time of the civil rights movement, and my mom was very much involved in. She went back to college after my dad died, and that was in the 60s. So her peers were much younger than she, and they were all fighting the Vietnam War and the busing and all those issues. So that just hit my heart. I always was a musician. I had a 5th grade teacher who said, today we're going to write a song like a la Bob Dylan. And we talked about songwriting. So I had that really public school music teacher that really influenced me. And also at that same year, my history teacher, or I think they called it social studies, we were ripping out magazines from Look in Life of what happened in Ohio, and it was like we were making collages, and he was very influencing and opening up that activism in me. Wesleyan University was right there, and so there was a lot of political conversations, and as an adolescent, it was easy to just be part of that.
Yeah. And have you, like, do you find, so I feel like I grew up listening to, like, 1960s music and sort of thinking, like, okay, this is the gold standard of, activist music, like, but I'm interested now as me, like, sometimes I feel like my tastes have changed. Like, I am more interested in, like, a song like that, or the songs that I write that are a little bit less, hitting you, if I had a hammer, hitting you on the head with a hammer, and more like a little bit more nuanced. Like, I feel like the aesthetic of the protest music movement has changed.
It has to. It has to have shifted. I mean, of course, Dark Day in Milwaukee, it's pretty straightforward.
Right. But it's not didactic. Well, it's straightforward.
The idea is not, it was kind of leaving it up to the listener to kind of say, well, take it or leave it.
Yeah.
It's, what are we going to do? And it is a dark day when we lose people just gratuitous violence. So, yeah. And we're not really doing anything about it.
Right. So, exactly.
But I understand what you mean about songwriting. I mean, I love taking songs and finding that twist without it feeling like I'm knocking somebody over the head, if they wanted to look at it as being something more about their life experience and how they can take it. Because as we know that people take a song and they say, oh, that song was about this. Yeah. It's like, fine, whatever you do. You go for it. I mean, obviously when you're as a composer and a playwright, and like your musical and your work that you do, you're following a storyline and a script. Yeah. So your songs need to either narrate the scenes or express the feeling that you want to convey in your plays. So. Yeah. But that's a whole other wonderful way of writing. Yeah. I honor you for that.
Well, thank you. In a lot of ways, that's easier, I think, like, than trying to mine. If I'm writing, like, my own song, I realize that I could write to an assignment. I think you, like, with your Steel Bridge stuff, you do a lot more, like, okay, what are we going to write about? Sort of like a less precious about every song sort of thing. I feel like when I set out to write a song, I'm like, what is my deepest truth that I'm like trying, and that can be like the hardest thing, I get a little bit too obsessed with, like, my emotional truth, which is hard enough to figure out, much less convey. Right. So I feel like the playwright songs are in some ways so nice, because on the one hand, they're much more restricted, but that can be easier. Sure. Right, like it's like the possibilities are not as endless,
and it doesn't have to be a beginning, middle, end. It could be a segment.
Yes.
What she was saying about Steel Bridge, there's a songwriting collaborative that's been on hold because of the pandemic, but 3 times a year we meet. And why I moved to Sturgeon Bay from New York City was because there's this Steel Bridge in Sturgeon Bay that was saved by an amazing group of individuals. And at the helm, Pat McDonald and Melanie Jane at the Holiday Music Motel. 3 times a year they bring musicians in, and we write all day long, we record, and then we perform. And so in June, the song has to have bridge in it, and it could be metaphorically, it could be whatever we want it to be. So it's pretty wide open. Yeah. But we have that, and then in the fall, it's around the Halloween, so it's dark songs. So it's just being fun, and sometimes it's very satirical, sometimes it's super dark. Yeah. But it's really meant to be such a great exercise in servicing the song.
Yes.
And then these great collaborations from people like Robin and Jenny and whoever else is in town. And then in February, I particularly am a fan. It's called Love on Holiday, and that is where we write music to artwork that's been curated by mostly local artists throughout Wisconsin and the area. Melanie Jane does an amazing job finding artists. Plus, we are incredibly blessed to have so many talented visual artists here, and nothing to like giving a musician an inspiration. It's like, here, what does this photo or this painting make you feel?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
great. I love that. What I wanted to okay, awesome, you guys. Deb, you can totally have a CD. But tell me, what do you just want me to send you anyone that's not Wildwood? If you want a specific one, you tell me. Hi from Manitowoc, Christine. Thanks for tuning in. Jan, thank you. I would love to send you a t-shirt. Tell me if you want red or blue and what size you want. Please. Maybe I'll sing a song.
I would love it.
Okay, by the way, are those dovetail overalls?
They are.
Yeah, I am so...
They're not overalls, actually. They're not the overalls.
Oh, I see. They're just the
pants.
jeans.
Yeah, dovetail.
I am very
Made by
into
women
them.
for women. They're really fabulous.
Dovetail
fabulous jeans.
workwear.
Yeah.
I have gotten
Yeah.
very into my dovetail. I'm going to hit you. Okay.
Yeah, dovetails.
Kathy is also like an actual activist. I mean, not just a songwriter activist. Like, you founded Open Door Pride, which is super cool. Door County Pride organization.
There wasn't a pride here when I moved here, and I thought maybe it's time.
Yeah, maybe it's time.
Yeah.
So this is a new song of mine about growing up queer in a conservative church in Minnesota. But it's kind of, this is interesting. This is kind of like a fable. This is not a super factual song. It's like it's an imagined song. When the Benedict bells ring, do they make you think of me? You and me inside the sacristy, the wafers and the wine, my blood pumping like the organ, holding Bibles in our hands, you the Canaan land, forbidden and defied. When I hear the bells of St. Jude, they should make me think of you, and all the pretty birds that flew from your mouth into mine. My swallows almost set to singing, sparrows almost took to wing. But if they knew anything, it's that God's eyes were on them all the time. You said the red velvet played with the quarters. Let's take 'em, build ourselves a house on the hill. We can draw the holy water from our own well. In the hollers and the badlands, in the missionary van, you dressed up in your sunburn, and I hid under mine. And in the evenings at the altar, Pastor taught us how to pray for all the soul sick and the sinners. You grinned at me and said, that's you and I. Then you said the red velvet played with the quarters. Let's take 'em, we'll build ourselves a house on the hill. And we can draw the holy water from our own well. When God spoke to drawing holy water. So won't you come where the bells are ringing? You'll find me here in my house on the hill. We can draw the holy water from our own well, water from our own well, water from our own well.
Fun.
Thanks. It's a new one, as you could tell by my unawareness of the chords.
I love that.
I'll learn them
think that
sometime.
That's the whole point of this. You know, I performed in the subway of New York City for a
Right.
really long time, many, many, many years. And one of the things that taught me was not take everything so seriously.
Yeah.
It's live. It's music. We make mistakes when we talk. We stammer. We stutter. We find wrong words. Whatever it is. So
Yeah.
why can't we do that musically? It shouldn't be about perfection. It should really be about the experience. So
Yeah.
it's a beautiful song.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Did you, when you were a busker,
Yeah.
did you play a lot of covers? Did you play all originals? Did you do a mix or?
I mostly did originals
Mm-hmm.
because I really just wanted to play. But people like what they know, and so invariably somebody would be, you know, on their way to the train and they'd shout, Bobby McGee!
Uh-huh,
You know,
yeah.
they're always the classics. So
Yeah.
I always had, my top. If I wanted the tip jar to fill up, Bobby McGee, Mercedes-Benz, I'm trying to think some of the other ones. Amazing Grace.
Mm-hmm.
I have my standards. You know, you were talking about social activism and back in the day, having the influences of artists like Bob Dylan and Taj Mahal and Joni Mitchell. Joni Mitchell is a perfect example of being able to teach me as a young songwriter. You could write a song about a breakup and the environment. You know, with
Right.
the Yellow Taxi.
Yeah.
It's like, don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you've got till it's gone.
Yeah.
That's about a relationship, but also about there's now a parking lot where it
Yes.
used to be, you know, trees.
Yeah. Yeah. That is.
Yeah.
It's a great song. Jess Hunt promised me some Joni Mitchell today, and we didn't get to that. So Jess,
Yes.
next time we'll have to do the Joni Mitchell thing for sure. Do you ever miss busking?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I've actually done it a few times on 3rd Avenue. And,
Oh, yeah?
last summer during the pandemic and when the wonderful destination Sturgeon Bay opened up the 3rd Avenue for people to put up booths and tents and sell things or just stroll. They closed off 3rd Avenue on Saturday evenings in the summer. And a couple of times I just went out there and it felt good.
Yeah.
I needed to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I just really needed to sing.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd sit on my front porch and play.
Oh, yeah.
And just let people walk by. But to actually go there with my busker gear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
What's lovely about it is you just do it because you do it. You just do it because you love it.
Yeah.
Of course, there are a lot of people do it to make money at it. It's anybody out there that thinks you can just make easy money busking. It's the first thing you're going to say is, why aren't these people stopping?
Yeah.
And then that's that whole thing about sort of getting over yourself. And I used it as an opportunity to work through songs and work through my own. I just got to get out and play.
Yeah.
And then YouTube was starting to happen, and I was filming people and asking them what inspired them, and get all these really gems of comments from people.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Were you living in the city?
Yeah.
Or yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And did you ever make your living that way? Or yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's amazing.
I mean,
yeah.
you know, it's tough.
Yeah.
I live here now.
Yeah. Right.
There's a
Right.
reason for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And did you feel like I felt you know, I used to pre-pandemic, I think this is, I'm not going to go back to this. You know, I used to play a lot of restaurant gigs, background show gigs at restaurants, and that was awesome for learning. It was awesome for getting people to know who I was. It was great in a lot of ways. But what I sort of noticed after not doing it for a year was that I think I had burned out on playing songs when people weren't listening. You know, I wasn't.
Sure.
I wasn't. I was feeling tired of when people were listening. I had a hard time like sort of fully inhabiting the song. I had a hard time like claiming space because I was so used to trying to be unobtrusive. Did you feel burned out of that kind of busking life at any point, or no?
No, it was just time for me to move on, and I thought about doing something regularly in Sturgeon Bay, but I started putting together a band, and I really wanted to move more into the national and international scene with the band and get in and do an album. And so we've kind of, with me and the band, it's been 4 years that we've been working towards it, and now going to Memphis, I think it's been a good trajectory, considering that we had this couple of year pause with the pandemic. That was hard, you know, when you're breaking out and you're trying to get noticed, and festivals are saying, well, we got this backlog now of all these artists that we haven't been able to bring back because we had canceled them due to COVID. And so, yeah, I mean, I've been playing professionally since 1977, so I've had a career of learning other people's songs. I mean, there's no question about it. My earliest gigs, I was doing everything from, obviously, Bob Dylan, Joni Mitchell, Joan Baez, Talking Heads, David Bowie. I mean, it was the 70s, and everything was just coming alive at that moment. Bonnie Raitt, a lot of Bonnie Raitt, until I realized I had to stop doing Bonnie Raitt because it was too similar.
Yeah, right.
And that was pre-1980, you know. So, and then in the 80s, I had a band with my partner Lenore Troya, and we did albums. I mean, actual vinyl albums. And we had a band, and we toured, and we were trying to get that elusive label deal. So we formed our own label, and then, you know, it just kind of one thing led to another, and then that band broke up, and I ended up in Key West, Florida, where once again people are asking for cover songs. And, you know, after a while, it was like, you want Pilot Looks at 40 or Margaritaville, you got to give me $100.
Yeah, right. Yeah, tell it to the tip jar.
Tell it to the tip jar. But yeah, that was a cool gig. I would sail with friends during the day and play a sunset gig from 4 to 7 every day.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, after touring for years with a box truck and gear and never making a penny, it was so nice to finally. So
yeah, I believe it. I feel like, and I learned, maybe you share this, I learned so much from learning those covers, like, because you learn how songs are constructed.
Absolutely.
You have to, I think you learn more, you know, like, even if I knew a song to sing along to the radio, you know, or my CD player, even if I knew it backward and forward, still, once you are having to be the driver of it, you learn, like, oh, the reason that verse 2 comes before verse 3 is because it actually makes sense. You know, there's like a reason for that.
You learn about songwriting structure for sure.
Because you have to learn little tricks, and it's like, oh, it's not even like a little trick. It's like, there's a reason that it's like that. You know, it's like you make a little narrative in your mind, and
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
it's such a
really
gift.
fun. Yeah,
so much. It's like being handed clay and make something out of it.
Yes, exactly.
And Rich is quite a potter.
He is quite a potter.
That's those little mugs are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you know that if you join Patreon?
Yeah, if you join Patreon today, or if you're already a member, you get a free piece of merch, a hat or a CD or a T-shirt. And if you refer someone else to Patreon, you both get a free thumb cup with a little spot for your thumb. I've given away 2 of these already today. And these are just gorgeous. They're very, they say Wildwood on them, which is the name of my most recent album. And but they don't really say Wildwood very clearly. So if like you're married to someone named William, you know, you could be like, look, this is a cup that says William on it. Yeah. Or if yeah, exactly. Well, if you're just a person, if you know someone likes, you know, just abstract art, be like, this is my abstract art piece. These are just scratches. These don't say anything. You can really play it however you want. What? They're
like runes.
Yeah, exactly. Play us another song, Cathy, will you?
I brought my cigar box.
Oh, yay.
A lot of people ask about this. It really is a cigar box. Bruce Rose from Nina made this for me. Also, we were talking about Love on Holiday. I brought I put a booklet together for my album. But 4 of the songs on my album, I'm All Burn, are songs inspired by the artwork.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
So I'm going to do the song that inspired, or the artwork that inspired this coming song.
This bike
the photo.
The bike one? Okay.
Yeah. And this is Stephen Walter took this photograph in Pitupita, Brazil, and the photo's called Girl with a Dream. And when I saw it, I thought of my own life, and this is kind of a little bit of a family folklore story of me and my mom telling me to go get my brother's bicycle. And instead of, my mother asking me to find my brother, and instead of finding my brother, I grabbed my bicycle and I rode it into town.
Oh.
And I got in trouble. So this is kind of inspired by that. Like the idea of this young girl that could just be like, well. Normally I plug this in, so I have no idea if you're going to actually hear, but. My mother told me, go find your brother, but my brother nowhere to be found. I didn't listen, I was distracted. I saw his bicycle lying on the ground. I knew I shouldn't, but I took it, begging me to take a ride. My nerves are steady, my balance graceful, with the wind at my side. And consequences left for the future, act of rebellion, no surprise. But if you saw me, you'd sense that moment with a sparkle in your eyes. If there's a moral to the story, a little brilliance to be found. To see your sister rise to glory, just leave your bicycle lying on the ground.
Yeah. I love that. Oh, that's so awesome. That is great. People are excited. We've got a bicycle emoji. I love it.
Nice.
I love the emoji comments. No problem hearing the slide. Oh,
Nice.
good. We can hear it. Sounds good.
Nice.
Jeannie says, sounding fabulous as usual. Jeanne Kuhns is going to be on at 4.
Hi, Jeannie.
That is awesome. Good job, everyone. That's so great. So let's see. Is the next? Do you have anything coming up before Memphis that you want to tell people about?
Going to shut down for February. Literally going to write the next album.
Awesome.
Very excited. It's about time. I'm so overwhelmed with having to do the last album, which was the end of 2019 into 2020, the promotion of the album, all the way through to the band, organizing the band for the Memphis Challenge, and then suddenly we're here, and I'm using the gift of not having been in Memphis now, but in May. So I'm taking February off. We will probably do a sort of a live stream-ish at the Piranha North studio in March. That's in Sturgeon Bay. But on April 30th, right before we head to Memphis, we'll be doing 2 shows at the Piranha.
Oh, great.
It's limited seating, so it's a fundraiser because it's a lot of money bringing 7 people to Memphis. The hotels, they're making the money, and the van that we have to rent, and
right.
all the stuff that goes with it, taking an ad in the program, and it's amazing how it adds up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as you know.
Yes.
So anyway, that's my gift to myself is stop the hamster wheel of self-promotion and really just take February off, and then March hopefully we'll get in the studio and record it, even if we have to record it live or 1 single at a time. But that's my goal, so that by the time we get to Memphis, we have new material.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
What you gonna do?
Let's see. Well, I think I'll do my newest, very, very newest song because you're a French speaker, and I wrote my first song in French.
Yeah.
Yeah, très bien. And my French professor, also named Cathy, spelled the same way, helped me with this. So Cathy and Dahl, if you're out there.
Cathy.
Cathy, oui, oui. Thank you for fixing mes fautes. This is called Mon Beau Galet, so my beautiful stone. J'avais une pierre et toute mon or elle contenait. Mon beau galet. Il y a des années, on m'a dit qu'il fallait l'abandonner. Mon beau galet. Les cloches l'éveillent. La fenêtre, le soleil. J'ai fini de me cacher. Dans l'église où elle chantait, ma poitrine s'est brisée. Mon beau galet est là parmi la terre et les racines. J'ai retrouvé mon beau galet. Les cloches l'éveillent. La fenêtre, le soleil. J'ai fini. J'ai fini. J'ai fini de me cacher.
Bravo.
Merci.
Very bien. That's beautiful.
Thanks.
Very lovely. You know, you're doing this because you broke your wrist.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your finger picking, and your style of playing is so beautiful. That you
Thanks.
really do use your wrist. You
Yeah.
use, you know, so it's funny how you stopped playing oboe
Right.
to become this amazing musician. I
Oh.
mean, not that you weren't a musician before with oboe, but I mean,
Yeah.
your oboe, now you've got the voice and your fingering.
Yes.
So, wow.
Well, and it's so much more like of my heart now. You know, it's so much more of me. Like oboe was not. I certainly there are oboists for whom that is their
True.
truest source way of expression, but not me. You know, I think for sure guitar. I always loved songs. You know, singer-songwriter music was always my like deepest love. But it never occurred to me that I could be part of that world. You know, I never thought like I could play guitar until I did.
But did you do poetry or did you
Um,
journal or?
No, I journaled. Maybe starting my first year of college.
Okay.
But I always felt like I was good at school, and I felt like that meant I wasn't good at at art. I felt like I was not an artistic person. I was an academic person. So,
Look where it's got you.
yeah, exactly. Well, I think we're gonna take a break now. But thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Cathy, for coming, being one of my friends.
Katie Dahl is really, really cool.
It's a mutual admiration society. You can find Cathy on Facebook or on Instagram. I think you're on Instagram too. You can follow
also.
her. Yep, CathyGrier.com. And we are back next. The next guest is Dawn Volpe, pastor of Ephraim Moravian Church, and we're going to talk about pastoring of Ephraim Moravian Church. So we're going to talk about like moving. It's another New York to Door County pipelines. It's the New York City to Door County pipeline, and we're going to sort of talk about that. Yeah, who knew? And so we'll be back at 3:00. Don't go away, or take a break, and then oops, you got a hello. From Orniani. Yeah.
Hi,
yay.
So, and I did want to say that Door County Reads is happening now, and Michael Perry's book, 485, Population 485,
Okay.
The Shrub. I'm doing a songwriting virtual. It was supposed to be in person on the 6th of February, but through Door County Reads. I'm going to do I guess I'm going to do something like this. I haven't figured out how to do a virtual songwriting workshop, but I think it's going to be conversation, and it's on the 6th of February.
Oh, awesome.
And then the 19th of February, Coffee House at DCA.
Oh, great. Oh, good.
So there are things. My website, CathyGrier.com, has the schedule.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yay. And I'm here all night until 9:00 Central Time, so don't go away. And
Bone-Anza.
Bone-Anza. Here we are. Yay, Door County Read, says Tracy Freaky. We're going to put up my little sign that says Katie Dahl. We'll be back soon. I'm going to mute so you'll see the video, but you won't hear me anymore. Bye. Back at 3. Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. Stephen, thank you for sticking around and listening. Hooray for Iowa. Where's Lamoni? I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. And Judy. Yay. My mom's friend Judy from Little Rock. Woohoo. I love it. Yeah, folks, tell us, please, where you are tuning in from. I would love to know. And, just so I bet everyone would love to know. And if you feel at all inclined to press share or like or love or whatever, all that stuff helps this thing get seen. So if you're just joining us, you may not know why are we having a broken Bone-Anza. And the reason is that my name is Katie Dahl. You probably know that from the Facebook page. I'm a singer-songwriter and I played the guitar, and I started playing guitar because 20 years ago I broke my wrist on the ice, falling on the ice. I used to play the oboe. I couldn't play the oboe anymore for about 6 weeks while my wrist was in a cast. Look at that crazy light. And so I learned to play. Well, you're just going to have to see me in strange amounts of light. That's just how it's going to be. So I learned to play the guitar instead by strumming. And so that was 20 years ago this month. And so we're celebrating my broken bone, and also celebrating the amazing people who have been getting me and my family through the pandemic by being supporters on Patreon, which is a monthly subscription service. I'll put the link in here in the comments, and it's basically a way that you can get some behind the scenes stuff. First listens to new songs. Backstage pass stuff. I have exclusive concerts both at my house and on Zoom for Patreon people. And in exchange, it's $3 a month or less if you pay annually. And today only, you can get a free piece of merchandise, a stocking cap that says "The Good Guys," or a stocking cap that says "I Heart Hometown Tables," or a trucker hat that says "I break my bread at hometown tables," or a t-shirt that says "I break my bread at hometown tables," or a red version, or any one of my CDs. So all you have to do is become a Patreon patron, and then at any level, and then post in the comments, "Hey, I'm a Patreon person and I like my free merchandise, please," and I'll give it to you. And there's also an option if you refer someone else to Patreon today. You get you and them get a free thumb cup made by my husband. It's rich. There's a little spot for your thumb, and you can put liquid in it, and they're very nice handmade ceramic items. Every time I put the hats on, my hair gets all mussed. But D. Hapke joining from Ames, Iowa. Thanks for joining. I'm so glad to see you all here. And I wanted to say thank you to some Patreon patrons, including Judy Teasel Jensen, who's here right now. She's my first one on my list. Holly Feldman. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say last name. Sorry. Judy, Holly, Nita, Andy, Matt, Aaron, Noelle, Sue, Jane, Melissa, Cindy, Anne, Rachel, Cece, Matt, Sarah, Diane, Julie, Thomas, Susan, Luann, and Gary. Thank you so much, everybody. You are just the best. And Monica is showing you how to do it, how you get your free thing. You say, "Hi, I'm Monica, a Patreon subscriber, and so glad I am, would love a CD." Perfect. Monica, what CD? Let me know. Okay, so this hour, our guest is Dawn Volpe, who is the pastor of Ephraim Moravian Church. And I think just before Dawn comes on, I'll sing a song. And I think I'll sing this song about... I wrote it for my uncle, who's a pastor. So I think the pastoral segment. We shall begin with a song about a pastor, my uncle. And he lives in Minnesota, and I think he always sort of... we have deep family roots here. So his mom, my grandma, was born here, and And I think he always sort of wished he could live here. So I wrote the song from his perspective, and it's called County Line. So here we go. My mother left her cherry orchard home the day that she turned 18 years old. I hear she grew up with nimble fingers, piano player and a cherry picker, sifting through the trees for bright red gold. But that day she left to seek her fortune, crossed that county line and moved on down the road. She says there's no line quite as thin as that county line, no sin, just like leaving all behind the land of cherry trees and pine. For baby, in my mind I'm always looking back to find that I'm a pillar of white salt beyond that line. She was a pastor's wife, I am his son. He took us far from my mother's county line. We crossed state lines like criminals, moving boxes full of old hymnals, glanced back at all the sin we left behind. Then when summer came, my mother brought us back again. There I found the only home I'll ever find. 'Cause there's no line quite as thin as that county line, no sin, just like leaving all behind the land of cherry trees and pine. For mama, in my mind I'm always looking back to find that I'm a pillar of white salt beyond that line. It's hard to believe now my mother has been 10 years gone. It's hard to believe I've got a pulpit of my own. It's hard to believe my mother's cherry trees are growing toward that sun. I feel so far down and miles away from home. Now I count the days like a blind man, counting steps on the way back to his chair. Sometimes I wish I could go back again, show my wife and kids where I really am, pick some cherries, send my mom a little prayer. And the first thing I would say to her is, how'd you ever tear yourself away from there? When there's no line quite as thin as that county line, no sin, just like leaving all behind the land of cherry trees and pine. For mama, in my mind I'm always looking back to find that I'm a pillar of white salt beyond that line. All right. Let's see. Bruce Kaplan, you sure do know that one. And Kevin, oh, that's nice. I bet you are missing home. And thanks, Julie, for being part of being part of my village. And Judy, Teasel, I would love to come and tour to Arkansas and do a living room concert. That sounds great. Let me just see when I can come to Arkansas, but I think that sounds amazing. And hi, John, and I will not be too annoying about the Packers if I come there, or if I'm talking to you right now, which is maybe what you meant. Peggy, so nice to hear from you. Hi, Claudia. And Jean, 100% you can have a Victory Farm CD. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to turn off this heater. It's warm. And please welcome to the quote-unquote stage, Pastor Dawn Volpe. Yay.
Hi, Katie.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good.
It's great to be here.
Well, it's good to have you.
I love the stage.
Yes, why, thank you. I know. Do you play piano? I know that you're a singer, but
No,
do you...
my son does. not
Oh,
me,
uh-huh. Yeah, well,
because I forced him to.
did you?
Yes.
I have thoughts about, and I have a dilemma currently about how much to force my child
Do
to
it.
practice. Do it?
Do
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Well, I had told him that every adult I know who dropped lessons as a child regretted it.
Yes.
And at 14, he said, "But I won't, Mom." I said, "Yes, you will. You're going to do it. It's non-negotiable." And now that he's an adult, he can't play because he doesn't have an instrument, but he misses it, and he can't wait to have a big enough place so he can take up the piano again.
Uh-huh.
So yes.
And isn't there some great story about him playing Star Wars in church?
Yes, Darth Vader theme
Yes.
at my installation. Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
So now you are not, despite your very Wisconsin accent, you are not a native of Wisconsin. You're from New York, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Staten Island, born and raised. My first church was in the Bronx.
Uh-huh. And when was that?
That was 1985 when I had my first church. I left in 91 and then went to the Washington, D.C. area. So always urban.
Uh-huh. And in you're a Moravian pastor. And did you grow up in the Moravian church?
No, I grew up in the Assembly of God.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are the differences?
They're monumental.
Uh-huh.
Assembly of God would be more fundamentalist, much like Baptist, but has the Pentecostal flavor to it. My grandparents helped found a Pentecostal church on Staten Island, which is still in existence to this day, called Christian Pentecostal Church.
Wow.
So I have quite a few roots in the Pentecostal movement.
Wow, your grandparents helped found it, you
Yes.
said. Wow.
Yeah.
Did you have do you have ancestors that were in the clergy?
I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what made you pursue clergydom in a different denomination? Those are two
Well, the
questions,
Moravian
maybe.
church was right around the corner from me.
Oh.
And it was a neighborhood church, and they always did vacation Bible schools and all sorts of wonderful things. So as a child, I would go there. Now I'm dating myself. There was what was called released time. You probably don't know about this. Many, many, many years ago, public schools would give religious kids an afternoon off a week, and it would be called release time, and they'd have to go to religious instruction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so my mother taught that in the Moravian church. She was the neighborhood release time person, so I got to go to the Moravian church to do that. So I always knew about this little church, and when I was in my 20s, and I kind of threw off some of the teachings that I had heard over the years, and I really didn't know what to do. I was really at sea, and I sat down at the kitchen table one day with my Sicilian mother, and I said, I'm done. I'm done with church. I'm done with all this. And in her very quiet way, she pounded the table and said, "You can give up on any given church, you can't give up on God. Why don't you go around the corner to that church?"
Oh, wow.
And that's how I started in the Moravian church.
Wow.
And 7 years later, I was a pastor.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So did you go to college?
Oh, yeah.
And what did you study at college?
Elementary education.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. And what was it that was that like was frustrating to you about the church? Like, what were you casting? What about that were you casting off?
At that time, there was the charismatic movement had started. There was a lot of scripture being thrown around without context, and that really disturbed me. And there was a lot of what I would call fluff. You know, go to Jesus and everything will be fine. Well, I had gone to Jesus a long time ago and everything was not fine. You couldn't be yourself. You couldn't be depressed. You couldn't be your authentic self. And you always had to put on a smile because somebody ungodly might see you and, you know, you have a witness.
Right.
And I thought, you know, I hope God's different than this.
Yeah.
I really do. I do, the background that I had was wonderful in that it taught me the Bible. I mean, I knew my Bible backwards and forwards. It taught me many wonderful things about the faith, but what I saw just didn't jive with what I knew from the biblical witness. And that might have just been that particular church, but I decided that I needed to expand my horizons. You know.
So in that time, that 7-year time, after you had like visited the Moravian church, but not before you were a pastor, what did you practice elementary education? Were you
yes.
a teacher?
Yeah, in Brooklyn.
Wow.
On Ovington Avenue, Lutheran Elementary School. Yeah, so I did
Lutheran
that.
Elementary School.
Yes.
Wow. Multi-denominational.
Yes, and it was quite an experience, really enjoyed it, but I knew that that's not what I was supposed to be doing with the rest of my life, and that was scared me to death.
Yeah.
Because I had my 4 years of elementary education, and I thought, but I don't think I want to do this, and what am I going to do now? So I said to my parents, I want to earn money now. Because, you know, teaching, I don't know if teachers earn money now, but they certainly didn't then.
I don't think they do.
Yeah. So I said, you know, I want to be successful. And at that time, again, I'm dating myself, Catherine Gibbs. This was a business school for women, and they taught you steno and typing and all of that good stuff. But they also had what they called an entree program for college-educated women so that they could get ahead and get into some kind of business. And so I said, I want to retrain. And I asked my parents if it'd be okay if I stopped paying room and board so that I could retrain. And they said, yeah, that would be a good idea. But my pastor found out, my Moravian pastor, and he said, I don't think that's what God wants for you, Dawn, and we're praying for you that God will give you a different direction. And I had too much respect for him to say, please stop. I want to earn money.
Yeah.
And a few months after that, I was asked to apply to be a Christian educator in Pennsylvania. And I took that job instead of going to my Catherine Gibbs Business School.
And what does Christian educator mean?
Well, that means I ran all the Christian education programs in a very large church.
Okay.
It's called Lidditz Moravian Church in the boondocks, Lancaster County. That was my first taste of country life. And I spent 2 years there. And I ran the Christian education programs there. Yeah.
And then, so was that your last taste of country life before coming to Door County?
Yeah, because after that I went to seminary, and that was in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which was a really lovely city. It's not rural, but it's just lovely. So I really enjoyed the 3 years there. And I do have a story about that.
Please.
First time I went to Bethlehem, I was with my church group on Staten Island. We had this trip to Bethlehem at Christmas time.
Oh, it's very on brand.
Have you ever been to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania?
No.
Put it on your bucket list.
Okay.
It's gorgeous. And I'm driving around and seeing all this beauty. And I thought, I wish I had known that Moravian College, which is in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, I wish I had known that existed. When I was going to college, I would have loved to have gone to college here. Well, fast forward then in my seminary years, and I'm driving around at Christmas time in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where I lived for 3 years going to seminary. And I thought, oh, it's so pretty, and look at this. And I was reminded of that winsome thought, and the verse of scripture came to me. This is from my Pentecostal days, 'cause I memorized all that scripture. Delight yourself in the Lord your God, and he will give you the desires of your heart. And I didn't even know that was my heart's desire.
So do you think that is, like, did that to you at that time feel like if you follow your delight, it will lead you on the proper path? Like, or that is, like, is that how you see that verse or saw that verse, or?
Yeah, I saw it as an affirmation that I was following the right path, even though I had no idea at that time that that's where, it was going to go to. It was kind of in hindsight.
Yeah, right.
2020 hindsight.
Right. So between when you were in Bethlehem and then when you came here, you served, hold on, pause. Got Tracy Freaky says, it is so beautiful in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and the Moravian College as well. Dale Skaggs says, clap, clap. And Bruce Kaplan says, maybe she knows my friend Stephanie Anderson, who lives near Bethlehem and is a member of the Moravian Church.
No, I don't know Stephanie.
Yeah, she should. That sounds like a match made in
I'll have
Bethlehem.
to reach out. If she's on Facebook, I'll find her.
Yeah, good. So then did you serve urban churches then exclusively in the
after
interim?
seminary.
Yeah.
After seminary, I went to the Bronx, New York, and I served a church in Pelham Bay area, and that was 6.5 years. And my last Sunday there was my husband's and mine wedding. I figured I'd end with a bang. And then went to New Carrollton, Maryland, which was inside the Washington, D.C. Beltway. And I spent 19 years there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
And then from there, so I went from the city to the suburbs to the sticks. This is the sticks.
Yeah.
And I've been here 11 years now.
I can't believe that.
It boggles my mind. I still think of this as my new church.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Well, I think of you as a new person in town too, and that's funny because I haven't lived here year round longer than that. Really, I mean, I have been coming here my whole life, but I only started living here year round in 2009. So that's it's not that different at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, what was that like? What was that culture shock, if it was?
Oh, it was an
such a thing.
incredible culture shock. When we landed for our first visit to, see the church and see if this would be a good fit, we landed in Green Bay, and I said to my husband, "There's another deity here." And its liturgical colors are green and gold. I saw green and gold wherever I went. My first February here actually happened to be the beloved team made it to the Super Bowl and won, and that was Super Bowl Sunday. I had on my white surplice, and somebody gave me green and gold Mardi Gras beads and made me put them on for the whole service. And then the fellowship afterwards was all green and gold refreshments. So I knew I had landed in a very different place. I found that, being a city and then a suburban person, everything is at your fingertips. If my kid needed an art supply, well, you go, even if he tells me at 8 o'clock at night, you go to the local Michael's or whatever is around and you buy it.
Yeah.
If he needs a shirt, you run out to Burlington Coat Factory and get it. When he needed stuff here, I said, "Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah.
There's nothing here."
Yeah.
My first Christmas, I found out, I had forgotten to get beverages, and we were having guests, and I didn't just want to give them milk and water, so I thought, well, I'll go to the Pig. It's closed. Well, convenience stores, this gas station, closed. Walmart, closed. I ended up at a liquor store. That was open on Christmas Day. And after that, I figured I have to reorient my life and try to figure out how to negotiate in the rural areas.
Yeah, yeah, and so I go to these folk music conferences, and I mean, when there isn't a raging pandemic, I go to these folk music conferences, and they're like I've been going for a long time to the Midwestern one, and I recently, maybe 4 years ago, started going to the Northeast region Folk Alliance, and I right away noticed like, oh, this is very different. Like, you know, and I didn't ever know that the Midwestern one really had a culture. I mean, I've traveled a lot, but I grew up in the Midwest, and I you know, I lived in Boston for a winter, but you know, it wasn't long enough to really like soak in it. Most of my friends were Midwestern friends from college or high school. So at any rate, when I go to these folk conferences in the Northeastern one, if someone sees you and they want you to play a gig at their venue, they say, hello, I liked what you did. I would like you to play a gig at my venue. And you're like, great. But that was shocking to me because I was used to the Midwestern one where you go and then they're like, hi. And then you like walk past and you're like, oh, I wonder if they like me. Well, hard to know. And then, you know, like years go by and you say, oh, I'd love to come to your venue in, you know, Ann Arbor sometime. And they say, And then, and then like, you know, like 3 years later, you finally book it.
Yeah.
And you never have known at any point in the middle how anyone felt. I had not said very directly what I wanted, and they had not said directly what they wanted, and we just were sort of guessing.
Yes.
So I would imagine that culturally there must have been quite a shock too.
Oh, yes. I did warn the board when I first came for the interview. I said, you have to understand something. I'm going to be seen as quite rude. And I said, I'm not rude, I'm just straightforward. And sometimes I had to stop myself when I'd be on the street talking to someone and they'd be, you know, going round and round and round, and I'd want to say, just spit it out! But you can't do that. And I said, I go 100 miles an hour and then stop. So treat me like an alien from another planet. That's how we'll do it. It was hard when we had any kind of contractors because Door County is very different. Where I was before, if a contractor said, oh, I can't make it today, I'll do it tomorrow, or maybe next week, you'd fire them and you'd get somebody else. Well, you can't do that up here. And I did say when we did a big church refit and there were contractors coming and going, I said to one of my board members, you know, tell them you have a lunatic New Yorker as your pastor, and that if things don't get done, she will start screaming. And it actually worked. I think they were afraid of that. We had one such incident at school where the kid was told there was some big event and you had to have a shirt for it and this and that. And he was told maybe the day before. And I was starting to get really frustrated because this was happening more often than not, that he would be told the day before. And so I wrote to the teacher and I said, I will not send another form in until I have 2 weeks notice on something. The person sent me the entire schedule for the year. I said, why didn't you do that in the first place?
This is amazing. This is what I want. Yeah.
So, yeah, the culture clash is there, and I don't think I'm going to lose that part of my New York thing.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure a lot of people find it refreshing too, you know. I mean, I do. I find that, like, I am the, as you know, wife of a Methodist pastor's son, and I am, you know, and I'm a child of many Baptist, you know, child, many Baptists, many pastors, and I feel like Rich, my husband Rich, just sort of, you know, when we were redoing when we added this part of the house on, when our son was born, and we would get a bill and it would be like way more, you know, from the contractor, would be like way more than what we had said, and I would be like, Rich, look, like, this is like $7,000 more than we were supposed to spend, and he'd be like, yeah, and I'd be like, so I have to do this, right? Like so then I would, you know, be like, okay, hello, what is this? And I am refreshed when I find a straightforward person, even though I don't always succeed in that straightforwardness to which I aspire, but I find it a refreshing quality. Yeah.
Well, and I have a husband who's the same way.
As you.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Very much so.
Uh-huh.
Well, he was in the Navy, so that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He was a soccer player in too, right? Do I remember this
Yeah,
about Bob?
he was a soccer player, and he coached kids. After he trashed his knees playing soccer,
Right,
then he
right.
decided to coach kids. Too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I would imagine too that like that's like it's really interesting. You're up against multiple expectations because not only are you sort of swimming upstream of the cultural mainstream, but also you're a woman. So like also there's this whole overlay of like expectations of being demure and whatever. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is not my style.
Not your style. No. And we're all grateful that that is not your style. So what are you doing right now for church? Do you have in-person church?
We're in person.
Uh-huh.
We got an HVAC system in, like Gibraltar School has, so that it mitigates the viral particles. I make people mask and I show them how. We space out. We stay closed. I mean, we always had services, as you know, because you came to our services where there were 3, and then we broadcast them. But we didn't go in person till October.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to be very careful. We have a vulnerable congregation, and I did not want our church to be responsible for any cases.
Yeah.
We did have Christmas in person, which was amazing, but we had 80 at each service. We had 3 services. It was a marathon, and we didn't have any outbreaks, so we were very thankful for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we do only a half-hour service. The shorter the time in the building, the better.
Right. That seems like an impossible task to navigate. Like what you know is a need for in-person
Yes.
fellowship and the safety of a congregation. I remember you telling me right at the beginning of the pandemic. This must have been like April, right? And I remember you saying this church was closed for 4 months, I think, or something. In what 1918 was it for the flu epidemic?
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, wow, 4 months. That's crazy, and like it is. Isn't that crazy to think about? Like that at the time that
so
felt like
short.
Yeah.
When you think of it now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so hard when you have an older congregation, and I'm in that older set now, where I didn't realize how much I read lips
Oh,
till
right.
masking came.
Right.
And now I'm like, huh? What?
Yes.
So that's been a real challenge.
Yes.
And then we all like to fellowship and get 2 inches in front of each other's face. So that's been a real interesting navigation of all of that, and trying to keep everybody's spirits up and keep us all connected.
Yeah.
But then it helps us figure out different ways and new ways of being, and we all have to get creative, like this.
Yeah, like this, exactly. Yeah. No, it's true. And I so appreciated, singing. I sang once a month, maybe, for a big chunk of the depths of the pandemic, and I always felt like it was a gift to, be where there were humans. It was like the only time in those months when I was, sometimes when I was with other people at all, but definitely when I was, singing with other people. And Colin Welford, what is his position at your
He's
church?
our music director.
Music director. From Hamilton to E from Moravian is his.
Isn't that amazing?
It was so fun to like play with. I mean, Colin is a literally world-class musician, pianist and organist and just musical guy. And it was so fun to like get to play with him, and I learned from him, actually at E from Moravian, at one of the times I sang, maybe in May, I had been working on my play, The Fisherman's Daughters, which, by the way, you could get for free if you became a Patreon member, or you could just buy it, or you could listen on Spotify. Anyway, I had been working on that and on writing out the sheet music for the first time. I had never transcribed my music before, and I was about to play at E from Moravian, and I was like, hey, I know who can help me with this. Colin Welford, and sure enough, he did. He gave me a whole little lesson right there in the sanctuary.
He's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know how we found him?
No.
I was speaking at the Unitarian Fellowship. This was Valentine's Day of 2020, before everything
wow.
went crazy. And he was the pianist, and he's you know how Colin is.
Yeah.
And he's playing this magnificent piece, and he ends with a flourish, and I'm thinking, what a ham.
Yeah.
But I said, I wonder if he plays the organ. And someone said he can play anything. So we invited him to practice on our organ. We have this magnificent Rogers organ. And I heard him practicing, and I gave him a key to the church. And I said, come anytime. Well, after the shutdown, I said, I can't ask our dear organist, was immunocompromised, and I thought, I cannot ask her to come week after week, and that could be very dangerous for her. And he's right up the road. I said, why don't you come? And that's how it started. And then our organist watched him every Sunday, and in June she said, I can retire, and Colin's made this really easy for me. And she was just so grateful to have him step right in there. And then I had to twist his arm to become our music director.
Well, he doesn't do anything by halves,
No.
He has, he really. I was a part of many an extravaganza during the depths of the pandemic, a video extravaganza. So yes, that has been a saving grace of things. And speaking of that organ and that building, like, how much have you invested? Has it felt important to you to learn the history of that? Does history feel important to you?
Oh, yes.
In regard to that church? And
yes, before I even set foot in Ephraim, well, after I had the interview, but before I became the pastor, Fran and Paul Burton sent me their book called Iverson, the Pioneer of Ephraim.
yes.
And so I read it cover to cover before I got to the pulpit, and I was so grateful that I did, because I could see how important history was, and the history of Door County, and the history of Iverson, and what that church meant to Ephraim.
Yeah.
So
Was it,
yes,
excuse me, the first church in Ephraim?
very first church
Yeah.
in Door County.
Oh, in Door County.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then he was responsible for so many other Moravian churches coming in the fellowship, and he did a lot of preaching stations all around. So, and he was the first superintendent of schools.
Oh.
Because Moravians really believe in education, so that they brought that to this little area. Yeah.
Huh. And that building, is that building original? I mean, is the wood in that building the same wood that was there?
There have been many additions,
Yeah.
but the rectangle that you see is the original building, and it was built on the shore and then rolled up the hill.
No.
Yeah, it was built on the shore, I think in 1857, rolled up the hill in about 1853 or 1854.
Wow.
There had been a church fight about where to put this church, and there were some brethren who really felt it should be on the shore, and Iverson wrote in his diary that even though they wanted it up the hill, they didn't, for peace sake, they agreed with these brethren to build it on the shore, and I guess after they died, they rolled it up the hill.
Oh, that's very funny.
Yeah.
On what? That seems like quite the undertaking to roll it up the hill without
Logs and
modern
horses.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Was it all stayed together? Like they didn't
Yeah.
take it into pieces
I
and
don't
roll it
think
up the
so.
hill.
Yeah.
Wow. And I think I've read something about the number of years for which those bells have consistently tolled. Do you know? It's many.
Oh yeah, I know that their first bell broke within a week or two.
Oh no.
Yeah, because some brother really rang it really hard. So the new one, I don't know when that came, but it could. So it's been around at least 150 or 60 years. The bell that we have, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've been ringing it a lot in memory of those who have died from COVID-19. But I think after 300 times we had to stop, or maybe it was 400. I said, now we'll just have to ring it for a few minutes because we're going to destroy this bell.
Yeah.
Which is really a sad
A
commentary.
testament, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I know that you are a lover of the chef's hat. Do you like what are the things culturally or like gastronomically or like what about Door County has like are your favorite things about living here?
Oh, well, Chef's Hat, of course, because, it's right down the road from
Yeah,
me, and they have
right.
wonderful food. If you've never been to Chef's Hat, gotta go. It's great. Know the owners very well, and everything I've eaten there I've enjoyed. There are things, so the food is wonderful. It's very American, which I do miss the ethnicity. I miss curried goat. I miss rice and peas. I miss a dish called mai mai, which is Nigerian. Because most of my congregation in Washington, D.C. area was Nigerian, so I got to appreciate a lot of wonderful Nigerian foods. So things like that I can't get here. But I enjoy, restaurant hopping before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Now I restaurant hop by going in and ordering and taking it out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat in.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And have you come to be a Packer fan at all?
Sometimes it all depends.
Uh-huh.
When there's good behavior, yes, then I'm a Packer fan. I'm more of a pastoral. I know that I have to give pastoral care when they lose, and then be right there when they win. And of course, the first gift I received was a Packer sweatshirt. So I've shown the colors. I even have a Packer necklace.
Oh, good.
That I can wear, and when they're down and out, that's usually when I wear the colors because I'm always for the underdog.
Yes, right, exactly. Well, now we get to feel, they're down and out at the moment.
That's right. So I will wear
Yes.
the colors now too. Because you don't want to be a fair weather fan.
No, exactly. I agree with you. Were you a fan of football at all before you a fan of a different team or?
I used to pray that the home team where I lived in Maryland would lose home games.
The Ravens?
No,
Oh.
not the Ravens. This would be the Washington team that is no longer called.
Oh, the Washington
racist
football
name.
team. Yes.
And the reason being, they had a perfectly fine stadium in Washington, D.C., and they moved to Maryland, to an economically depressed area because those people could not fight in court to keep them out. And the traffic, it was just unbearable when there'd be home games. And then some of my congregation members would skip church, and I'd say, fine. I'm praying for them to lose because you're skipping church. So when we left Maryland, we lifted the curse. We said, okay, because they were always at the bottom of the barrel, and it didn't help. So
No, they're
it must
still
not have
cursed.
been my curse.
I think it might be the racist name.
It
Although I don't
could
know
have
why the
been.
Chiefs are doing so well in that case.
Yeah.
So it must. Racism abounds in the NFL, and it's not that some team is pure of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, that's so awesome, Tracy. Wow. Tracy Duffin Freaky says we had goat curry at the Bad Moravian last week.
Oh, they did.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like bringing it all together.
Okay.
Do you know about the Bad Moravian?
yes, I know
of
about
course
the
you
Bad
do.
Moravian.
Yes, right. It's a place in Ephraim. Is it a wine bar? It's like a
Wine
beer
bar,
tap
yeah,
room
kind
sort
of.
of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you still live streaming your services?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you can, if you are interested in watching an Ephraim service, you can like them on Facebook. That's where that would be the
Ephraim
easiest,
Church,
probably. And sometime once in a while you might get a Colin Welford.
Yeah. He has videos up there. So if you go click on our videos, you can see just Oregon videos if you're just interested in that. And all our services, we keep them all up there. The Christmas services especially are really wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should totally go look. I love it there. I love being there. And I love that you came to be here
Well,
with me.
thank you, Katie.
Thank
this
you.
was a delight.
Yeah, yay. I'm going to sing a song to close us off, but I personally don't like to have to listen on camera, so I'm going to free you from that responsibility of on-camera listening.
I appreciate that, but I'll be watching from afar.
Excellent.
And it was a joy to see you.
Yay.
Bye, everybody.
Likewise. Bye, Dawn. Extremely interesting from a spiritual point of view. Miss Curry. Yes, I agree on both counts, Stephen. Just for the record, I'm getting a little coffee, not because I have COVID, but just because this always happens to me if I have sung a lot, and I'm going on 6 hours now. 5 hours left to go. Barb, I'm so glad you like this segment. Me too. I love talking about stuff like that. I think after talking about the history of I'm just going to do one song and then we're going to take a break and then Jeanne Kuhns is going to be on, which is very fun. I'm just going to do this song after talking about history with Dawn. I sort of have a mind to do this song that I wrote when I was in Sweden and thinking about my relatives. Who were Swedish. On my way to Sweden, I had a plane incident. And so this is it got me thinking about things and home and history and ancestry and all that sort of stuff. And specifically as it relates to Door County. So this is called Good Northern Ground. When the engine's losing fuel 10,000 feet above the Baltic and the sun is falling fast from the Copenhagen crowns, winter water down below glitters harder than a garden, and you pray your feet will find that good northern ground, and you wonder if your mother feels your fear across the ocean in the Minnesota dark, in a February town. So you try not to feel afraid. Whisper, I love you, and I mean it. And you pray she's sleeping well on the good northern ground. It was 1863. He set out on the ocean. Your mother's grandfather's father, from a Swedish farmer's town. Dry, riding hungry in the hole through the swells of the Atlantic, till he finally stepped back on the good northern ground. And the girl in 19D looks a little bit like he did. Same ocean in her eyes, the same question on her brow, of whether home is just ahead or forever left behind her, wondering if her feet will find that good northern ground. When the engine's losing fuel, you think of sinking in the Baltic. Hate to cloud Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm going to turn you on mute. Hi, Matcha Bailey. Happy birthday. Yesterday. Okay, I'm going to turn myself on mute. I'm going to put up a little sign that says, Katie Dahl will be back soon. And I will be back soon with Jeanne Kuhns in tow. And so stick around. I'll be back around the top of the hour. Thanks, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Katie Dahl Has Friends, the Broken Bone-Anza. How are you all doing? I am, doing awesome. I'm having some tea because it's been 6 straight hours that I've been talking to you now. You're very generous to continue to listen. My family has now arrived home. Our next guest, Jeanne Kuhns, has arrived, and she'll be on shortly. Thanks for saying great work, James. And Barb B. Virginie says, I've been... Sorry, team. Here I am. I think you are all... Okay. Sorry. I just swiped something with my hand accidentally. Barb Beaver says, hi, Jeanne. I've been waiting for your segment while enjoying so many segments leading up to yours. I miss you and your performances. I've been looking forward to Jeanne's segment also while enjoying so many other segments leading up to hers. So what we're doing today, in case you missed out, I'm glad. Thanks, Claudia, for telling me it got better. In case you missed out on the reason for the day, 20 years ago this week, I broke my wrist slipping on the ice at my alma mater, Carleton College, and a promising oboe career in the Carleton College band was tragically cut short. I had, been at least the third best oboe player in all ensembles I had been in, Mounds View High School, Central Middle School, to that point. And then, but I could not play the oboe for a while. I don't know how many of you were here for my segment with Jess Holland when we had an impromptu oboe concert. But that was very exciting. And I couldn't play oboe for a while, but then I had my mom's Sears Silvertone guitar, and I had a cast, and I just strummed the strings with my cast, and I learned the chords with my left hand, and that brings us to now, because now I'm professional guitar player / singer / songwriter / playwright. So there you go. And so we're celebrating today, and I'm celebrating in particular the many people who have helped me and my family make it through via Patreon. A lot of you have helped via other ways than Patreon too, and I just want to acknowledge that people have been so helpful in so many ways as we navigate this crazy world of no shows. I just want to give a shout out to some of the people who have helped me on Patreon, which is this subscription service where I put up behind the scenes looks at what I'm doing. I have some concerts. I got free merch, stuff like that, and it's cost $3 a month, or if you pay annually, a little less than that, or more than that if you want to do that. So I've been shouting out super awesome Patreon people all day, and I'm going to keep going. Jerry, Karen, Mark, Mary and John, Janine, Jim and Trish, Jerry, Jeff, Betsy, Kate, Bruce and Lynn, Deming, Doug and Marty, Emily, Andrew, Allie and David, Mary and Mary. You guys are all the best. So grateful to you for helping me get through. And if you're not a member yet and you become one, I'll put the link in here, patreon.com/KTDollMusic. You can get a free merch piece, like a hat that says, I break my bread at hometown tables, made at Hat Head in Fish Creek. Or you can get a Packer hat. We won't talk about the Packers. Very sad. This says the good guys. They are still the good guys, even though they are the losers. I do like losers, unlike certain presidents. This is I Heart Hometown Tables hat. Or you can have a I Break My Bread at Hometown Tables t-shirt. Or a red version of this t-shirt. Or a CD. So all you do is sign up for Patreon, and you write in the comments, I am a Patreon person, or maybe you already are a Patreon person. You say, I'm a Patreon person, and I would please like a free merchandise item, and then I'll send it to you. Or if you refer someone else to Patreon, you get a free thumb cup, and they get one too. This is my husband Rich made these. They're very nice. Okay, enough chatter. I'm going to sing a song, and then Jeannie's going to join us, which is very exciting. But what song will I sing? It's an important question to ask, huh? I believe... I think I'll sing a song from my play, The Fisherman's Daughters, which this cast recording just came out. You can get it wherever music is streamed, or you can order the cast recording on my website, or get it for free if you're a Patreon person. And it's a story of the creation of Peninsula State Park here in Door County and two sisters. It's really a love story between two sisters. So, and you know what? I'm just going to have a lozenge in while I sing it because of the... Do you know that the vocal cords are a muscle? And if you're out of practice because there's a global pandemic, say, and you haven't had as much singing, then your vocal cords might get tired, fatigued. And they might make you start coughing after 6 hours of live streaming straight. And then you might just think to yourself, I'll take a lozenge. But maybe that's just me. All right. The Fisherman's Daughter. Oops, let's get that partial capo on right. I am the fisherman's daughter. I know waves and wind. I know salt and barrels and tin. I know the ways of the water. I know ropes and twine. I always was his rock of Gibraltar, and he was mine. I know the fisherman's story, a boat across the sea. Cut a clearing, built a cabin, planted an apple tree. He learned to fish from Doc and from Dory, took a wife at 33. She died at 40 and left him two daughters, Nora and me. Nora, always the smart one, took a job in Chicago. I stuck around. Now it's been 2 years that Papa's been gone. She went back to the city the very same day that we laid her in the ground. When we were the fisherman's daughters, we knew how the days would end. Light a candle in the window, guide him back home again. We knew how to pray, he'd be safe on the water. We knew how to pace the floor. But now Nora, I don't know if I should leave the light in the window for you anymore. Yay! Yay! Come on in, Jeanne. Jeanne Kuhns, everyone. Welcome her to the stage. Julie Stroud, great point. The air is also so dry. It's totally true. And we've got a wood stove in here, and it's especially dry. I should have had a guitar stand for my guests. How rude of me.
I forgot to bring one. I was
No, you didn't forget to. I
thinking
forgot to
I
have
should
one.
bring one, but I didn't.
It's Jeanne, everyone. It's my
so
old
good
pal.
to see you.
Yay! I know she's some of your pals too, and
Hi,
so
pals.
yeah.
Family and friends.
Jeannie is a Door County multi-hyphenate artist, you might say. A visual
scary.
artist, a painter, a songwriter, a singer. What else am I missing? Some sort of art that you create?
I'm a writer. I like to write poems.
Right, poet. Yeah, and she lives in Sturgeon Bay. So
I do.
yeah. Do you want? I want to hear more about. I want to like them and me to hear more about you. But do you want to start with a song before we
Sure.
belabor the
Yes.
world with
Get the
talking?
nerves out. Well, it's been a while for me. I haven't really done much guitar playing since Christmas. And just like you said, you know, voices get tired,
Yeah.
fingers get less tough. And
Yeah.
so I was thinking, what am I going to play today? So I thought I'll do some winter songs. So this is, what is this called? Constant Winter. It's about the time of year when you start going, how long is this going to go on?
And the answer is like several more months.
Several more months. And one year when I was living in my cheese factory,
Jeannie lived in an amazing
I lived
cheese
in a cheese
factory.
factory, you know. Everyone should live in a cheese factory. My cat was sleeping by the wood stove and he reached out. You know how cats do. They reach out to the heat. And I'm like, okay. Oh, deep in this tundra that was me. Oh, the frost is falling. It has stopped snowing. Dressed in spring green with the scent of open water. I've walked these miles to kneel on sunlit shore. And slowly I train my eyes like a lily leans toward daylight. At the end of a long night, I dare to trace lost contemplations wrapped in the warmth of many windows facing east. Oh, I'm reaching for the heat. I'm so tired of freezing. I'm reaching for the heat in the lonely land of constant winter. And far in the longest mile in me, where nothing reached before, where I hid my saddest stories through paper walls, see my fragile side with shorn up thoughts of responsibility. Oh, I'm reaching for the heat, and I'm so this pale paradise. I shiver, I shake, and I long for desert skies, where my baby talks to quiet winged birds in the middle of the night. Oh, I'm reaching for the heat. I'm so tired of freezing. I'm reaching for the heat in the lonely land of constant winter.
Lovely.
Constant
Yay.
winter.
Constant winter.
Yes.
Oh, I love that. That's great.
Thanks.
Yeah. I loved that cheese factory where you lived.
Wasn't that the coolest place?
I wanted to have it, man.
It just needed like $30,000 worth of work.
That's all it needed.
Yeah, and someone did it.
And is it
now
a,
it's
is
an
it a home?
Airbnb.
Oh, it's an Airbnb.
Yeah, of course.
So can you see? Oh, hi, Jess Holland. She says, "Love seeing and
Jess.
hearing you." We miss you. I miss you in the oboe.
Hi, Claudia.
Yeah, Claudia Russell. Yay. The light is so funny, and there we look a little bit less ghostly now. Yeah. So Jeannie on this cheese factory.
The ghost factory.
Not a
Well, there
ghost
was
factory.
a ghost in it.
Oh, there was.
Yes, because before it was a cheese factory, a guy had turned it into a photography studio. But before that, it was a bar and a ladies of the night establishment. There were 6 rooms upstairs.
Oh.
And for the lumberjacks,
Oh wow.
you could write a musical about the ladies
The
of the night.
bordello. Yes, that sounds
But there
nice.
was, I would hear sounds and things would open and close. And once when I was outside walking my dog, I looked up and saw a face. And
Oh, like in a window?
yeah,
Ooh.
like in the movies. And I just decided, that I was going to talk to this lady who probably had a really miserable life. And I said, don't be angry with me. I'm totally pro women's rights, and I would never put you in this situation. So rest easy, stay by the fire, stay warm, but just don't hurt me.
And it was not a malevolent.
No,
ghost.
she wasn't. She liked to knock around a little. That sounds terrible. She liked to make a little noise now and then, and occasionally moan.
Ooh.
Yeah,
It makes
my
me feel
dog could hear
scared.
it. My dog could hear it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he'd go. And I'd go, to stop looking at that.
Wow. I've been thinking about you. I remember, like, before I was a dog owner, we got a puppy a year ago. The dog is at daycare, and that's why I've been thinking about you, is because I remember you used to take your dog to Cajun Acres.
That's right.
And like if we had a long day of rehearsal or
Yes.
something. And I did not know that was something that you could do, is like take a dog to daycare. And like now that I have a dog, I'm like, OMG.
I know.
Like,
It
dog
saves your life.
Yeah, it saves your
Especially
life.
when you get a puppy.
Yes.
Because, there's just no way you can keep up with them. And if
Yeah.
they have other dogs to run around with and
Yes.
chew on and stuff, then they're tired when they come home.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, she can't go every day, but like it kind of does keep her calm for 2 days after, it's like that day, and the next day she's like kind of settled down a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, she's a really good dog. She's not a super hyper
but
puppy,
she's a puppy.
She's a puppy.
Yeah.
She's that's where she is right now.
Yeah.
So she wishes
They
she
fill
was
the
here,
room
but-
when they're in it.
Exactly.
I miss having a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are. It is a gift. Like, I have to say, I don't think I would have done it if I had known how much
Right.
work it was going to be.
Just like kids.
Yeah, right, exactly. But exactly the same. I mean, maybe it's like hard for me to say which one is more work. Like at different times,
They're kind of similar,
yeah.
except that you can't like shut your
Child
kid in a
in-
room
yes.
like and say stay and take a nap. Well, I guess we do that sometimes, but
well,
it's
but
just
yeah,
not the same.
It's not the same. No, the
Yeah.
a child is definitely
Right.
yeah. But anyway, we like what kind of puppy is ours? we have a Goldador, technically. She's a half golden
black
retriever.
puppy.
It's a black puppy. She's half golden retriever, half black lab, and her name is Rosie, and she's very cute.
She's sweet.
Jeannie you still get to see your dog sometimes?
No, well, I get to see pictures of her. I had an
Yeah.
Australian Shepherd that I got from a puppy. It was my 4th Australian Shepherd. I love Aussies. And when I moved out of my house into an apartment, I couldn't justify because she needs to run.
Yeah.
So I found the perfect guy, a single guy who had just lost his dogs to a divorce, and they were Aussies, so he knew what Aussies were going to be all about. And he has just given her a great life, and every few months he sends me a bunch of pictures and little videos of her, and it makes it okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. What's her name? I forget.
Freya.
Freya,
Yeah.
right. Oh, it's the best name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So someday when I get into a house again or somewhere where I can have a dog, I'll get a smaller dog with less energy. An older
My mom
retired
has a
dog.
mini Aussie,
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yes, an older dog, right?
Yes.
I know. Yeah. Whew. Let's see. So, hi, Jean. Jean says, hi, Jeannie and Katie. Thanks for the joyful sounds and memories. Barb says, thank you. And Claudia
Hi,
Russell
Jean.
says, hi, you too. Hi, Claudia. She says, we sound great. Jeannie, is our summer plans secret?
No.
Okay. We are moving to Barbados. No, I'm just kidding. We are doing Buckets of Rain, our Bob Dylan show again.
Yes, we are at Woodwalk.
Yeah, with Eric Lewis and Rich Higdon and Chris Irwin and Pat Palmer and us too.
Yes.
We're
the
Marika
girls.
Schmidt says, "I love my Jeannie."
Oh,
That's
Marika, my
nice.
sister-in-law.
Oh.
Aw.
Yes, so we are going to do our Bob Dylan show at Woodwalk Gallery this year. It'll be our first year back there in 3 years or something.
Yeah.
And that is going to be super fun.
Yeah,
That's
3
like
nights.
August. Yeah, 3 nights,
Yeah.
like
Thursday,
August
Friday,
17th
Thursday,
to
Friday,
19th
Saturday,
or something.
or is it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
That's right, because it wouldn't be over a
It
Saturday.
would be on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at the end of August. We'll let you know about it.
Yeah.
So excited.
Yeah, I'm so
I
excited
want to learn
too.
some new songs. It's always fun going through the 800 Dylan songs and trying to find one that just fits you perfectly and something that says what you're in the mood to say at the time. And
Hey, Jeannie, or Guthrie, don't touch Jeannie. Oh, you weren't touching Jeannie's guitar. Okay,
Hi, Guthrie.
good. Hey, Jeannie, don't touch Guthrie's guitar. Hi, Guthrie. I love that you're listening. Thank you for being here. Guthrie got to go ice skating. Did you go sledding too?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also we got a remote control cars that are bumper cars.
And also he got remote control bumper cars. That is amazing.
That is amazing.
Very exciting.
Very fun.
Noelle Rowden says, love that show. And Jean says, buckets at Woodwalk Heaven, cause for major celebration. That's nice. Jonathan Perkle says, will Eric Lewis be using any pyrotechnics, fog, lasers? Probably. You know him.
We can probably
Tart pick. Yeah.
we can probably do some of that stuff eventually. I mean, you never
yeah.
know. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna play the oboe this year?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my old flute.
I think we are going to have
Yeah.
we'll have
For
sort
the
of
last song,
a
it'll
symphonic section.
It'll be we'll be called the Clash.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds
The band.
familiar.
Date please for Buckets of Rain. We think it's 17th, 18th, 19th.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should do our Bob Dylan song. What do you think?
That sounds great.
Okay, we're going to do a little memory or teaser or both, depending on your previous level of experience with Buckets of Rain. Enos.
I think we have a whole Buckets of Rain family, and I'm so happy that you guys keep coming back and listening because there's always more songs that you've never heard. And
Totally. If you can't wait until August, there is we did a live stream of Buckets of Rain a year ago almost.
Yeah.
And you can watch that you can get that on my website. You can still buy that if you want to. Okay. But this is one of Jeannie's and my favorite songs to sing
Yeah.
together from that show. And it's called Ring Them Bells. Ring them bells, ye heathens, from the city that dreams. crisscross the valleys and the streams, for they're deep and they're wide, and the world's on its side. And time is running backwards, and so is the bride. Ring them bells, St. Peter, where the four winds blow. Ring them bells with an iron hand, so the people will know that it's rush hour now, on the wheel and the plow, and the sun is going down upon the sacred cow. Ring them bells, sweet Martha, for the poor man's son. Ring them bells so the world will know that God is one, for the shepherd is asleep where the willows weep, and the mountains they are filled with lost sheep. Ring them bells for the blind and the deaf. Ring them bells for all of us who are left. Ring them bells for the chosen few who will judge the many when the day is through. Ring them bells for the time that flies, for the child that cries when her innocence Ring them bells, St. Catherine, from the top of the room. Ring them bells from the fortress for the lilies that bloom, for the lines they are long, and the fighting is strong, and they're breaking down the distance between right and wrong.
Love that song.
Yay, me too.
It's a good song.
Oh, I love that.
It's invigorating and wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Missed your bass playing, Ricardo.
Yes,
Yeah, I was air basing.
he was
It was air basing, he says, yes.
And at one point, Guthrie said, Martha?
Martha.
Oh, that's funny. We love the Guthrie and I love that. Guthrie, you want to come in here and tell him about the Martha story?
You want to go in there and talk about Martha? No, he's in the middle of something.
Okay, so
Must be eating
have
a
you ever
cinnamon roll.
Right? Are you eating a cinnamon roll, Guthrie? Did you ever see the I Love Lucy? Where are you an I Love Lucy fan at all?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. So, do you ever see the one where she tries to be a burlesque comic and she and a guy comes and tells her, you know, he's like, okay, I'm gonna teach you the bit, right? And he's like, well, I break out into a violent rage every time I hear, well, shouldn't say my former wife's name because I get so mad when I hear it, but it's the same as George Washington's wife. And Lucy's like, Martha? Martha! So it keeps going. Anyway, so Guthrie likes that story quite a lot. I don't know if you could hear him.
Right?
Yeah. Right. At night, I give Guthrie like 5 story choices a night, and kind of, he says, what? I totally give you have 5 story choices a night, and always usually two of them are I Love Lucy choices. Those are like chicken and rice is the job switching one because
yes.
there's chicken and rice, explosion. So.
Yeah, I always liked the grape stomping one. And then the factory where they're eating the chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God for reruns in black and white that it helps educate today's youth
Exactly.
about the real important things in life.
Exactly.
Like laughing.
Exactly. We have them all on DVD.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
So you're not a slave to the TV.
Exactly.
That's the way to go, I tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that you would like the people to know about, like coming up, or you can buy a commissioned painting from Jeannie? I know this.
I brought props.
Oh, she brought props.
You can go to
I'm gonna bite on my cinnamon roll while you.
Yeah, you can go to my website, jeannekuhns.net. Mm-hmm. And there's...
Could you believe Robin Bienemann is
.org?
.org?
I know, because he's a big corp. He's like an educational service. or
Oh,
something.
yeah, okay. He's Robin.
And I have CDs for sale.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is one I did with my Lost Mothra band, and this is one I did with George Savin. It's all like not classical,
like torch song?
torch songs.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, plus Joni Mitchell.
I love that. Oh.
and plus like stuff like Mood Indigo and
It's like
Georgia
jazz standards,
on the
is that what you call them?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I guess like jazz standards with other things. Just it was a bunch of my favorite songs. My mom helped pick the set list out before. I don't have my here. Let's see. Cobalt Blue. I wrote that myself. And Into White by Cat Stevens. Here, There, and Everywhere by McCartney. Purple Rain. I did Purple Rain.
so cool. Lots of color songs.
Over the Rainbow.
Jeannie, these are all. So many of them have colors in them.
Of course. And then I also have, you can see my paintings on there, and then I have my cards for sale. So my Fox cards and my Crow cards are for sale at the store. I have a store, just like you do. And
On
did
your
you ever
website?
think you'd have a store on your website? Yeah.
No.
You don't? Do you do? Don't you?
I do.
Yeah, I do too. And and I soon will have a Patreon page. I've put it all together at your prompting. I just have to decide if it's right. But yeah, so we do all these things we do so we can keep doing them.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Noelle says that's a wonderful CD.
Oh, thank you. That's so
Yay.
nice.
So nice.
And then I think, there's a Earth Day concert coming up that's going to be at
Northern
the Gould
Sky
Theater. So I'm really big in, having been a zoology major, Earth Day's every day for me. It's one of my big passions. So I've got a bunch of songs written about the Earth and the planet that most of the time people get bummed out when they hear them because they're about reality. But they're nice songs. But so I especially like to sing them at concerts specifically to discuss that topic because then people are like going, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But I don't usually sing.
Right, it's not like
McCready's.
Right. The audience is like a pro Earth Day audience.
Yeah. And I sing every. I'm gonna this summer. I'll be at McCready's every Thursday and Sunday. So that's my little outdoor continuous gig. That even if COVID is flaming again, people can sit outside and have some space. So
And
it's
there's
kinda
amazing
nice.
bread
there's
and treats and
yes, bread and quiche.
that
And
sounds
yesterday
good.
I went and picked up a chicken pot pie.
Oh,
You can
awesome.
put them in the freezer and stuff, yeah. So that's good.
Oh, so they're open right now.
They're open, I think, Fridays, Saturdays, maybe Sundays. They
great.
just opened this weekend.
Oh, great.
So plug for McCready's.
Yeah, yay McCready's. They're in Egg Harbor. If you're a Door County person, they're in Egg Harbor. In fact, if you're not a Door County person,
Yeah.
But, no matter where you are,
They're always in Egg Harbor.
Yeah, that's where they are. Jeannie, will you sing another song for us?
I will.
Oh, good. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
I want some more, please.
This song I wrote for my granddaughter. Well, I wrote it for myself. She's on the autism scale, And so sometimes it's hard to figure out where she's coming from. And then the early last year she developed leukemia. So those two are quite the combination. And so I was in a songwriting class with Sue DeMille.
Oh,
And she had given me some pictures to look at to incorporating into a song, and I just thought, oh, this is going to be about Alice. It's especially hard for my little tree in winter without her green sweater that gleams like glitter, wearing branches like a crown or a flag or a tower. It depends on the time, it depends on the hour. Well, there's a symphony of trees on Forget-Me-Not Hill, gilded silhouettes where the honeyed light spills, roots reaching down like the hands of a father, always just in time, always reaching for each other. They're reaching for each other. And she steps into the wind, and she feels the pull, feels the spin of the great begin. She's just a lonely dancer on the windswept downs, unsteady in her toe shoes that keep her planted on the ground. In her emerald sweater, she's an orphanage of words, hanging out in branches with the songs of birds, with the songs of birds. She steps into the wind. She feels the pull, she feels the spin of the great begin.
that is lovely, Jeannie. Oh, I love that.
She's like my little tree.
Yeah. Oh, it's so. I would say sweet. It is sweet, but it's not. But it's more than that. You know, that's beautiful.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
I love that orphanage of words image. That's great.
Yeah. It's like she has her own words for a lot of things. And then sometimes it's just there are no words, and we have to try to figure out what is needed.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob knows all her words, and then Mary Beth and I need him to make a key for us. And then sometimes the words change, and that's when it gets. And then sometimes there's just no words, and it's challenging. And she's an incredible artist. She just draws all the time. She draws really interesting and weird things. Like what's going on in her head.
Yeah.
Some of it is like so grown up.
Uh-huh.
It's and then other times she just draws cats and little girls and stuff.
Uh-huh. And how old is she? 8?
And then she
No.
draws skeletons. She's 8. Yes.
8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a GoFundMe to help them pay for
Yeah, we put together a GoFundMe so that, because Jacob can't work, because he has her most of the time and then is on call when he doesn't have her. So he can never like have a schedule for work because it changes all the time. And she's been getting chemo like 3 times a week since May of last year. And she's just heading into possible maintenance. We're really excited because it means she'll actually, she and Jacob will have a life if they only have like once a week maybe, or once a month. You know, we don't know for sure yet what's going to happen.
But you said they're gonna have to. She's gonna have to be on chemo probably for 3 years. You said at
The
some
program
point, right?
goes
Like,
through September 2023. Initially, that's what they told us.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just hard to see little bodies. You know, we see all these. We don't see a lot of other kids when we go because now everybody's segregated with COVID and stuff. In the old days, you know, all the little chemo kids hung out on the wards and stuff like that. But now you don't see anybody, so it's very, very isolating.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I can just imagine.
Very hard for the parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. You don't get the communion with other
Yeah.
community with other parents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a treasure, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh. It's great.
So-
And I've seen her art on
Yeah.
online, and there are some of her art on that
On the GoFundMe page.
GoFundMe page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mary Beth's in charge of that, and she does updates and posts art and stuff like that. So Mary Beth's the tech person in the family.
Yeah.
Although I'm getting there.
Yeah. And there will be Alice was the recipient of was the recipient of the Play It Forward concert at Door Community Auditorium in December, but that ended up having to be postponed, so there will be a full concert of that. And
But thanks for stepping in.
Oh, you're welcome.
And like being a placeholder.
I did a show. Placeholder show because it was too risky to have 10 different musicians
people
show
were
up.
getting sick,
Everyone
you know,
had
it's like-
COVID. So
And I'm working at public health part time, so I'm like totally paranoid.
yeah,
you know.
Jeannie's doing contact tracing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Contact tracing, not contract.
Contact.
I'm taking out a contract.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're a nurse, and I think nurses are the most amazing brand of people. And I just I remember, I probably have said this to you before, but I remember Jeannie and I were caroling at the White Gull Inn one time, and this was probably 7 or 8 years ago. And I am the worst person. Like, if you have a medical crisis, I advise you make sure I am not your primary helper. Like, I get freaked out and I run. But Jeannie and I were like waiting to go out and carol in the White Gull Inn courtyard, and all of a sudden there's this like big thump in the men's bathroom. And Jeannie went in there because you were brave. You were like, "Are you okay?" I mean, I was like, "Oh no!" Like,
Yeah.
bad. And Jeannie, this is the thing about nurses is
Well,
they
yeah.
like go toward the trouble,
Go
and then
toward the trouble.
and then you sat with him and you like said, "Call an ambulance," and it took a long time for the ambulance to get there.
Yeah,
And I think he was okay.
Yeah, his heart rate had just gone real low, so he passed out and fell, and then I was just making sure his heart was still going.
Yeah.
He was still breathing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, nurses, man. It's very
Well, you know,
amazing.
after I retired from nursing, and I always felt this when I started my music career, that singing to an audience is very much like nursing to me. Because when you're singing really personal songs, people in the audience, they take in what you're trying to say and they identify with it. And so sometimes you look out at an audience and you go, "Oh, she's here tonight. I know what she needs." Or you see a look on someone's face and you go, "Oh, she needs an extra musical hug tonight." And so I feel like I can put my nursing love for humanity through my singing.
Yeah.
And my mother told me one time, "Your songs are too personal." And I said, "Well, go listen to Joni Mitchell for a change." And you know, she wrote really personal songs, and I grew up listening to her, and so it was just sort of a natural thing to do. I think the person that changed my life, though, was Carole King.
Ah.
Because, you know, I'd grown up going to the Old Town School of Folk Music and listening to Pete Seeger and Joan Baez and Buffy St. Marie and Tom Paxton and all those people. But then Carole King comes out with a whole record of original music. And I just sat down and listened to these songs, and I just went, oh my gosh, she's writing her own. Of course, she wrote songs for other people for so many years, and then she wrote her own songs for herself, and that's what kind of got me interested in
Songwriting?
Songwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that song. The da da da. Sometimes I wonder if I'm ever gonna make it home again. It's so far and out of sight. I just love that, like the melody of that. Da 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 da. It's so simple, but it's just beautiful.
She sure knows how to make a hook.
Yes.
And just get those melodies that you listen to them and you know them.
Yes.
And you walk away remembering the song. I'm still trying to accomplish that.
Yeah.
You know, you listen to other songwriters and you think, okay, what's working in that song, and how can I don't want to like think about trying to get people's attention when I sing a song, but I do want to sing a song that people can relate to and that it runs around in their head a little bit so they like it.
Yes.
Try to do that.
Totally, yeah. You want them to pay attention.
Because I like singing.
Yeah.
I like singing to you.
I think I'll sing one more and then we'll be done with this segment. You can listen on camera or off it's up to you, Jeanne Kuhns.
Is it anything to have harmonies on?
Well, what can I do that you could sing harmonies on? I should sing one that you could. Yeah, I mean, you just stay here. I'll find one that makes sense to have harmonies on it. Yeah, we should just sing together. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's do another Bob Dylan song, shall we?
Sure.
Pourquoi pas? So, team, if you're all so nice. Celeste, Jeannie, she says, "Yay, Jeannie, you look amazing." Shirley says, "Yes, music heals the soul." Jean says, "Both of you in touch with the magic of joining lyrics with music. It always amazes and delights me."
Aw.
And Diane said, "Such a beautiful song, Jeannie. Thanks for sharing the GoFundMe link, Katie, for Alice." Yeah. Yes, go visit that GoFundMe. Anyone who is in a position to do that, for sure.
I hope I remember the words to whatever song you choose.
Yeah, I hope so too. Hope I do. We
song
just
are
did
you
this in
choosing?
October. I was thinking we'd do Come Gather Around People. What do you think?
I think I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll muddle through. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow, huh?
Yeah, we'll just jump in if I forget something.
Yeah. Okay, so
My brain isn't what it used to be.
yeah, I know mine is not what it used to be at 10 a.m.
Just wait.
Okay, everyone. And after this, there's going to be a break, and then Dan Klarer is going to come, and we're going to have a bakery segment. But I'm here until 9 p.m. Eric Lewis, some of you are probably, OMG, Dan Klarer. He just arrived with an astonishing looking treat.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. If you are here for Jeannie's segment, you may be glad to know that Eric Lewis's segment is happening at 7:30. Because you might be a fan of Eric Lewis. But here's how the whole rest of the night goes: Dan Klarer at 5, Jimmy Kaplan at 6, Eric Lewis at 7:30. JK, right?
JK.
Okay. Okay. It's really good, everyone. Yay! Let's see if we can do it. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accepted that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you'd better start swimming or you sink like a stone. All the times they are a-changing.
with your pens. And don't take too long, the chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. And there's no telling who got his name in. And the loser now will be later to win. And the times they are a-changin'. Come mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. The old road is rapidly aging. Please get out of the new one if you can't lend your hand. All the times they are a-changing. Come senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall. For he who gets hurt will be he who has stalled. There's a battle outside and it's raging. It'll soon shake your windows and rattle your walls. Oh, the times they are a-changing. Oh, the line it is drawn and the curse it is cast. The slow one now will later be fast, and the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly fading, and the first one now will later be last. All the times they are a-changing. All the times they are a-changing.
That'll get your blood a-going, man.
Thanks for having me, Katie.
Thanks,
Bye,
Jeannie.
everybody.
Yay. All right, folks, stick around. I'm going to put us on mute, and I'm going to put up my little handy-dandy
It's out
Katie
down there.
Dahl.
So-
Thank you. Katie Dahl will be back soon sign, because I will. And at the top of the hour, Dan Klarer will join us, and it will be very fun. So, see you soon. All right, you wonderful people. I'm back. How are we all doing? We've been at it. I don't know if how many of you have like been on since the beginning, but I have, been here since 10 a.m. And the reason I got distracted is because why do I look so pale all of a sudden? I think we have to change the color balance of this. I am pale. That's the real reason, but there's a way for me not to look pale. And that is my next goal, is to just sort of, warm it up. So while I'm doing that, I would like to tell you the reason behind the Bone-Anza, the broken Bone-Anza. That's what you have arrived at. Though Katie Dahl has friends, broken Bone-Anza. And basically what we're doing is we're celebrating the day 20 years ago this week, that I broke my wrist, this one, and which cut short or temporarily interrupted my very mediocre oboe playing career in the Carleton College Band. I had also had such standout things as second chair in the Mounds View High School band. And I had all that time on my hands that I wasn't in band, and I learned to play guitar on my mom's Silvertone Sears guitar. And I haven't played the oboe since that day until today, when Jess Holland brought an oboe to her 11 a.m. 12 p.m. segment. It was very exciting. And so now I have played oboe since that day, and I can't say that anymore. Thanks a lot, Jess. Oh, Jeannie left her glasses. Rich, I think you should probably call Jeannie and let her know that she left her glasses. And this, let me turn this here. The other thing, we're celebrating the broken bone, and we're also celebrating the people who have been getting me and my family through this pandemic of no gigs and canceled shows and craziness. And those are many people via many different streams, but the ones we're really highlighting today are the Patreon people. Patreon is a subscription service. It's like a website, patreon.com, and it is a place where I put stuff like behind the scenes content and like new songs, and they have some exclusive concerts, and it costs $3 a month for you to access all that, or 10% off if you pay annually. So, and today only, you get prizes if you join Patreon or are already signed up. You get a free hat. It says The Good Guys. It's Packer colors. Or you get a free hat that says I Heart Hometown Tables. That's Patriots colors. Or you get a trucker cap that says I break my bread at hometown tables. I don't think there any colors are gray and red. Or you get a t-shirt. It says I break my bread at hometown tables. Or you get a CD, including, well, any of my CDs, including Victory Farm featuring Dan Klarer, our guest this hour. So that's very exciting. So I wanted to thank some of the people. I've been thanking people every hour on our Patreon list, and I've got some to thank today. This hour. What day is it? Where am I? Sylvie, Donna, Alicia, Peter, Jillian, Honor, aka Nora, Albert, HN, Bruce, Cora, Mark, Kristen, Sherry, Jacob, Jeff, Joan, Carla, that's my mom, Christoph, aka Pino, and Matt. Happy birthday, Matt. And Mark Macrina, I just want to, he passed away a couple months ago, and I was so sad to hear that, and he was a great supporter of music of all stripes. So sending love to Mark's family. I think I said his son Matt's name earlier, and hope you guys are hanging in there. I'm sure it has been a hard winter. One thing that makes hard winters more tolerable is amazing food, and I have asked my friend Dan to come and have a food segment with me, but before I invite him on, I'm just going to sing a song about baking. And this is in particular a song about what would happen if a lazy Susan, the kind that spins around, like for the Scrabble game or the pickle board or whatever. Fell in love with a dumbwaiter, the kind that goes up and down. It's a match made not in heaven, right? And it was an unrequited love affair, as all love affairs of kitchen implements are. So, here we go. Said the lazy Susan to the dumb waiter, you're the only friend I got in this town. Why don't you come and take me dancing later? You could spin me round and round and round. Well, the cook has got a ladle and the chef has got a lady. The baker's always whisking eggs away. If you were crazy for this lazy Susan, maybe you'd swirl me like a fancy French rosé. You just go up and down and up and down and up and then back down, jumping every time you hear the ding. When you gonna learn this world's direction is around? When you gonna break that string? Well, the flatware and the spatulas are always spooning. I'm lonesome as a top without its spin. Won't you take some pity on this lazy Susan? Twist me like a lemon twist the gin. You just go up and down and up and down and up and then back down, bouncing like a broken Cuisinart. If you took a chance, took to twirling me around, I'd get to work and you'd get smart. Ooh, my lips are dry. Said the lazy Susan to the dumb waiter, you're the only friend I got in this town. Why don't you come and take me dancing later? You can spin me round and round and round. Why don't you come and take me dancing later? You can spin me round and round and round. Yay! I hear the wild applause from all the way where you are. Woo! All right, without further ado, please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Dan Klarer. Woo! Hello.
Hi, Katie.
Nice to see you.
I know. Nice to be in the same room with you.
Isn't it?
Isn't it just?
It has been. Oh, Chase and Molly say, Dan, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one will.
No one will. That's true.
That's totally true.
That's true.
And turn off that that banner. Okay, so Dan, how are you?
I'm good.
You're
I'm
back
really
in the
good.
county after a
I
time
am.
away.
Well, yes and no. I've been back and forth a lot. I got in a nice little trip over Thanksgiving out to the East Coast.
Oh.
Like right in between,
Yeah.
all of the chaos of like fall and December. So,
Yeah.
So it was really good to see some friends, and I had a Friendsgiving, and
Oh, nice.
it was a very quaint Connecticut Thanksgiving with friends and in-laws and babies, and so it was good. It's good to see people. And
That's the third time Connecticut's come up today.
really,
Yeah.
really,
Yep. Cathy Grier brought it up, and Melissa Zambo. I don't know if that's
Okay.
really your last name. Is also from Connecticut, in Connecticut. And Clay. I think in Connecticut also.
Right.
Thanks, Steve, for liking my liking that song. Ava says 2 favorite humans. Thanks. And Jan Kimball says, fun song, fun guy, Dan. And Noah Rodin says, clap, 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 clap. Yeah, everyone, tell us who you are and where you're from and all that stuff. So, like, if someone, let's say that you were just, dropped somewhere and no one knew you from Adam.
Okay.
And they said, where are you? Where do you live? What would you say?
I would say I'm from Wisconsin.
Uh-huh.
It would be.
What if
and
they
then
said, where do you live?
where do I live? I would say both Chicago and Door County.
Uh-huh.
But it's slowly moving towards Door County. Yes. I know Door County is snagging the Dan for a while. I'm just slowly becoming part of the furniture, I think. Up here. But there's 4 really, really awesome professional theaters up here, and there's tons
Dan's
of
an
artists.
actor.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's more stuff for me to do up here, and I'd rather, even if there's not theater work, I'd rather be up here with all my friends and my family. Both my parents have places up here, and so.
Shout out to your mom, who's one of my newest Patreon patrons.
Hey, Mama!
Thank you.
I'm gonna see her tonight.
Oh, yay.
She's gonna get some leftovers from my amazing treat.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's not have any more delay. So I would just like you to
It
know.
smells so good.
What did Daniel do? So I said, okay, we're gonna have a bake off. I had a bake off with Jeff at 11. Jeff Herbst. I don't know. Maybe some of you were here, and I made cinnamon rolls. I didn't finish my whole cinnamon roll. They're very good. I have the best part left. And Jeff made salted caramel shortbreads that he had frozen from last week when he made them for other people.
Oh, so you're a secondary.
Yes, I'm secondary, but
bake-off.
Charles gave Jeff a hard time for this, which Jeff called a one-man kangaroo court. But now he gave them to me anyway, and I told him,
were they good?
Yeah, they were really good, and I told him knowing how to properly freeze your food is a part of baking.
That is true.
Yeah.
Especially bakery.
Yeah.
Because bakery can freeze really well.
That's what he told me. He
generally.
said because there's a lot of fat and sugar. Anything
Yeah.
with a lot of fat and sugar will
Yeah.
freeze. So that's why we love bakery.
Well, I generally don't freeze my bakery because it ends up getting eaten very, very quickly.
Yeah, because it's so good. Okay, so tell us what you brought.
Okay, well,
I said bake
I know,
something.
bake something.
And here's what happened.
I ended up baking all day because I had to bring. I was like, I have to bring a pie.
Yeah.
Because it's my signature thing. So I made a big old deep dish apple pie. That's a thick.
That's a
pie.
deep dish pie.
Yeah.
I don't know if they saw the lattice
Yeah.
for a long enough
Look at
time.
that.
That is gorgeous.
Ooh, get the lighting.
We just have to have a
Look at the
picture
lighting
of this.
that.
I
It's
just
beautiful.
feel like we need. This is very meta, but okay, that is something. That is amazing.
But you can see. Look at how it turned out. It turned out so nice.
It turned out
the
so nice.
goosicles stayed. I like this pie dish, the deep dish, because it keeps everything in a little bit more, and that was up to here when I put it in there. So
It's
baked
settled.
down. It
Yeah,
settles
'cause-
down,
yeah.
But it's. Oof. Okay, that's smells
Okay, so
amazing.
are you a butter or a shortening kind of guy?
I do both. I do mostly Crisco shortening, and then just a little bit, like a third to a quarter of butter. All frozen or very refrigerated.
Yes.
Of course. Gotta
Right,
keep it
of
cold.
course. Yes.
Of course.
I've learned this.
And then I've also started experimenting with my binding agent.
Is that the egg?
That's there's
the
no
vodka?
egg.
Yeah.
The
Water,
or whatever. And
There's an egg in it. Jeanne Kuhns.
I know Jan does use egg. I
Yeah.
don't use any egg.
Okay, yeah.
I want I like the texture of this crust because I want it to kind of flake and fall apart, and egg makes it a little more croissant-y. Still very flaky.
Yeah. There's still lamination,
but it's a slightly different texture.
Yeah.
This is more like dry, flaky, because I think I like that texture with the gooiness of the apple or fruit or whatever's in there. So I have been doing, vodka is very good. I always put in water because I like to have some of the glutens work a little bit to keep it held together. But I've been doing freezing water and brandy.
Oh, wow.
Right? Because brandy has a little sugar in it.
Oh.
And so the sugar actually caramelizes a bit in the crust. And you can taste it just a little bit. You can definitely smell it when you're making the dough. But it basically is like adding a little sugar to your crust. And also the little bit of brandy flavor. There's a little bit of something extra.
That seems amazing.
And brandy and apple, is like...
Well, yeah, who wouldn't like it?
The two best things ever. Okay, so that's the pie.
That's the pie.
That's the pie.
That's just the first part.
And then I was thinking about my favorite. This is my favorite cake from growing up. I had this made as my birthday cake. My mom made this all the time, and I was thinking about it. I was like, Mom, do you have that recipe still for the swirl cake, nut swirl cake? And she was like, oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that. And she had the stuff to make it in the pantry because she's like, I always kind of keep it around just in case.
Oh.
And I make it into a bundt. And I got this beautiful stand from my friend Jen for Christmas this year. So I now have a beautiful display place. And I was like, I needed to bring that too.
Yeah, obviously.
So here, let's do a little.
Okay, Dan's gonna cut. I'm gonna say
cut.
hi, Lee Becker and Wilbur.
Wilbur!
Yay! And I'm gonna say hi. Diane says, "What a beautiful pie." I completely agree. I wish you could all share it. Oh my goodness, he's cutting, and I wish you could hear. I don't know if this is a pretty good mic, but I'm not sure it's going to pick up the sort of like juicy like sound that is happening over there.
Oh my God. Okay. How big of a piece do you want?
Pretty small.
Yeah, right. You're
I
kinda...
can't have like a sugar coma.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just to get the flavor.
Put
right?
here. I'll get a plate. Okay. Yeah. These plates, everyone. Tracy, Diane says, pie and cake, you are so lucky. I know. Tell me about it. Tracy will recognize these plates. Jacinda, your sister, got rid of them in typical Jacinda style and brought them to Bayside Bargains, where I purchased them. So,
Really?
yeah, I needed some like extra plates, you know, like my husband's a potter, and so that's great and all, but we needed some. We just didn't have quite enough. Oh my gosh, everyone! Here's my piece.
I have a little bit bigger of a piece.
Yeah, like you should have a little bit bigger of a piece. This is your first bake off of the day.
This is
not
true.
your
This
second
is true.
bake.
Here, wait.
Third or fourth.
I got
depending on how you count
some
it.
ice cream too because
Oh,
I need a
okay.
little bit.
Need a little
I just
bit.
need a little. Yeah. wait.
Like more than that. That's a really little bit.
That's a.
That's how much I
not
want.
even, okay.
Okay, you do
I'm gonna
you.
do like
Yeah.
a scoop, but
Jeff has one too. Oh, that is hilarious.
God.
What a world. Your mom says, yum.
I know it looks so good, Mom. It's every time I do it, I'm like, this could be the best one.
Yeah.
I think this is the best one I've made.
Yeah. I think I made my best pie for the closing night of Fisherman's Daughters at Chase and Ellie's house. I don't know if
It
you
was
were
so
there.
good.
It was so
that
good.
was maybe the best pie.
It was really good.
Oh,
it
it
was
was. I
peach
do remember
blueberry.
that. That one, the peach. I do like a peach blueberry. I
Oh.
like peach mixed with stuff. How is it? Are you crying?
Yeah. We're going to reenact the scene from Victory Farm. My Sue, I knew he could make a good pie for the sewer apples. Oh my goodness. I haven't had any, I didn't have
Oh
any
my
crust in
God.
that bite though. The
Oh my God,
apples
yeah.
were stunning. You cut them really thin.
I do. I like them to cook down a little. But I always mix my apple. I always have half Granny Smith because they don't cook as much, and then I do half of like a more baking apple, like a Macintosh. Or my mom and my aunts and my grandma always swore by Duchess apples,
Oh.
which I've never been able to find them outside of Madison,
Oh.
but we always got them at the Madison Farmers Market. But they were apparently a varietal. They're called Russian. The Russian. It's a Russian varietal because it was like the Duchess Tsar or something was her favorite apple, and it bakes perfectly, and it's such a good.
This is really a stunning pie, Dan. This is like really. Also, when did it come out of the oven? It's really.
Like 3 hours ago.
I feel like it's still warm.
It
Did
is.
Yeah.
The middle is.
Judy Teasel Jensen thinks we are delightful to watch. Dan, thanks, Judy. And
Oh my
Lee
God.
St. John says, "Hey, Big Tuna and Polar Plunge comrade.
Hey.
Lee, good to see you in DC. And Katie, you are the best. Thanks." Oh, you are all so nice to be watching. All
So fun fact.
fun fact.
When we were doing Victory Farm,
That's a play I wrote that Dan was in.
the musical, in the play, my character made a cherry pie out of the sewer, out of the sewer cherries. It's a Kirschen. And they used, Neen, our dear sweet friend Neen Rock, made this beautiful, most of us fake pie, and then we slid one nice fresh piece in so that we could bring it out during the show. It was always a piece of cherry pie from Sweetie Pies, which I worked at that whole summer. So essentially, I actually did make all of those pies, or at least I had a hand in making all of those pies. So
That is so neat.
I know. It is so neat.
That is so neat, yeah.
I have been thinking about this pie all week.
Ugh.
After you asked me to like bake something, I always go for apple pie because it's so good. I mean, it's my favorite pie to make.
It's stunning. Stunningly good.
Okay, before I finish this,
Okay.
we need to. This other thing. There's a reveal on this.
Okay. Jan Campbell says, Sveti pie.
It's a Sveti
Yeah.
pie, yeah. Okay. Oh, it's got a nice crust
That's
on
good.
the bottom.
You've got the cook. Yeah. I can't do it. Paul Hollywood.
The good crumb.
Yeah, the
It's a good crumb. Good crunch. Okay. So this is a pistachio nut swirl cake.
Ooh. Oh, that's so neat. It is green.
It's very green. It's like the best coffee cake ever.
Ah,
It's so delicious.
Susie, thank you for having this recipe.
I know. Well, and it was something that, like, I don't know if she just found it or online, because it's like an online recipe, or if she saw it on a box or something, but, like, my Aunt Anne and I were we always ask for this for, like, our birthdays, respectively, because it really is just, it's so moist.
Is there almond extract in there?
There's a little bit of almond, but it's a yellow cake mix and a pistachio pudding.
Oh,
In
like
it.
a Jello box of
Like
pistachio
a Jello
pudding.
pistachio pudding, and then there's like 4 eggs and a cup of sour cream and oil, you know. But it's so good with.
It is so good.
It is.
Tracy Freaky says, "I'll donate for that recipe." I don't
Tracy,
control.
I'll send it to you. I'll just message it to you. Ooh, it's so good.
Yes, Diane, this really is ridiculously delicious. I have to tell you all. I wish we could just all be in the same place.
I know.
Yeah, so you guys could taste this. Your mom says can't wait.
I know. Oh, she'll get some tonight. I bet this will be at least a third gone by tomorrow.
So now, do you think is pie your favorite thing to bake?
Oh yeah. It's also, it's a thing that's like. I mean, I grew up loving pie, and both my grandmas made really good pie, but it was like, there's a nostalgia to pie that is different from like any other cake or like batter. You know, there's a batter thing like chocolate chip cookies or helping your mom do that, but it's also, you know, people freak out about pie, about making pie, especially crust, and like what the chemistry behind it is, and they're like, oh, science, baking science, and they freak out. But it really is, it's so simple.
Yeah.
And I actually taught when I was out in New York, I stayed with my cousins Kyle and Daniel, and I taught them how to make a crust.
Oh, cool.
And we made a chicken pot pie, which they are a turkey pot pie after their Thanksgiving meal, and because they do that every year, but they always use like puff pastry or something. And I was like, puff pastry, how dare you? I'm going to teach you how to make a really easy pie crust.
So good. I mean, I did not. I just saw your mom had a question if we could sing a Victory Farm song together. I don't know. Well, okay, we'll come back to that. I'm going to have my brain think about it.
I know. I'd have to remember it.
Yeah. What he means is he sings it to himself every morning when he wakes up. But
I almost listened to the soundtrack today when I was making it. I was like, that'd be nice.
Pie crust. Oh, you know, so this is a show, this Katie Dahl Has Friends show I did, all during like the depths of the pandemic last winter, right? Like I started in November 2020 and went through May 2021. And my third guest was Emily Colson Salgado, co-writer of Victory Farm. You saw that episode?
I saw that episode.
To talk about pie and how you make pie.
It was so good.
It was so amazing because Emily So Emily is the daughter of the. By the way, I'm fully gonna eat the rest of this cake. Just not right now.
No judgment. You gotta talk.
Emily is the daughter of Andy and Jeanne Kuhns, who owned the White Gull, and now her sister Meredith owns it. And Jeanne is an amazing cook, and Emily I knew had like gone on a pie exploration sojourn. Yeah, exactly. A bender, like a summer. She made a, or maybe it was a whole year. She made a pie every week.
Yeah.
And she like learned how to get better and better at making pie. And she did.
That's
and
how
so
you
she,
do it.
so she like shared her tips, and it was so helpful because also Emily's husband, Carlos, is a Michelin-starred chef, literally. And so he has a lot of like chemistry, food chemistry knowledge and all that sort of stuff. So like he was on in the comments talking about like vodka versus water and orange juice versus vodka versus water, and that was like super interesting to learn because I didn't know how anything like that would be. Anyway, I did not make my first pie until after that episode.
That was your first pie?
Yeah, well, not the one you tasted,
Oh.
but like I started making pies for either Thanksgiving or Christmas. Like after that episode, that was my first. So
Wow.
I'm a young pie maker. I'm a year and 2 months into my pie making.
Good.
Yeah,
You made one.
I made one.
You've made many now.
I've now made many pies.
You're a pie master.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm a pie apprentice. Yeah. I don't know if we could sing a song from
We should shout out. It was Emily's birthday just recently, right?
On January 18th.
So happy belated
birthday, Emily. We love you. Cheers. And you're a Patreon patron, so extra love.
Extra loud. The one that I always get stuck in my head is today I picked some cherries, so red and ripe and round. They fallen down into my pail and made a lovely sound. Today was not so bad.
No. Today I came close to feeling glad. Today I picked some Kirschen till we were stiff und sore. Our hands got stained with juice till they turned black as iron ore. Today was not too good. No! Today I would have left if I could.
Tomorrow will be better.
Or tomorrow could be worse.
You never know what the next day will bring.
When you smell flowers, it means there are bees, and bees are likely to sting.
And when you see flowers, that means there are birds, and birds are likely to sing. Oh, God.
That was pretty good.
That was good enough.
Yay, we did a song from Victory Farm. Good idea,
Stop
Susie.
overhead.
That is what happens when Emily Colson calls me. Your voice singing.
What?
Today I picked good cherries. Is that James Kaplan? Comes through that. Yeah, that's what happens. I wonder if I can play for you.
Just tell her to call you right now.
Leave back. Well, I know. I think she might be busy. I'm sure everyone else is sitting at their computers at attention watching us.
Right,
but
right. She's your best friend. She's not watching you right now.
well, she may
No
have. She has a
judgment, no
child
judgment. No,
and
I
a
know,
business. Your mom says yay yay. Lee Becker says pie apprentice. Would she be a Padawan?
Oh, Padawan. It's
Is that a Star Wars joke?
It's a Star Wars joke.
That's not a. No offense to your joke, Lee Becker. That's self-mocking.
He goes above us all.
This is what happens when Jan calls me. I mean, Emily.
I picked a cherry, so red and ripe and brown. They fallen down into my pail and
Did you
made
listen to the whole
a
song before you picked up?
I don't know. I think this is just beginning.
Oh.
It'll stop soon, I think. Oh no! This does just keep going. This is going to play the whole thing.
Song. We got a little Steve Kaler in there. Though.
Yeah, we got a little Steve Kaler. Anne Bernstein will be happy. Many women will be happy that we got some Steve Kaler. So Steve Kaler, you may know him. Here he is, having with his. Yeah, here's. So this is the Victory Farm cast recording. You can get it for free if you're a Patreon person today and you haven't already claimed your prize. There's Dan.
Oh.
And there's Chad Luberger. And there is Steve looking, very serious. He's missing his homeland.
I know.
Yeah.
Poor Wolfgang.
Poor Wolfgang. And so Steve is a sort of stunning singer. And one time it was a Jimmy Kaplan and Friends concert. Jimmy is going to be here he's here now, but he's going to be on the screen in 27 minutes. And Steve sang some songs, and he has a CD, and he was selling his CDs for $10. I sell mine for $15. And apologies if you're the woman in this story, but at the merch table, Steve said, Steve was like, "Oh, I have CDs back there," and he didn't stand at the merch table to sell them or anything. No. He probably mentioned them under duress. Like Jimmy was probably like, "Do you have CDs?" And he's like, "Oh yeah,
something out there,
probably really bad."
What else? I don't know.
Yeah. So then he came. He has the CDs, and this woman, Steve is a handsome, very talented man, and so so this woman comes back and says, "I want Steve Kaler's CD," and I was like,
"I want Steve."
Okay.
Kaler's CDs.
Exactly. It was a meaningful pause, and I was like, "Okay, here's Steve's. It's $10." And she said, "Can you give him this?" And she hands me a $100 bill, and I said, "Well, with $100, you could buy some of my CDs also." And she's like, "No, I just want to give that all to Steve."
Oh my God.
So, yeah. There you go. Bridget, yes, you can totally have a copy of the Victory Farm CD because you're an amazing Patreon patron. This is the way it's done, folks. You join Patreon, you say, "Can I have a free thing?" It doesn't happen all the time, but today, this is how it happens. I say yes, and then I send it to you.
Just like magic, just the music wizard.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sort of glad-handed. No, that's not the right word. Free-handed. Very nice. So Dan, tell me about your do you know what your life will look like this summer yet?
Well, hopefully, I will be up here. There's nothing official yet, but I'm in talks with. Been doing a lot of work with Northern Sky and TAP. Just behind the scenes doing some things, and as well as Door Shakespeare. So there's a very likely chance that I'm going to be up here, I think, regardless, but there's a very likely chance that I'll be in a couple of plays this summer.
Yay!
Which is very exciting.
It is very exciting. I love that.
I know. I think this will be the first time that we have more of a regular that all the companies are going to have kind of a regular season.
Yeah.
Last year was
still a
little funky and pulled back, but I think this year will be a little more back to regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope that's the case.
I know.
Yeah. And Dan, did you know, I'm sure you did, that your heirloom coworker was on Jeopardy?
Wait, what? Oh, Bridget. Yes,
yeah.
Bridget was on, yes.
Yeah.
And yes, I did know that.
Dan works at Heirloom sometimes, which is, I am sort of obsessed with Heirloom. Dan
is.
got me into it. He told me of the cookies at Fisherman's Daughter's rehearsal. And
I
he
probably brought some
a
cookies.
cookie. And
Yeah.
also breakfast burritos you brought.
Yes, the
Tacos.
Yeah.
You were like, this Taco Thursday, Secret Taco Thursday.
Right.
Like, what? So...
Well, and they're kind of changing up their menu this year, and they're going to do a little more grab and go.
That's good, because I just gave away the secret, so I'm glad things are changing.
No, but I think the tacos are a big one. I mean, they're going to continue to do that because it's easy to make a big batch, and then people can just, grab them and go.
That's how I do it. I go and get it.
So they're doing a little less, full menu this year. But Katie Gill, who owns and runs it and makes just the most amazing food.
The most amazing food.
it's like all the food is her brainchild, and then Jackie Thielen and Perry are the bakers, and they make amazing bakery, but yeah, Katie just had a baby.
Yeah.
In October, so she's gearing up for another season, but she's also a new mom.
Has some other things on her mind. Yeah.
Things.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about that, but I'm sure you would.
I would. I can imagine. Although I have to say, like after I had a child, I just got more productive because I suddenly my time
Right.
was so much more limited.
And more precious.
Yeah, right,
And
exactly.
This is how do I use this precious
Yeah,
time?
I didn't have the time. Like a typical day used to consist of like 4 hours of agonizing paralysis of like, what do I do with the day? Or 8 hours before like my 1 hour of productivity. And now it's like you just can't do that. Like the day begins and you're
Am
like,
I going to get a minute
yeah,
by
right.
myself?
Like Catherine gets on the
second.
bus and I'm like, so
Oh my
I think
gosh.
I probably actually do more.
That's probably true. I feel like I've actually done less, which is good with the pandemic and everything. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm usually the
Yeah,
type
you
of
are
person
such a
that
goer.
if we had switched roles, I'd be like, oh, kid, yes, I have time to just chill with the kid, and before that, it would be like, oh my gosh, do I ever have a second to myself?
Yeah,
So
right,
this
right,
has
right.
kind of slowed me down a little bit, which I think good. I'm 35 now, so death is imminent.
I would just like to point out that he hasn't slowed down that much because I asked him to bake. I asked him to bring some bakery, and he
That's
brought
true.
like an entire pie and
And
an
I
entire
bundt
cake
cake.
and ice cream. Well, Daniel, I'm gonna sing a song to take us out, but
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
was great.
Yeah, this was so great. You're welcome to listen on screen, or I personally feel uncomfortable listening on screen because people are watching me listen. I feel like.
I'm gonna listen on screen.
Okay, good. You do it.
I'm gonna listen as them.
Okay, you're the proxy for the audience.
I'm the proxy for the audience.
Yeah, okay. We watch Dan if you need. Yeah, that's how to do it. You sort of.
Just stare at your fingers.
Yes, that's right. So Dan, in addition to his other many qualities, did the costume designs for the Fisherman's Daughters. Oh, here are some of the nice costumes that they looked so nice, Dan. They really
They did look
great.
that whole set, the vibe of the stage, and yeah, everything felt really of the time and felt really good.
It felt really good.
Felt really good.
So this is a song for the Fisherman's Daughters. Oh wait. When Dan mentioned sweetie pies, I took my laptop into my sister Cathy to see, told her of the amazing pie, and she said, "Oh yeah, he makes great pies." That is awesome. Your reputation precedes you, Daniel.
Yeah.
All right, so this is from the Fisherman's Daughters. This is called Breathing Room, and it's a duet in real life, in fake theater life, but I shall be singing both parts, and we shan't modulate at all. I need a little breathing room. I'm feeling crowded in the city. Need a little green and blue. And I'm feeling tired and gray. Oh, I need that sweet perfume. And I'm feeling maddened by the city, a place of deep refuge from the loneliness of my days. A place for the tired and worn to come and rest by the water. A place for the spirit that's torn by the weariness of life. A place for the old to be reborn. Come and rest by the water beneath the hemlock and the hawthorn. Free from the stress and the strife. Thank you, James.
Yeah. I love that song.
Yay. Thanks.
I'm feeling that one hard
Yeah.
lately too. So
Yeah, the breathing
good.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone. We're gonna please stick around. Oh, thanks for all the nice things. Thanks for having Dan on. Love this. Thanks, Susie. Kevin, you've totally been a patron from close to the beginning, and you were awesome. And you can you pick Fisherman's Daughters or Victory Farm. Ava Nimmer says I sang the harmony with you anyway just now. So I told Ava she couldn't sing that with me in person because I would get distracted by her harmony. So that's fine, Ava. I didn't hear. Okay, so Dan, so we're gonna take a break and we'll be back at the top of the hour. So come back with James Kaplan.
Hey!
Woo, woo! Jimmy! Yeah, and we're here, and I mean Molly Rhodey says, can I get a Steve Kaler CD? Oh.
Whatever. You
I don't
already
know,
have 3
ask
copies,
Steve.
don't you?
Yeah. Thanks, Meg Thorson. Thanks for calling me Urchin. That makes me happy. Thanks, Diane, and thanks, Kevin. You guys rock. Okay, so we're gonna be back. And this broadcast goes until 9. There's still 3 hours left. We've been going for 8 hours, and there's still 3 left. So, woo! I'm gonna turn this on mute, but you'll still see me, moving around and Jimmy setting up, but it'll be on mute. So, see you at 6 o'clock. Okay, bye. Hello, everybody. You're back. Yay. Very honored to see you still going. I'm still going strong. We've got 3 more hours of this here marathon. We're into the final 2 guests, which I'm very excited about. And Janet Peaches says hi.
Hi, Janet.
James says hi, Janet. And Jimmy's here, but I told him that he can have the first song off. So I'm gonna. We're getting to the point in the evening where you ought to request songs if you want to hear them, because we only have 2 segments left. So if there's anything you were hoping to hear today in the marathon, so you could give away the fact that you haven't been watching all day if you say a song I already played, but you could just pretend that you wanted to hear it twice. And also, I would be amazed if any of you watched all day. You are truly amazing, and you get extra points. So today is a day. It is the Katie Dahl Has Friends Broken Bone-a-thon. No, Bone-Anza. And we are celebrating the fact that 20 years ago this week, I broke my wrist, this one. Couldn't play oboe for a few weeks, which was my thing. And so instead, I learned to play guitar with my cast strumming and learning the chords with this hand. And we're also celebrating the fact that you guys have gotten me through the pandemic by being such great fans, great listeners, great people. And some of you have even been on Patreon, which is so amazing. It's a subscription service, and it is a way that people can sort of get like the backstage view of my stuff. Like I put new songs on there, I put old songs from the vault on there, exclusive concerts, whatever. I had a covers series for a while where I sang cover songs, and that was really fun. So I want to say thank you to some Patreon patrons today. I've been saying thank you in every little segment. So I'd like to thank Jeff and Barb, Parker and Sharon, Jennifer, Karen. Karen was on here earlier. Jen Dean, Bob and Wilma, Callie, James Kaplan. Oh, I'm just thanking you as a Patreon person. He's a Patreon person and a guest. Judy, Dan, Jess Holland, also a Patreon person and a guest. Mary, Felicity, Dave, Colette, Bagley, and Diane. Wow, James Meek says, wonderful way to spend an afternoon. And Noelle says, you want your points. Have you been watching all day, Noelle? Awesome. So if you want, the thing about joining Patreon is it's a super nice way to support my music, or anyone who has one, really. If there's another independent artist you like, see if they have one. It's a cool way to kind of create community, and it's really has gotten us through this crazy time of uncertainty. And today, and only today, if you are a Patreon person or you join Patreon, you get a free piece of merch, like a hat. I Break My Bread at Hometown Tables trucker hat. The Good Guys Packer hat. We don't have to feel sad about the Packers losing if we have a nice warm hat on. I have to say, it was sort of great timing to have an 11-hour live stream the day after the Packers meltdown, because it makes me not focus on it. A hat that says I Heard Hometown Tables, or a blue or a red t-shirt that says I Break My Bread at Hometown Tables. It has a back too. Or any of my CDs. All you gotta do is become a Patreon person. I'll put the link in there. Or already be a Patreon person. Then say, I want that CD. Or I want a hat. And just put it in the comments. And I'm going to look through the comments afterward. And I will do it. And no, Chase and Molly, even though you are beloved Patreon people, you may not have a Steve Kaler CD. Only Katie's All CDs allowed. Unless you want Victory Farm, which is, I guess, a Steve Kaler CD and a Katie Dahl CD. But it's also a Molly Rohde CD, so you probably already have it. So, how are we going to begin this one? I wonder. I am such a fan of our next guest, but I think I'm gonna. One of the reasons that I appreciate him is that he really taught me a lot of what I know about the modern sort of folk movement, and he has never shied away from sad songs, which I appreciate because I feel a particular kinship to sad songs myself. And so I think I will do this sad song of mine that doesn't get very much airtime. And I wrote this after I visited California, Northern California, to cheer up one winter. And I have to tell you, because it was California, so I thought it'd be nice. I have to tell you, Northern California is not like a warm, sunny California place in January. It's like, or even in July, right? It's like a foggy. It's beautiful. I love it. But like the Bay Area is not like, Malibu. So I probably stayed with Jimmy's brother Bruce and Claudia. So this is called Pier 33. And it's what you have to know about that. Hey, Ricardo, Guthrie's calling for you. What you have to know about that is that Pier 33 is the name of the pier where the Alcatraz tours leave from. So here we go. I stepped off the streetcar in the night. The Golden Gate was shining bright. My memory flying like a kite, or like an arrow. Back to that summer sky so young and bold. Back to clouds that rose like ladders with their rungs of gold. Shot far from the quiver of this cold Embarcadero. I started watching for your curls. I started diving for your pearls. All the boys here look like girls, and the girls all look like you. You behind the silo at the edge of town took my hand in the summer grass so high and brown. Started singing as the night came swinging down in shades of blue. From the house on the rock, you hear the couples on the dock drop a nickel in the old man's beret. And from Pier 33, I hear your lonely melody. I feel the lift of your hips as they sway beside me. Smiles upon their lips, like they're the captains of a ship that's set to sail, so that if the wind should blow them off their course, they'll have a postcard from these California shores like a lighthouse for a ship that's lost its oars unto the gale. From the house on the rock, you hear the couples on the dock drop a nickel in the old man's grave. And from Pier 33, I hear your lonely melody. I feel the lift of your hips as they sway beside me. Beside me. Thank you, thank you. Come join me, Mr. Kaplan. You can sit on the chair for now before we progress.
All right.
All right, Holly Feldman, that is a great point. Carol Duffin, Tracy Vriki, and Isabel Vriki have tuned in today. 3 generations. That is pretty awesome. Thank you. I love it.
Noel Rowden.
Yeah, you know her?
I met her at the Jeff and Katie show season announcement thing.
Like the October thing.
Yeah, she came
Yeah.
over and chatted with me, and it was one of the things where I felt like retroactively now I had known her for years because she's been, you know, a supporter and fan and all that stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah.
glad
She's
to see
a
her there.
Patreon person and has been here all day, she reports, so she gets extra points.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Mhm.
Isabel Vriki puts in a request for diamonds. You got it. It was I did it very first thing, like the very first thing of the whole marathon, but I'm going to do it. I'll do it again before the night is out. Good idea.
Now, I don't know if you remember, but there was a time, maybe a year ago, we had a conversation where being someone who's like not particularly athletic, that's me, I was impressed by your running, and I think that I gave you credit for having done a marathon.
Yes.
Right? But in fact, it was like a half marathon or a 5K.
I had done a triathlon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it occurred to me, like in the last couple of days, I'm like, maybe this is that. You're finally
this is the
doing your
marathon.
marathon.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's totally
yeah.
right. A singing marathon.
Who knew it would be a Bone-Anza?
Eggs. Right. If you were not here earlier, you missed Jeff Herbst's point that the exclamation point on the Bone-Anza resembles an eye, which makes him think bonsai, which is broken bonsai.
Mm-hmm.
It's like seems like a bad Japanese restaurant or something.
Yeah. Very sad.
They're
image, yeah.
Japanese Tex Japanese or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah. Brandy Klein says hi. Hi Brandy, you're so nice to watch.
Hi, Brandy.
Shirley says hi. Hi James.
Nice.
Yeah. Yay. So now James Kaplan. You may know him as the composer of this Guys on Ice, or Lumberjacks in Love, or Loose Lip Sync Ships, or CJ and Vote, or any number of things. But he's now also a Sturgeon Bay resident. Back to being a Sturgeon Bay resident. That's not a new title, but you haven't been one for a long time.
That's true. That's true. We moved away, I think, in 2004, and I moved back in 2021. So I was a Fish Creek resident or Bailey's Harbor resident in 2006 because I played for AFT for CJ and Vote. But I was just a summer, summer worker at that point. So yeah, I had been kind of things, with employment. Kay's employment changed in Milwaukee, and like during the COVID era, I think many of us, occasionally had extra time to think and contemplate things.
Yeah.
And so a job possibility came up for her that was up here, and so we kind of started talking about it. and the more I thought about it, the more it just seemed like it would be a great idea. And one thing led to another, and the original job possibility didn't pan out, but we just kind of decided to come here. So yes,
Yeah.
we are residents of Sturgeon Bay.
Which Sturgeon Bay and the rest and the greater county is very glad about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kay's dad is very glad.
I
Kay's
bet.
dad lives in Sister Bay, and so they get to spend time together a lot more often, which is great. And yeah, I mean the between the kind of upsurge of COVID and what has been a little bit of a bitterish winter, it hasn't really been like a joyful reunion every day with people, but we have connected with a bunch of people, and including somebody who I met probably in the back of the house at AFT in the mid '90s, Meredith Colson,
Yes.
and I'm now working at the White Gull Inn.
Woo woo!
is exciting.
New job. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. What and what is your job at the White Gull Inn?
Well, it's called Office Manager, and when I happened to see there was a display ad in the Pulse, and it's this kind of quirk about like when you're looking for a job, usually display ads are not necessarily in the online listings,
Like
So-
of the Pulse, you mean? Like the Pulse would
Yeah.
have it in the. Oh, you mean like it's like they paid extra. Is that what a display ad means?
to
They
have
paid
like
them a big space,
like a big 6-inch
I
square.
see. Right.
Right.
Because it doesn't go in the classifieds. It's like almost like they.
Well, there's display ads along the side of the classifieds.
Yeah. But I mean, in the classifieds of the online, that's what you're
Right.
saying. It's like they didn't put it in a
Right.
form. They like made a graphic file and
Exactly
sent it. Yeah.
right. And so I have kind of gotten into the habit of reading the Pulse both online and in paper.
Wow,
Since
that's
I
impressive.
started, well, there's things that are a little different, for sure. But I saw the ad, and the job description as they laid it out was it was just like check. It all kind of reflected the work I'd been doing at Milwaukee Rep over the last 8 years. And I just kind of had this feeling because Meredith and I had known each other a long time. I'd only met Chris very briefly.
That's
and-
Meredith, the owner's
Right.
husband / co-owner.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it just kind of felt like, yeah, that could be a really good thing. And then we had an interview, and I just worked my first week.
So exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel really excited about that.
Yeah.
Meredith called, I heard from Meredith that was happening, and I just felt like that's so awesome and full circle.
Yeah.
Because for those of you who don't know, I don't anticipate that everyone here knows who Jimmy is, but you came originally to Door County because you met Fred Alley of Northern Sky Theater in the Bay Area. It was very cold, and I wrote a song about it, just and I sang just now. And because you had co-written Fishing for the Moon with Fred, which is going to be done at Northern Sky Theater this year, 30 years after its premiere, which is super cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
Another piece of trivia is that when it was done the first time, I was 30.
Oh, wow.
So this would be,
So
so
now
if
you're
you felt
40.
like it was half a lifetime ago,
You would be right.
you'd be right. Yeah, the math is a little weird
Yeah.
about how old I'll be and all, but
Yes.
yeah, it's 30.
When it was done the first
yeah.
time, I was 9. Yes.
Yeah, and did you see it
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
in '92?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, I
yes.
wasn't sure that you
Yeah,
were
yeah.
already.
91 was my first year.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Suzanne
sure.
Graff,
She was on.
yeah.
Our friend Suzanne was only on odd years of the 90s.
At that time, yeah,
91,
right, yeah.
93, 95, 97. So, it's like I heard someone tell me once that my friend Sarah Allison, maybe Sarah, you were watching, told me that there are odd number Harry Potter book people, and there are even number Harry Potter book people, and they are never the twain shall meet. Are you a Harry Potter person at all? Have you read them?
0. Yeah.
I envy you.
Not a word, not a second.
I mean, I envy you because I love them, and I would just love to.
Rediscover them.
Yes, exactly. I would love to
Well,
have them stretching before me.
I have, though, over the years, by osmosis, gotten enough information to answer questions in trivia games that I play. We just watched a movie, The Woman in Black, which is a kind of gothic horror movie starring Daniel Radcliffe. That's just from a few years ago. And so I do know who he is.
Yes.
Emma
That's
Watson.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, I think she has something to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Emma Watson is Hermione. Yeah.
I do have like J.K. Rowling has her newest book has a pig on the cover.
Oh, James is a big pig person.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear the edit on that. James is a big pig. Yeah.
Fan.
Right. Both Kay and I are known for our love of pigs and all things pigs. And so Kay received that book. And so it could be that I will
Read that.
read the first words of my first J.K. Rowling words, or I don't know if I want to ruin my record, but
Right.
It's different. It's definitely not.
Right.
Probably the pig book is probably not part of the
Harry Potter series.
Yeah.
Right. Kay Stiefel says the Christmas pig.
The Christmas pig.
Is
Yeah,
that what it's
sure.
called?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. It's like a Jewish nightmare. The Christmas
Oh,
pig.
yeah. Yeah, I haven't even thought of that, but yeah, sure.
Should we have a song, do you think, to start?
Sure. Sure.
I mean, to continue.
Sure.
So James said to me, are we just going to keep this set up the same for him to play the piano, which we had tuned specifically on Wednesday, just for you.
Right.
We thought for you and Jeff, but then Jeff isn't in person, so just for you.
Right.
I mean, and all of you. It's not really for Jimmy's benefit, it's for everyone else, you know.
Anyone listening.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So we have plans for 4 songs, don't we?
We do.
Do you have any preference of what happens first of those 4?
I guess I could play that instrumental.
Okay. That sounds great.
Yeah, so there are in the earliest shows that Fred and I wrote, where we had not yet established our preferred method, there are a couple songs that came music first. I don't think that makes sense for musical theater in general, to write the music first. I think Richard Rodgers used to do it because he was Richard Rodgers. And then, a good lyric writer can then create, the lyrics. But so one of the few things that was on a little demo tape that I gave Fred of piano music I had worked on when we met up was a song that became the title song of Fishing for the Moon.
Did you have a name for it when you gave it to him?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I did. I remember a couple of the other ones, but I don't remember what I called that if I did. Probably the name of some, heartbreak, some reference to some, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fishing for the Moon is all that it's called. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, I'll move this tight quarters here, but we're going to make it through.
Mm-hmm.
that song.
Yay.
Do you think, like, I think that, that song, it seems to me like it makes sense almost that came, they can't see me. It makes sense to me that was the one that happened, with, with music first, because it, seems to me like, it's like, it sings a lyric. Maybe I just feel this way because I know the lyrics that got written, but like it's not. The melody line is clear. It's clear what is the melody line, and it like is. I mean, it's a lot of quarter notes, right? I mean, a da 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 or eighth note. It's like a steady beat. It kind of suggests a lyrical rhythm, I guess.
And then there are a couple things where Fred where the words needed to be uneven.
A gentleman from Georgia.
Right.
A Yankee gal for me.
Our time together.
Oh, life is short, our time together. How did you play it just now? Did you play it like that, or did you play it your way that you would?
Yeah, if I'm playing it instrumentally, I'll just play it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was like that. I think that's like a lyricist's lesson, or like a songwriter's lesson, for sure. And I mean, it's one that a musical theater composer knows really well. Is like how to make it so that the words sing in a natural way, right? So that you're not. But I feel like it's a lesson that like a lot of songwriters, like sing by themselves, guitar singer songwriter type people, do not know. Like they just. Like, you can fix so much awkward soundingness just by phrasing it differently. You don't have to do anything other than sing. But people don't. Like, they, like, I feel like some songwriters just, like, lean into the weird syllable emphases.
It's interesting. There's, when somebody will post a song from some new show, and I'll listen to it, and when you listen to something the first time and there's something where the emphasis falls on the wrong syllable, it can out because it doesn't fall naturally. And sometimes when people leave it that way, I think, why did you leave it that way?
Yeah.
Like, because there's, like one of my favorite lyrics in the world, of course, we're talking about Stephen Sondheim, but where in Send in the Clowns, where was that a farce? My fault, I fear. Right? And I just think about like he probably had those sentences in all sorts of different ways.
Right.
But then found and I know that occasionally there's been published some of his worksheets working on a lyric, and you'll see that he has a list of rhymes like the same dumb way that everyone does.
Yeah. Right.
Words that seem to have something to do with the theme and rhyme.
Yeah.
And see if you can get there.
Yeah. Right.
And when you do, to me, it's so much more satisfying.
Yes.
Then it really, as an audience member, that's those are the moments when you go like, ugh.
Well, and you don't even know. Yeah, it
right.
hits you. Right. Exactly. You don't know how much that duck is doing all of its work swimming under the water.
Right.
You don't see those legs going.
Right.
If it sounds natural, it took a really friggin' long time to get it to sound natural.
Yeah.
So does My Fault I Fear sound stilted?
No,
it doesn't.
I don't think so. No, but I think it's great. But to have found, also I'm fascinated because I'm not a lyric writer, but I'm fascinated by alliteration that isn't necessarily hitting you over the head, but just, if you can come up with a word, if you can get that a repetition in there. I think of like, I haven't really dug into Amanda Gorman, but every time that I read something that's published somewhere, I look and I see incredible choices of words.
Yeah.
Words that are just like, that have sort of a hidden relationship. Yeah. That just makes it more powerful.
Yeah.
So
she is astonishing. You probably know, like she was the inaugural poet, and she did you just read that piece that she had in the New York Times like 2 days ago? It was like, it's called like, I almost didn't read my poem at the inauguration or whatever.
I didn't read it, but I saw it.
And it was like, that piece is just dense like that. Like if you could see the the sort of structure and buttressing beneath that, like the way those words. It's like, I think she can't even, not can't. I think she encounters language in such a rich way. You know, I suspect that just listening to a sentence for her is like, you know, like a John Nash, like Beautiful Mind, like thing going on, you know, because just the way that she finds relationships between words is really
You
amazing.
could try and write a McSweeney's piece of like Andrew Garman writes a note to her roommates about the utility bill.
Right. Yeah,
know,
exactly.
because-
Totally. Oh, that would be fun.
Wouldn't it?
That's a good idea.
I don't think that anyone's done it yet. McSweeney's is like my favorite thing of like all the things I wish I had done with my life. Because I read, people come up with so many ideas that are like right in my sort of way of thinking. But you know, they like opened up a file and started typing instead of just thinking how clever that would be. So, yeah.
So coming on Katie Dahl's show and mentioning it.
Yeah, right, sure, yeah.
Sarah Serrata says hi.
Oh my goodness.
So nice to see both of you, and I love hearing you play. It's been far too long.
Aw.
It's nice to see you, Sarah. Michael Borodinsky.
Michael
says, "Hi,
Bardinsky, yeah,
Jimmy."
we were in like 4th grade together, known each other since 4th grade. And I think when I posted something about this a couple weeks ago, and he said, you know, is it going to be live streamed? And you know, I have so many friends that are in other parts of the world, and so this particular time I thought of it earlier today to send him the link for the second half and everything, because it's fun to have somebody you've known for 55 years. watching.
Yeah.
But Sarah Serrata, though, I knew Sarah Serrata when I was in the era when I wrote that, because she goes back to Uncle Ralph's, where I met Fred. So.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, I see.
Yeah, she worked there too.
Cool. Yeah. So Sarah, hi Sarah, because I met Sarah as a 13-year-old,
right.
You know, 12-year-old, and Sarah, what I remember you saying was like, I have a very close relationship with beer, and I remember thinking like, it's like, wow, like I can now I too have a close relationship with beer. So I've grown, but I think of that
was a little
sometimes.
Shocking to you in 1996.
I was like, oh, we don't. I don't think we do that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But now we do.
Yeah.
Now I live in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Michael's so glad you did send it along. That's nice. Let's do another song. Shall we do a song? Since we're talking about great lyrics, who is the lyricist of Sea of Heartbreak? Or the songwriter in general?
Really fascinating. It's credited to Paul Hampton, who I don't know, and Hal David. And Hal David went on to be the lyricist to all of Burt Bacharach's big hits and Broadway shows. And, you know, Do You Know the Way to San Jose?
Right.
So many songs that are sort of like part of our culture that you don't even know that they're in there. Like everyone knows these songs.
Right.
And so a few years before that, and I did, on the way up today, I was thinking about it and got kind of curious about his life to know more about what he, you know, how he came to wherever he got to. But this song was from a few years before his collaboration.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And we know about it from a Roseanne Cash
Right.
album that was called The List, which is her dad, Johnny Cash, had given her this list of songs. I think there are 40 songs on the list or something. Or 100. Or,
I think
it's
it
like
was
a big
100, and
list.
it was like, you know, these are all songs you should know.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know if it was like implied like before you become a singer or
Right.
before, whatever, but, you know, if your dad's Johnny Cash, you probably take that list pretty seriously.
Yes. I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And she did this song as a duet with Bruce Springsteen on that album, and so we are going to do it. I will play
Roseanne Cash.
and James will play Bruce.
I'm from
And he's from New Jersey.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk like that. Are you going to count us in?
Sure.
Or, yeah. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lights in the harbor don't shine for me. I'm like a lost ship adrift on the caress, so divine. I wish you were mine again, my dear, on this sea of tears, sea of heartbreak. How did I lose you? Where did I fail? Why did you leave me? Always to sail the sea of heartbreak, lost love and loneliness, memories of your caress, so divine. I wish you were mine again, my dear, on this sea of tears, sea of heartbreak.
Oh, what I'd give to sail back to shore, back to your arms once more.
Come to my rescue, come back for me, take me and keep me away from the sea of heartbreak, lost love and loneliness, memories of your caress, so divine. I wish you were mine again, my dear, on this sea of tears, sea of heartbreak, lost love and loneliness, memories of your caress, so divine. I wish you were mine again, my dear, on this sea of tears, sea of heartbreak. Sea of heartbreak. Yay.
Yay.
That is so fun.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Sarah Serrata says we broke up. I think that means her and beer. That's great. Jeannie or Jeanne Johnston says, hi, Jimmy and Katie. So happy to be here.
Hi, Jeanne.
Cheryl Kuhns says, you sound great. Thank you. Oh, Kevin says that has to be one of my favorite moments of today. Thank you. And thanks, Carol. You guys are so nice. That is really fun to sing. That song is like, it just makes you kind of never want it to start. It stop, I mean. You know, it's just like, it propels you.
It does have that kind of momentum where, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like Ripple by the Grateful Dead. If memory's good, blah, blah, blah. I like never want that song to end either. Like I'm just like, oh, just
Yeah, it
keep
is interesting.
going.
Sometimes the chord progressions and the way the lyrics are played it just keeps going. So you're, yeah.
Yeah. It's like that song that never ends except for not annoying. Like you can't figure out how to. There's no off ramp really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's good when you have it written out.
Right, because then you know.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
stop when the music ends. So.
Yeah, it's like a script.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a piano in your apartment? Oh, you have a keyboard, probably. Yeah.
Sure do. I have. It's interesting. It's a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath apartment.
2.5 bath.
Yeah.
What's in the half bath?
Well,
Like
that's
just a
sort of
toilet?
right, toilet and a sink.
Uh-huh.
And some stuff that's, sort of looking for a home. Oh, there's a mirror. There's a big mirror. When we moved, it was kind of in a time when housing was completely insane here. And so I was just kind of hitting refresh on a bunch of apartments, waiting for something to show up as available. And so we took it sight unseen, and it's great. It has some unusual things. It's new construction, which me nor anyone that I know, like we always live in either a charming old house or a crappy old house.
Yeah,
But nobody
right.
lives in something new. So it's kind of interesting to have like the floor is made of something that like it doesn't seem like you can scratch it or anything. It's like some kind of fake wood that's like the AFT stage.
Right. Yes,
some
like
kind
a
of
laminate-y
processed
kind of thing. Yeah.
And everything works. You know, it's kind of interesting. So.
Yeah, that never happens in Door County. And you're really close to the Salty Seagull.
Right, which is
Yeah.
not so active right now. But
right.
yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
When we first, and that way people know where to turn at the Salty Seagull.
Right.
That's where I have-
You know, so you all probably know that there used to be a pudgy seagull, and now there's a salty seagull, and I really feel sad that there aren't both of them. I mean, A, I love the pudgy seagull, but B, like, I feel like it would be such an opportunity for ridiculousness if there was if it would be
They
like
could do some
I want
cross-marketing.
where I'm supposed to meet them at the pudgy seagull. Here I am. Oh, you're at the salty seagull. You know.
Well, Pudgy Seagull does live on in the script of Guys on Ice.
Really?
There is a line, at the Pudgy Seagull. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's nice.
And I remember not too long after other theaters started doing it, someone wrote about, people always think that they need to change it. Like if they're in, Colorado, they need to make it all Broncos related or something. No. First of all, it's not necessary because people recognize the characters as their friends, right? But it's like, no, you can't change the name of the Pudgy Seagull.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing that Fred loved about small towns.
Yeah.
Is that there'd be a place called the Pudgy Seagull.
Well, and also, like, the pudgy seagull is not a sports reference. I mean, like, it's a bird. I mean, like, anyone knows what a seagull looks like. I don't care if you live inland. Like, it's it's very... And clearly these men who are ice fishing do not live inland. They clearly live by a body of water where there are seagulls.
Yeah. And so now that same building is called, I think, 3rd Avenue Cafe.
Yeah.
Which, does not have the same...
Why? Why would you not take the pudgy seagull if you had the chance?
So recently I had occasion to have my child, David Sarah, and his girlfriend, Juniper, were visiting. And we did a little walking around, and I pointed that out and told them what it was called because it's important, and also because of this thing that people do in Wisconsin, and I don't know if it's just Wisconsin or small town Wisconsin, which is refer to things by what they used to be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very common, and certainly I first experienced it here. The Old Pomaida is my favorite. Because the Old Pomaida is now a gun shop in Sturgeon Bay, but it was a batting cage place. It was not Pomaida, since before I got here. The Blue Iris, also a big one, which is now shipwrecked.
Oh, okay.
Was the what was it when the coroner? I'm having trouble now, but there's a picture of me playing with Big Mouth there at a party for the Village Cafe, which is still called the Village Cafe.
Right. Thank God.
In 1994. Why is that so funny that I can't remember what it was between the Blue Iris and Shipwrecked? And I'm sure if there's any Vrikis out there,
there are Vrikis.
I'm sure that they're saying the answer to that.
Yeah, Vrikis, please chime in. Marie Witter, Patreon subscriber.
Harbor.
You can totally have a hat. Jeff and Marie are coming with me to Scotland. I'm very excited about that. Jet with me and Rich. We're leading a tour to Scotland in July. And I just created a new one. If you want to go, and the July one is full, but I'm doing it again in September 2023. I'm leading another tour to Scotland. Rich and I are. So, you folks just email me. Tracy Vriki says she doesn't remember either.
We were supposed to divide those things up, right?
Yeah, right.
We have one person in the group remember these.
Right.
Kate Winslet, I know that one because the first identifiable time when I couldn't come up with the name of an actor, and my whole life I've known, like, name a movie, I can tell you who
you are pop culture
and
literate.
And of all people, Adam and I together, we were together.
This is his friend Adam Gordon.
Could not come up with Kate Winslet's name, and we're like saying things like she was in Titanic, and our brain, we were just having
Francis Fisher,
early
Kathy Bates.
I don't know what you call it, but early senior moments. And Mayor of Easttown kind of wiped out. Like, I won't forget Kate Winslet's name for a long time.
No. It was so good. And did you see Ammonite?
No.
Also super good.
Yeah.
High recommend. Harbor Point.
Harbor Point, thank you. Well, the word harbor came to mind, and then I couldn't quite get there. Yeah, nice. Yeah. It was the Harbor Point.
Yeah, well done, Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah. Should we do another song?
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
no, what were we gonna
Yeah,
say?
we can. No,
Yeah,
we've got
okay.
songs.
I got songs.
Yeah.
Let's do a riddle song. So this is a James Kaplan song. This is one of my favorites. It's from the musical Northern Lights, which let me tell you about it because I'm a huge Northern Lights fan. It's my favorite Northern Sky show, I think, ever. And it's a James Kaplan and Fred Alley collaboration. And it was done in 1993 and 1997. And this particular song existed in both versions, but differently. Mm-hmm. There is an additional. It's expanded and augmented in 97. Mm-hmm. In 93, it was a shorter little kind of ditty, and now it's like a more full song.
So I guess you're saying like the summer of 2023 will be the 30th anniversary of that show.
Hey, Northern
That's
Sky.
interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's
Yeah.
right. And they'd have two options because they could also do it in 2027. If they, no, do it only in 2023.
What, only an odd numbered?
No, I'm just saying because that's the other time that it was done in the 90s.
Oh, I
It's
see.
90s,
The
or in
30th
the
anniversary
ever-
of the revival.
Yes, right, exactly.
Sure, yeah.
What would be my favorite thing if I was doing the programming, we would do a revival of the 1993. They're very different, 93 and 97. We would do a 93 revival in 2023 and a 97 version revival in 2027.
Yeah, so people who wanted to compare and contrast would have to really have good memories.
Fortunately,
Right.
I do.
Right.
And
So
I'm the one I'm
far.
serving with
Yeah,
this. Yeah. Okay, now tell me, how do we? You start by singing that part, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a little informal tempo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let you take
Okay.
it. Okay.
Sun shines bright, moon shines bright, never night, always night. Sun shines bright, moon shines bright, never night, always night.
I asked a riddle long ago, what loves to fall, but cannot climb. The answer was a river. Rivers flow, but so does time. Riddles ask and answer. Rivers seek the sea. Your love, it is a riddle. Will you answer it for me?
You asked a riddle long ago of corn silk and morning dew. I did not know the answer then. I know now it was you.
Riddles ask and answer. Rivers seek the sea. Your love, it is a riddle. Will you answer it for me? Sun shines bright, moon shines bright, never night, always. Sun shines bright, moon shines bright, never night, always night. Yay! I love that song so much. That's great.
It's a good one. I remember that. So '92 was the very first time I came out to Door County
Right?
to see.
Oh, I didn't think you even did. I thought you didn't come to Fishing for the Moon.
I did. I did come see Fishing for the Moon, but in '93 I came I came during rehearsals, which is when Whitebird was written, because there was this. We had written a couple songs for that spot, and nothing was quite right. And I came, and because I remember I went to rehearsal at Camp David upstairs, and I had met Karen and Jeff
Karen
and
Mall.
everybody the year before,
Jeff Herbst.
but this year I spent a little bit more time with them, kind of saw rehearsal, and I got to see the scene. Like, imagine that, like a collaborator, like being there in rehearsals, and I went off to the place where Fred was living, Burnt Hollow, which is I don't. If you were to design like an artist's retreat
Yeah.
house, it would be this. It's
Yeah.
just so beautiful and in the woods and inspiring. And I wrote that song, probably the night after seeing that rehearsal.
This is the most stunning song. Can I just talk about that song for a minute? It's a 3-person song. It's a trio, and it is like who are the characters in this song? So it's a Ginny Cody love song, really. Right. So it's a love song between this woman who is not married and is pregnant, and this man who she's moved from West Virginia to Wisconsin with her brother. Mm-hmm. And she's pregnant, and she is. Oh, Susanna's listening. Oh, and Susanna, and they're in both of the versions.
Mm-hmm.
And this man Cody is sort of like a local guy around town. He's like a fishing guide and stuff, and he falls in love with her, with Ginny, this pregnant woman,
Mm-hmm.
and it's sort of like a remarkable thing, right? Because she's in this sort of shamed position, and
Right.
And it's like a gorgeous, like, If I Were a White Bird, it's like a song of, it's like Over the Rainbow in its sort of like dreaminess, like if
Right.
any of these other things could be true.
Right. She's saying if I was not burdened by any of this stuff,
Yeah.
this shame and he is telling her, basically saying, that I don't care, that
Yeah.
like, I don't judge you, I don't, and I have like several versions of it, and some of them there was a song I think in Adam and Eve, which is this Bach and Harnick, the section of a musical called The Apple Tree by the people who wrote Fiddler on the Roof, and it's Adam and Eve, and so there's some, so the original version had some of that elements where it was like, well, what would you call this if it wasn't called shame, what would it be? Like, and if you weren't called pregnant, but some of it was like that thing over there that you mean an anteater? No, I mean like some funny name for something. So that it, like some of it was like a little bit funny, which was not the right tone, and so it was a great. I mean, I wish that we had like been filming a documentary through that whole process. Because
you wish.
This was such a great example of like of a writer finding the right way into a moment when previously there had been these like
it's been wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but so I love that. And then but what I wanted to ask about is then there's this third part, and like is that and it really in the final verse, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is singing harmony. They're all singing harmony. So it adds a harmony part,
Mm-hmm.
which is stunning.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a? Do you think that there's like a plot driven or character driven reason for that too, or do you think that's just a musical lift, or do you?
Well, it was short, and the thing is, like, in general, especially back in the day, songs in AFT shows were generally shorter than typical show tunes because we the so much about the kind of I can't find the word. It's not like the work ethic, but so much of the definition of what American Folk Theater was to be efficient. Like, what's the story you're trying to tell, so that people, like, you may know this, like, writers like to sit down and write, hey, I'm so clever, here's 5 verses, and but in fact 2 of them, and so there were many songs, not just written by Fred, but by other authors that I would watch during the rehearsal period, where they get kind of brought down to like, not necessary. We don't, like, this verse doesn't do anything for us. So that it only really needs as long as you want. But there are times though when a song, it just doesn't feel done.
Yeah.
And I think the thing, especially in this group at that time, what's the thing that you do to make a song really kick in? Harmony.
Yeah.
And we had, besides Kelly Grusendorf, who we all kind of saw last year when she participated in a reading and hadn't had any contact in so long, but we had Karen Mall. And so I had gotten to know her a little, and I was like, she has to sing harmony. And so she thought it was very amusing at the time. I wrote this pretty high harmony for her. There was no problem for her to sing, but she was at the same time playing bass.
Oh, uh-huh.
So it was just very funny that
Oh, right. She's like
this
she's
body
like
was
spanning
producing this tremendous
the lowest
range.
and the highest sounds.
Yeah.
That's funny. Like I thought she didn't play the mandolin on that song. Maybe
No.
in '97 she did. Is that possible? Because
It's
Chris
certainly
might have
possible.
played bass or something.
Well, 97, we were definitely, the company was definitely starting to get little, like, it was kind of like I don't know, it was a little, there was a musical director,
Yeah.
and it wasn't me because I was working in the office, but it was Karen. And so I think that decisions were made with a little more, with like, what's the best possible thing we can do?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the other cool thing about that harmony is it really reflects the lyric. If I were a white bird, a soaring bird, a white bird. So it's like we get this high, like I would ride the wild wind, ride upon the wild wind. Like you get, it's very cool, right? Like when that high harmony comes in, you're getting into like the highest image too, which is very neat. You can't play that song instrumentally, can you? No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, after that, I was just thinking, like, people probably really want to hear that harmony.
Yeah,
now,
right.
don't
I know.
they?
I mean,
Yeah.
I can't do that, but
Right.
Joyce Williams says that's her absolute favorite song. Yeah, especially when Holly sings it. I bet is Joyce's absolute favorite song.
sure.
I love it when Holly sings it. I love a Holly Feldman song.
Now, I know that that you prefer the 1993 version of Northern Lights. I believe you do.
I don't think that's true.
No? Okay. Well, so one of the things I did in between is, in order to give that even more of a lift, I figured out ways that it changes key.
But you didn't
Twice.
change. Oh, that didn't happen in '93.
No,
Oh.
but neither of them is like, like Barry Manilow half-step mod.
Yeah.
They're both kind of folky key changes that stay in the cowboy chords and manage to kind of, cross keys like from D to G. And so it doesn't really sound like that's what's happening, but it gives this
lift.
Yeah, so that last chorus is now a full step higher than the first one.
Yeah.
And that 3-part harmony is just the greatest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the greatest. Yeah, it's too bad you guys can't hear it.
We'll have to work it up for something sometime soon. Yeah.
Kat Woodkey says we need a best of Jimmy Kaplan compilation album in the world. I agree. Yeah. I know.
Thank you, Kat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's 7:00. We've got about 10 minutes left. Should we do our last song, or are there more things we should talk about? What do you have? Is there anything? You have a thing coming up with Lisa Gatewood, don't you? You want to tell them about that?
I do. So we're in the season for the Jimmy Kaplan and Friends that we did. I don't know what that was, but it comes up in my Facebook memories. It was a lot of years ago.
Oh, that we did it in Milwaukee,
Right,
at Sunset Playhouse. It was 2013.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so that's, I think, when you and Lisa first met.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that was Steve Kaler and Lisa and you and
Kay.
and Kay and yeah, and so and I believe that Lisa found Kay a job after that.
Uh-huh.
And you and Lisa have, been friendly ever since. And so we did a Christmas show a few years ago with Kay, and somebody at Waukesha Civic Theater asked us a couple of years ago to do a cabaret, and Lisa and I have this a relationship that was sort of born on stage during that version, where we discovered how comfortable we were, like, it's not quite hating each other, quite giving each other a hard time on stage. And so I come from a family of all boys, and so I've always I kind of fall into like bratty sister relationships on a few occasions, and Lisa was perfect for that. And so we decided to do a show that's sort of like an anti-Valentine's Day cabaret, which at different times we've called couples therapy. The doctor is in, and we were going to do a picture of me as Schroeder and her as Lucy. Like the doctor is in. And breaking up is hard to do. What were we going to call it? I don't remember. But then COVID happened, and last year we got to a point where we were just like, we can't do this show, even if they hadn't canceled it yet. It just seemed insane. So we did. and so we rescheduled it for this year.
Uh-huh.
And so
When
we have-
COVID's all over. So good.
right, yeah. Now everything's easy. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah. So so February 17th, Thursday, February 17th, live in person. I don't think that they have any streaming going on there.
Where?
This is Waukesha Civic
Oh, right.
Theater.
Waukesha Civic.
And actually, like, a couple days before COVID really, like, officially happened, like March 11th or 12th, we had a photo shoot in Waukesha, Lisa and I. And Waukesha is, most people that live in Milwaukee, I don't think it's just me, but find that, like, Waukesha is impossible to navigate. It's like maps, just forget it. GPS barely will help. It's just like, it's not built in any kind of, it's just weird. And so, but Lisa and I managed to find our way there. And I brought a little prop piano because my friends at Milwaukee Rep were able to come up with one. And we did this photo shoot. And even though things were like starting to get creepy and weird, and because I was in Waukesha near Woodman's, I decided to stop there and pick up some non-dairy ice cream that I knew only Woodman's had.
Uh-huh.
And it was insane. Like,
Oh.
it was the first day when Woodman's stopped being open 24 hours. There were lines going all through the store because everyone was like panicking for getting ice cream, of course. And so it's so etched in my memory because it was just like the edge.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
So the pictures from that photo shoot are not part of our show.
Right.
Right. A picture that we found that was cute that Lisa did on Instagram is now become the picture that we're using. So
Well, that's good. While you were, searching Woodman's for non-dairy ice cream, I was starting a Patreon page on my hotel room bed in Amsterdam while stuck there.
Right.
On my ill-fated European tour.
Right. And we were all hoping that that we would all see you again someday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here I am.
Yeah.
Here you are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll do one more song as requested. Okay. So this is a song, I don't know, you probably don't remember saying this, but this is a song that I always I like to play it with you. Do you play it on the record? I can't remember. No, okay. I like to play it with you because one time you said, that minor chord in the chorus is really what makes this song great. And I am so honored that you had a thought about the minor chord in the chorus. So I sometimes when I'm playing this song, I think to myself, hey, there's that minor chord that Jimmy Kaplan likes.
There's like a little rubber stamp you can get that says Jimmy Kaplan approved.
Yeah, this chord.
Put it right over it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah, right. It's clearly not true. So this is a song. I don't know if Stephen K. Wood, you're still watching, but I know that you don't live in Sheboygan anymore, but you used to, and this is a song about Sheboygan. I am a fan of Paradigm Coffee and Music, if you're ever in Sheboygan, and we drove down there during the pandemic often, specifically just for muffins, and then I had talked it up, and James and Kay tried to go, and it wasn't open, which is too bad. But they are open sometimes, and I highly recommend, if you're in town, a bagel sandwich, or a muffin, or a coffee, or all of them. So, yeah. Diane Ellis says, we had a crazy women's experience in North Aurora, Illinois on Friday the 13th, 2020. Yeah, I believe it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so do I start this in the clear? Yeah, whatever. You start whenever you want, but I'll start it. Okay. How peacefully we pass these ghosts on the road, like we never were afraid. How large they'll loom on that new fallen snow. We drive right through their barricade. Not long ago, those shadows laid me so low, I couldn't find a way to stand. I chose Hooray! Yay.
Yay.
Well, thanks for being my guest on my Bone-Anza, James Kaplan.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I remember a little bit hearing about it, you know.
Oh, about my
when
broken bone, yeah.
oh, it's funny. I was having a conversation with Meredith the other day. I don't know how we got onto it, but we were talking about, you know, ancient past, and she said something about we were talking about when you're younger, you can stay out, you know, till all hours and still get to work in the morning. And she was talking about staying out all night and going out with Neen after the show. And then, you know, talking to whoever was up in Europe on Instant Messenger. And I was just like, oh, yeah. Because I remember that, like, oh, well, I can't possibly ignore the fact that one of my names is lit up. And so, yeah, so I thought of you because you're the only other person that I knew who had that habit back in those days. But
Yeah, I saw a TikTok that had like the aim door opening sound. You know, like one of your contacts came online. Yeah, and I had totally forgotten about that. There was like that sound that happened.
And she also mentioned how, you know, everything was great until her dad picked up the phone and then interrupted their dial-up
you ruined the
connection.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Isabel Freaky, woohoo! Right back at you. I got your diamonds request in the Eric Lewis segment. Never fear. Suzanne, love you too, Suzanne. And look, that's a picture I took with you and Neen and James in the in your profile picture. I love the other James. And Joe Vandeslint says, lovely,
Nice.
lovely. Hi, Joe.
Joe.
So nice to hear from you.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, I'm going to be back in 20 minutes. I'm going to take a 20-minute break instead of my normal 2 to 10 minute break so that I can eat a little food before I'm back with Eric Lewis. But then Eric and I are gonna finish off the night. He's gonna zoom in from Memphis, and that's gonna be really fun. So yay! Thanks everyone. I'm gonna put on mute and I'm gonna put up. Wait, hold on. Before I put it on mute, I'm gonna say, Katie and another special guest will be back soon, and then I'm gonna put it on mute. Okay, see you soon. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm back at 7:27. Hello, Eric Lewis. I see you there in the backstage area. I'm turning on my ear pods. Let's see here. Yep, there we go. Speaker. Test, test. Good. Turn off the banner. Eric, do you need anything from me before I'll just talk for a minute before I bring you on, but do you need anything before I do that? You can just give me a thumbs up or down, or you're good? Okay, great. Awesome. Well, folks, we've made it. Well, we haven't made it yet. There's one more segment left. But this is, I've now been live streaming for 9.5 hours. This is like the filibuster, except for, not ruining democracy. So I am enjoying myself so much, and I have now poured myself a glass of wine in this cup that my husband made. And before Eric comes on, Eric Lewis, I'm sure all of you are eagerly awaiting his arrival. I just wanted to explain why we're here. And that is, of course, because John Bon Jovi is making an appearance later in the evening. No, just kidding. The reason that we're here is because, well, I'll tell the story. You know what? I think I should bring Eric on before I talk. I think it'll be more fun. Because who knows what sort of witty repartee he will bring to the whole discussion. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Eric Lewis. Woo!
Hey!
Boom, boom! Hi!
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Hear you
Awesome.
great. Yeah.
Great. Good deal.
How's it going?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Home in Memphis. Been on the road a little bit. Did about 2 weeks, and it was pretty grueling. Had a lot of hurdles that we didn't normally have.
Like COVID-related hurdles?
I hate to say it, yes. I won't go into any details, but fortunately I was not exposed. That's the good part. But we had a couple of guys that had to drop out at the last minute and, juggle that and get some people to fill in and extra rehearsals and long drives and everything. And I got home Monday, a week ago, and I'm still catching up.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I was going to get out of bed at all yesterday, but I knew there was a playoff game, and I had to get up for that. So.
But
I
then
should've
you
just-
wanted to just never get up again.
Yeah, there's that. Well, at least the Rams beat Tom Brady, so I feel good about that.
Oh, did they? I've been totally not aware of anything. Okay,
Yeah.
good. That makes me feel awesome.
I just saw the score on my way home from my last gig, so.
Good. And what about the other? What was the other one that happened today? Chiefs.
That's happening right now.
Oh, it's happening right now. Oh,
Yeah,
great.
the Bills and the Chiefs. So,
Okay. Is it just starting, or is it like in quarter 3? You don't know.
Good question. My guess is it started about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Who do you favor in that? I mean, who would you prefer to have win that one?
I think I'd like to see Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs go the distance. That'd be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
And I've got to root for the Rams now, because I'm sorry, I've just never been a San Francisco fan ever.
Yeah.
Sorry,
And
all
by
my
the way,
California
Claudia Russell, come on, man.
Thanks, Claudia.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah,
We
I
love you,
hope-
Claudia.
We do love you, Claudia. Yeah, so my keyboard is just far enough away that I won't be able to type anything back to anybody. So,
That gives me complete control, which is how I like it.
well, and it is your show. So
That's right. That's right.
have you had fun
It's-
today? Are you feeling crispy?
I am. I was feeling a little crispy. So like at 5:00, we had a segment with Dan Klarer, and he made not only a pie, but a pistachio nut
Wow.
swirl cake, and that was after Jeff Herbst had made me some salted caramel shortbread buns, and I had made cinnamon rolls. So I had subsisted
Oh,
mainly
my
on
goodness.
sugar for much of the day, and just now I ate a bowl of chickpea curry, and now I feel like ready to go.
Awesome.
The
well,
rest
I had
of
an
the way.
apple, so
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I had lunch earlier, but I'll eat dinner after this. And I failed miserably. I did not bring a baked good. So
Just turn off just put the computer down. We're
thank you,
just
folks.
done.
Good night.
Yeah. Nice to see you. Yeah. Hey, Rich. Oh, never mind. Rich is here. You can come wave at Eric if you want to, Ricardo. Yeah, Rich. Rich won't be able to hear Eric though, so it'll be like a fun
Hey, Rich.
experiment. Eric says, "Hey, Rich."
Captions.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because I have my headphones
Hey,
in.
Rich. In
Oh,
quotes.
hooray! Rich has been our resident child carer and stage
non-resident.
manager and non-resident stage manager today.
Hardly, yeah.
So yeah,
Are you
yay
Chris
for
put on
Rich.
my headphones in another room and listen.
Oh, great.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great. Eric says, "Are you crispy?" Because he'd asked me if I was crispy. Are you feeling crispy?
I'm a little crispy.
He's a little crispy. Yep, a little crispy.
Which makes me think of donuts, because Krispy Kreme. I should have got Krispy Kreme. I could
You
have
should have
bought
got
that.
Krispy Kreme.
I could have handed it to you through there, and then you
That's
could have
right,
acted
and I
like
would
you.
have pulled out a piece of pie.
Right.
That would have been amazing
folks?
transformation in the tubes of
Yes.
the internet.
It's like
The
Willy
bakery
Wonka's
changes.
chocolate factory.
Yeah, exactly. Claire Kajacob says, "We hate the Rams in St. Louis." Good point, Claire. Yeah, you would.
Well, because they left.
Right. Because now they're Los Angeles and they used to be St. Louis. I assume that's why.
Well, they used to be L.A. before that. So
Right, so now they're back.
They bounced around.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that I'm really a big fan of theirs, but I just
You're just the anti-Tom
of all
Brady.
the teams that are left.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a problem now. He's gone.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah, that was a big letdown last night.
The
Say
worst.
The least. Shoot, I turned my phone off. I wanted to show you a picture of Obi. He was very deflated today after the game.
Oh, that's
laying on the
Eric's
back of the
dog.
couch. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Poor guy.
Maybe I'll fire my phone back up here in a little while and I'll share that with you if people can see it. I'd have to hold it up, or I could maybe text it to you and you can post it. That's what I'll do. Maybe
Okay,
on
do
break
it.
or something when we're
Okay.
trading songs. I'll have a minute and I can do that.
Yeah.
But
Claire
Well-
confirms that is the reason that they don't like the Rams, and that she says no excuses. We cannot
Okay.
it doesn't matter that they started in LA, I think is what no excuses means. I agree. I mean, I don't really have an opinion.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I understand. I understand why she might
Football
feel that
feelings
way.
are serious feelings, man.
They are. I
Yeah.
thought for sure that I was not going to get over it so fast, but I'm already to the other side of it.
Yeah.
Really, believe it or not.
I feel that way too.
I can
It feels like
accept it now,
way less
you know.
bad than previous playoff losses, and maybe it's because I'm used to it, and maybe it's a little bit because I am disappointed in Aaron Rodgers lately as a person.
Yeah.
I feel a little
Yeah,
bit
sure.
like less sad for him, which normally I would put a lot of my empathy toward him,
Right.
and now I'm like, well, I'm a little mad at you. So
You know who I really feel sorry for? Our defense. They
I
played
know.
great yesterday.
yeah,
You realize San Francisco never scored a touchdown. They
yes,
kicked 2 field goals and they got a defensive score, but they never scored a touchdown on offense. I mean, so we have lots to be thankful for as
Yes.
Packer fans. So,
yes, we do. I like
Anyway.
that attitude.
but
Well,
Yes.
do you maybe
Yes,
we'll start the
absolutely.
singing. Maybe I'll start us off with Lombardi Avenue since we're talking about the Packers.
great. All right.
Okay.
I wish I could play along. You know,
I wish so too.
I wish. I mean,
know.
I can't. It'd be delayed, right?
Yeah.
Do I need to
Yeah,
turn my
you
mic
can't.
off while you? Okay.
I don't think you do. I'm gonna remove you from the feed. Eric, try talking. Let's see if we hear you. Nope. Okay, great. You're good. Your mic is you're not in at all. I'm gonna put this hat on. This is one thing that today, if you are a Patreon person, which is a subscription service that Eric and I both have, it's like a monthly thing. We put up special stuff. I mean, you pay monthly. We put up special stuff every so often, like behind the scenes stuff and new songs and Eric does artwork, which is really cool. And it's for me, it's $3 a month or less if you pay annually. And today, if you're a Patreon patron, you can sign up for a piece of free merchandise. Like, for example, this hat that says "The Good Guys," which is referenced in this next song. So we'll tell you more about Patreon as the day goes on. But Lombardi Avenue. And you know what? It's cold in here, but now it's hot because I have the space heater on. So I turned it off. Okay. I'm moving back. It's loud. But I wanted you to be able to see the guitar. There's a snowstorm on the way tonight. There's shanties on the bay. The Leo Free goes out, but I'm not driving anyway. The little houses shining bright in the clean Wisconsin cold. Their lights are red and blue and white and green and gold. This morning at the Farm and Fleet, I bought a warmer coat. December came on cold this year, and it isn't letting go. But there's heat tonight on these tiny streets, the town turning like a wheel, whole city rushing like a river toward the field. This old town is wearing thin, this old town is looking tired. Most days I feel thin and tired too, but not on Sundays on Lombardi Avenue. My dad left me this little house and his father's gun and these seats in section 402, row 181. When I feel alone, sometimes I think of him and I, eating hot dogs as we watch those footballs fly. This old town is wearing thin, this old town is looking tired. Most days I feel thin and tired too, but not on Sundays on Lombardi Avenue. Once a week it's nice to know who the good guys are. Once a week it's nice to feel alive. Once a week it's nice to sit beneath the stars in that big Wisconsin sky. Well, there's a snowstorm on the way tonight. There's shanties on the bay. The Leo Free goes out, but I'm not driving anyway. I'm just walking for a little while on this good old patch of ground. The moon rising up, and old Curly looking down. This old town is wearing thin, this old town is looking tired. Most days I feel thin and tired too, but not on Sundays on Lombardi Avenue. Not on Sundays on Lombardi Avenue, yeah. All right. Woo! That's right.
That's right.
That's a spirit.
So I sent you a text on your phone.
you
I don't
did.
know if you have your phone.
I sure
couldn't
do.
figure out how to send a photograph on the feed.
It
in
didn't.
comments.
Your text didn't come through yet.
Okay, it may be slow.
So, yeah. Okay.
I might have turned my phone back off before it actually went through. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We've got let's see. Hi, John Higgins, and Luann Farron is showing how it's done. If you are a Patreon patron and you want a free piece of my merch, you just say, I'm a Patreon patron and I would like a hat or a shirt or a excuse me, CD or a CD featuring Eric Lewis or a CD produced by Eric Lewis. Very exciting. And I would just like to say, so Patreon, you've got a Patreon too, Mr. Lewis, correct?
I do. Thanks to you for getting me up to speed with that. I'm still, very new. I've had it for over a year for sure now, but I can only do things a little bit at a time, so I'm way behind. I definitely owe everyone a post very soon, and Luann, she's one of my supporters on there as well.
Yay, Luann!
And I really appreciate that very much. But because of Patreon, just recently I was able to go to the studio and mix some stuff that I had recorded over the last couple of years. One instrumental track for a tune called Beneath the Waves that I will soon post the mix of that. It won't be mastered yet, and eventually it'll come out hopefully on a project. But I have 4 different mixes of it. I haven't decided, should I give all my Patreon subscribers, they're the only ones that are going to get all 4 possible mixes.
Oh.
Because only one will go on the record. I'll just have to decide which one I'm going to use. But they're very different too. One is completely stripped down and has no bass or drums. I've got bass and drums on this one track, but it's basically centered around a string quartet.
So cool. You sent it to me.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really happy how it turned out. So I'm really pleased.
Yay. I see. Okay, so John Higgins says hi to you too. Hello, Mr. Lewis. Diane Ellis says hi to both of us. Hello. And Jonathan says, what about pottery? Great question. On my store, on my website, which I'll put the link to, my husband is a potter, and he made what I'm drinking from, but that's not available for sale. But these ones that say Wildwood, the name of my most recent record, the little spot for your thumb, they're called thumb cups. He made these. You can get it for free if you refer someone to Patreon today, and they get one too. Or you can just buy one. So that's the answer to that. And I put Eric's Patreon link there in the comments.
Thank you. And
yeah.
Right now, I don't have anything free that I can give away at the moment. Maybe I could. but I think most of the people that are already on Patreon, well, maybe the people that aren't on Patreon yet with me don't have it. But I could give them one of my A Prayer for Gladys CDs, which is the instrumental CD. There you go. If you sign
there you go.
up-
So you sign up for Eric's Patreon tonight.
Yep.
He sends you a Prayer for Gladys CD.
Yeah, just send me a note with the address, and when you sign up, and I'll get it in the mail to you, just as fast as I can. So
Perfect.
yeah, I can do
It's
that.
a deal. What a deal.
I've got a couple thousand sitting around, so I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, he only has 6 left, so make sure you get on that right now.
Well, speaking of which, my last CD, or my latest, before the last time, I'm completely sold out of. I only have download codes for that now. Eventually, I'm going to get that reprinted, but I haven't decided if I'm going to keep
That's
it
this
in a
one.
CD. Thank you. If I'm going to keep it in a CD form, or maybe change it up a little bit and put a vinyl release out. I don't know yet. We're going to see about that. But the company here in Memphis that has been doing my manufacturing, they are quitting doing CDs. So they're not going to be doing CDs anymore. Yep.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yep. So,
Bruce Kaplan
anyway.
says, how about an Eric Lewis art print?
well, I would have to...
Can they buy those anywhere? Or?
Well, I don't have anything printed at the moment. I've got stuff that I can make prints of, that I have a digital file. I can do that. Yeah, I'd be happy to do an art print. I've got one in mind that I could do. Shoot. There's no way for me to show this to you at the moment. Sorry. I don't have it handy because I sold it. I don't have it, the actual print anymore, or the actual piece of art. I just have a digital copy of it, so I can make prints from it.
Picture in your mind the most stunning, the most perfect art you would want in your home. Picture it. That's it. That's exactly what it looks like.
And what I do is I kind of do folk art, I guess. It's all music related. There's usually a guitar or a mandolin or something involved in it. And during the pandemic, early on, I got really creative with it. I had it's basically like the outline of a full-size violin, and then I kind of did a landscape around it, and then I realized if I cut out the bottom around it, and then I could put it over a piece of, fabric or some other color or anything like that. So I put it over a piece of denim, actually, and then put it in a wood frame. And I sold several of those. And I did some artwork for Midsummer's Music last year, painted one of their violins that they auctioned off for their fundraiser last year. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. So if anybody wants an art print and they want to send me a note, just send me a note and let me know, and I'll do my best to make it happen.
Yeah. You want to sing us a song?
Sure.
Or play us a song? You
Sure.
Perform.
So my mind, I mean, I haven't had an acoustic gig or a solo gig. It's been probably, I guess, November maybe. So I've been completely, like, for Christmas was geared up for the holidays, for church, and some of the Christmas shows that I had to do. And I've been on the road the last couple of weeks doing Hank Williams and Patsy Cline music. So I'm a little out of shape. I mean, I could probably sing you a Jordanaires part backing up a Patsy Cline song, but I don't think you really want to hear that. So, but you did have a request, and this is one that John Prine wrote with Keith Sykes, another guy from Memphis. Good friend of mine. I've played on a few of Keith's records. He's now running Ardent Recording Studios here in town.
Oh.
Yeah. But anyway, this is a tune called You Got Gold. So wish me luck.
Good luck.
Is there ever enough space between us to keep us both honest and true? Why is it so hard just to sit in the yard and stare at the sky so blue? I've got a new way of walking, a new way of talking, honey, when I'm around you. But it gives me the blues when I've got some good news and you're not there to bring it to. Well, life is a blessing, it's a delicatessen of all the little favors you do. All wrapped up together, no matter the weather, baby, you always come through. It's a measure of treasure that gives me the pleasure loving you the way I do. And you know I would gladly say I need your love badly and bring these little things to you. 'Cause you got gold, gold inside of you. You got gold, gold inside of you. Well, I got some gold inside me too. Well, I'm thinking I'm knowing that I gotta be going. You know I hate to say so long. It gives me a notion, a mixed up emotion. I'll have to work it out in a song. Well, I'm leaving a lot for the little I got, but you know a lot of little will do. And if you give me your love, I'll let it shine up above and light my way back home to you. 'Cause you got gold, gold inside of you. Yeah, you got gold, gold inside of you. Well, I got some gold inside me too. Yeah, you got wheels turning inside of you. Yeah, you got wheels turning inside of you. Well, I got wheels turning inside me too.
Oh, I love that song so much.
It's a great song.
It's
Yeah.
a great song.
Thanks for requesting that one. I haven't thought about that one in a while. So
Yeah.
we did that one in the John Prine show we did at Northern Sky.
Yeah, Fish
with
and
Claudia.
Whistle.
Yeah. Claudia and Russell and Scott Wakefield.
Yeah.
And you were part of that show to some degree.
You know, I was sort of the most important part because I was the house manager, and I'd say a lot of people, you know, look back and say to themselves, what a spectacularly house managed show that was.
That's right.
You know, and if that girl hadn't told me where to park in Ephraim, you know, and then torn my ticket exactly that way, they think they would not have had the sort of experience that they had because of, you know,
Right.
that. Right.
Because they wanted that ticket signed and they wanted to put it in a frame and
Exactly. Exactly. They, you know, I'm sure that they got it signed. Claudia Russell agrees. Fantastic house manager. Thanks, Claudia. Emily Colson Salgado is very excited. She says, here just in time for You Got Gold. Hi, Eric Lewis, and congratulations at Katie Dahl on 20 years since the fateful broken bone.
And happy belated birthday, Emily.
That's right. Happy 5 days after your birthday. Emily,
I'm late.
Dan Klarer said that to you in his earlier segment, too. He said, it was just Emily Colson's birthday. Because I was talking about how you taught me how to make pies. Anna Katie Dahl Has Friends episode, in fact. Luann Farron says, heart. Jonathan Perkle says, incredible.
Awesome. Thank you,
My mom
Jonathan.
says, clap, clap, clap. And Kate Ritker says, woohoo. So
So I have a
Pat
question.
Palmer says hi.
Hey, Pat. What's up, brother? I have a question for you, Katie.
Yeah.
So, what was the first thing you learned on the guitar when you got it? Have you already broached the subject today?
No. You know, I bet actually it was a John Prine song. I bet the first thing I learned was probably Speed of the Sound of Loneliness.
Okay. Good one. Yeah, that's great.
Maybe I should do that. You know, maybe
Maybe you should.
yeah. You know,
like that
so
idea.
the idea of this whole thing, the broken Bone-Anza, I don't think I've explained it in this segment. Maybe I did. I broke my wrist 20 years ago. Now I play guitar because I couldn't play oboe for a while, and that brings us to now. And I learned I learned to strum with my cast. And I really do think this is for sure the first song I learned to finger pick. And Andy Colson, Emily's dad, taught me the finger picking pattern. But I bet it's the first song I learned the chords to too before I knew how to finger pick it probably. So, all right, we'll do a little John Prine segment. All right, see you later. See you in a minute, Eric Lewis. Okay. And fun fact, know and tell. This song, I put my hair up without a mirror in it. Now I see it, and I wish that I hadn't, so I'm putting it back down. Fun fact, know and tell. I sang this song on the night that I met Rich Higdon, who I'm now married to, with Andy Coulson, Emily's dad. We were both guest stars at the White Gull Inn for a land trust benefit concert. I was playing guitar and singing, and Emily was Rich, not Emily. Emily's dad was a banjo player. Rich was a guest washboard player. Did I mention I've been live streaming now for 10 hours? A little bit crispy. And I'm also distracted by Bruce Kaplan, who said, can we get a little oboe solo? If you scroll back to around 12:30, I did do an oboe solo, which is an exciting moment. And Mary Sue Anderson Finney, thank you for watching. I'm not sure if you're still Patreon either, but how to use a card to tip, and I can definitely look, and if you are, I'm so grateful to you. How to use a card to tip is you click on this link that I'm putting in here now, paypal.me, and that'll let you use a card to tip. Thank you for the hair affirmation, Emily. And Bruce, luckily, I know you missed the oboe thing, but you can go back to it. Okay, John Prine. And of course, I learned this from Nancy Griffith playing it, and we lost her recently. You come home late and you come home early. You come on big when you're feeling small. You come home straight and you come home curly. Sometimes you don't come home at all. What in the world has come over you? What in heaven's name have you done? You've broken the speed of the sound of loneliness. You're out there running just to be on the run. I got a heart that burns with a fever. I got a worried and a jealous mind. How can a love that would last forever get left so far behind? What in the world has come over you? What in heaven's name have you done? You've broken the speed of the sound of loneliness. You're out there running just to be on the run. It's a mighty mean and a dreadful sorrow. It's crossed an evil line today. How can you ask about tomorrow? We ain't got one word to say. What in the world has come over you? What in heaven's name have you done? You've broken the speed of the sound of loneliness. Out there running just to be on the run. What in the world has come over you? What in heaven's name have you done? You've broken the speed of the sound of loneliness. Out there running just to be on the run. Thanks, Ricardo. Yay. Yay.
What was funny about that is I started singing along here, and I was like, wait a minute, I hear two parts coming in. And then Rich kind of moved into the camera. It's like, wow, okay. I thought maybe my mic was on, and I was messing you up. Scared
That's me. Right.
Uh-oh, I should not be singing.
I was singing along on You Got Gold, too.
Cool. Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
I thought the hair up looked good.
Okay. Here we go. I'll put it back. You know, I have my whole life put my hair back, you know, when I put it back. And literally yesterday morning, I was lying in bed. Rich, we trade off like weekend days who gets to sleep in and who gets up with the dog and the kid. And yesterday was my day to sleep in, and I woke up calmly and serenely, and I thought, you know, I never put my hair on the top of my head. Why? And that brings us to now. And but I'm not very skilled at it yet is the problem. So I'm doing it in front of you, and who knows what could go wrong. Everything.
Well, it's just hair.
Well, it's a great point. And you should know because you were in hair bands, so you know about the hair.
That's why I'm wearing a hat now. Because there's not much up there left. It was singed off by my Marshall stack. I lost it in a heavy metal accident. I did. Anyway,
You did not.
I did not. No. Just, get old.
Sing us another song, Mr. Lewis. Thanks
Okay.
for all the nice comments, by the way. Diane, Ann, Barbara, John, Julie, Bruce, John D. You're so nice.
Well, so you can stay on for a minute. Don't go
Okay.
away just yet.
I won't go away.
You can test this and tell me if this is. Can you hear that?
Sounds
okay?
beautiful. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right. So, a lot of you out there know that I'm a huge, massive Tom Petty fan. He's just been one of my, I would say, idols since I was a kid. I remember riding to school one morning on the bus, and Refugee came on the radio, and it was brand new. So that tells you where or how old I am. But man, that song just grabbed me immediately, and I got to see him play a few times live. Once on the Wildflowers tour, which was amazing, and saw him on his last tour here in Memphis. So I've been playing some of his songs as of late, and I've really. This is a long story, so I'll just get to the gist of it. I got turned on to a new artist, Phoebe Bridgers, who I am just totally nuts about. I think she's amazing. I think she's the real deal. She does so many cool things, and I was going back through her catalog and discovered, her first record came out in 2017, and if you listen to the Apple Music version, which has some bonus material on it, there was a track on there, and I'm not reading like who wrote all this stuff or whatever. Well, this song came on, and I just was totally grabbed by it immediately, and I'm like, man, that is awesome. And so I was like checking it out, and dang, it's a Tom Petty song that had gone past me. I can't remember what record it came out on, but it was used in a movie soundtrack, Elizabethtown, that movie.
With Kirsten Dunst.
Yes, and the guy from Lord of the Rings that played the...
Elijah Hill.
No.
The other guy.
He played the elf. He had the long blonde hair and...
Yeah. Very beautiful man. Yes, I can't think of his name.
I can't think of his name.
Aragorn.
Anyway.
No, that's not even him.
No, that's the other guy.
Galadriel. Anyway, go on. Yeah.
So anyway, that song was in that movie, and I went back and listened to that, and I was like, it's not, her version is nothing like Tom Petty's. It's just not. It's really cool what she did with it, and that sealed the deal for me because I'd been kind of getting hip to her peripherally up to that point. And when she did a Tom Petty song and it totally turned me into a song that I had no idea existed at the time, that was it. So anyway, so this is in the spirit of Phoebe's version. but a Tom Petty tune called "It'll All Work Out."
Orlando Bloom, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There, that's
Good
it.
job, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. All right, so wish me luck.
She wore faded jeans and soft black leather. She had eyes so blue they looked like weather. When she needed me, I wasn't around. That's the way it goes. It'll all work out. There were times apart, there were times together. I was pledged to her for worse or better. When it mattered most, I let her down. That's the way it goes. It'll all work out. It'll all work out eventually. Better off with him than here with me. Now the wind is high and the rain is heavy, and the water's rising in the levee. Still I think of her when the sun goes down. Never goes away, but it all works out. Never goes away, but it all works out.
Just stunning. That is gorgeous.
Well, I could have done it better probably, but I love that song.
Well, that's what I
It's just-
really meant. No.
I
So
just love that
beautiful.
song. It's
Yeah.
a great tune.
Yeah.
It's a great tune. So
Yeah. Bruce Kaplan said, I don't know the song either, but you can hear the Tom Petty melodic touch, and it's totally true.
oh yeah,
yeah.
Just his lyrics. I should have known it was one of his, because it really didn't resemble her work exactly. But when it came on, it's like, did she write this?
Yeah.
But she does write some great stuff. But anyway, yeah. So that's my my tribute to Tom and Phoebe. There you go.
I asked Eric for a Phoebe Bridgers primer, and you gave one to me, which I'm so grateful for. I haven't really dived in yet, but it was like
got
awesome.
time.
It is I've got my my table laid to feast upon.
Well, there's definitely some great stuff in there I think you're going to love. And some of the
Yeah.
writers she works with or writes with, there's some definitely very interesting lyrics. One song that I didn't put on the list, I think, that you should check out is "You Missed My Heart." Look at that. It's kind of dark, but check it out. It's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway,
The other day you sent me the only Phoebe Bridgers song that I had previously heard, which was a cover of Emmylou Harris's "Prayer in Open D."
right. Which I
was
didn't know
so-
existed at first.
I mean, that, so I knew that Emmylou Harris album, which I think is Cowgirl's Prayer, and it's from, 93 or something, and my mom and I used to listen to it in the car, and it's got a great David Olney song called, Jerusalem Tomorrow on it. It's a great album, and and it has Prayer in Open D on it, and I have always loved it. And
That's great.
And I have known that you play in Open D. I've known
A
you to
lot.
play in Open D. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm working on this new album with this producer Julie Wolfe, and she was saying, I was playing her this song, and she was like, I think you need to play this in Open D. And I was like, well, I don't really know how to play in Open D, so
If I can do it, you can do it.
well, I mean, that's generally my attitude about the guitar. If Eric can do it, then I'm, if someone as paltry as he can pull it off, then I too can do it, no, Eric is a mensch. But anyway, I was trying to channel you, and I was trying to channel that Prayer in Open D, and so I pulled up Prayer in Open, Emmylou's version on various, on YouTube mainly, so that I could see how she was playing those chords in that tuning, right? And and then anyway, it led on to way, and I found Phoebe Bridgers' version of it, which I'm not entirely convinced she's playing in Open D, is she?
I haven't listened to it enough to notice. But I think she definitely probably took some liberties with how she approached the song too, which is one of the things I like about her, is when she does a cover, she completely makes it her own. To the point you believe that she wrote it. It's her song. She took it and made it hers. Her Metallica cover, what's the name of that song? Nothing Else Matters. I mean, it's like light piano. It eventually gets a little bit heavy, but man, she can make a Metallica song, it's amazing. Anyway, I'm
Cool.
gushing. I'll hush.
I love it. Those two things rhyme. Gush and hush.
Gush and hush.
So I thought I would do this song that I actually had to put this down in Open C because Open D
Okay.
was too high. But this is my new song. This is about having
Great.
a crush on a professor, and it's called Summer Grass. So I'll take you out
hear it.
of the feed. Yeah. All right, here we go. Skinny face, skinny smile, you see your mother in the mirror, every once in a while, that's right, you're still a child. I see your big heart beating, it's gonna bust right out of that brown tweed blazer and your yellow blouse, that's right, you're choking on the words in your mouth. Hey, yeah, this is a summer grass. Take off the winter jacket and the chit chat. Don't give me any of that. All I wanna know is what makes you sad. Unstack your stacking doll. Read me the Russian novel. Be all about your little purple pill bottle. All I wanna know is what makes you sad. It's been a few weeks and it's new, so forgive my messiness. Colored glass, stony church, I saw you look up at the ceiling when you talked about her, that's right. I can see it hurt. Is she walking with another by the big blue domes, or did you have to leave her lying in the catacomb, that's right. Either way, you're walking alone. Hey, now this is the summer grass. Take off the winter jacket and the chit chat. So turn in your grades, come out in the rain. We'll watch that Cannon River shoot its banks, that's right. Let's watch it flood the plain. Hey now, this is summer grass. Take off your winter jacket and the chit chat. Don't give me any of that. No, all I wanna know is what makes you sad. Oh, unstack and stack it all. Take down that Russian novel. Tell me all about your little purple pill bottle. All I wanna know. All I wanna know. All I wanna know. All right.
Yay! I love it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
That song totally lends itself to the open tuning. Whether
Yeah.
you're D or C. No, that's great.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the first time I've got to hear it. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's exciting. When do you go out to California?
In March.
Okay.
End of March.
Okay,
So
cool. Awesome.
yeah.
Good deal.
Thanks to the Patreon people who are helping me. By the way, I have another batch. I have the last batch of people. I've thanked all Patreon people, except for those of you who joined today, who I'm super grateful for, but I don't have your names on this list yet. I just wanted to say the final batch of people to whom I am grateful. Claire, Peggy and Jim, Katie, Patty and Clay, Donald, Polly, Michelle, Tom, Deb, Jamie, Nancy, Kate, Kevin, Alexis, and Edward. So grateful for you. And I know that Eric is super grateful for all his patrons too.
Absolutely. It's really kept me going. It's, it hasn't been a lot of money, to be honest, but it's enough that it's like it's a gig that I might have played,
Yeah.
So it helps me. What I've been basically doing with my income from that is I just put it in a savings account that's dedicated to my music stuff. So I let it accumulate, and then when I have enough money to go to the studio, or that's mainly what I've spent it on, really, is studio time.
Yeah.
But it could go for, hey, maybe I need a new set of strings, or
Yeah.
whatever. It could keep me going, or get me gas money to Door County the next time I got to come up there in the summertime.
Yeah.
So it really does help. It makes a huge difference. I'm very thankful for the outlet, and it's a great place to put special things that I wouldn't normally share any other way.
Yeah.
So it's the only way you can get like a rare, deep cut or something that came out or never came out, years ago. So, or my brand new song, which you've given me some guidance on, and I went ahead and finished it just like it was. I went ahead and posted it on Patreon, and I've been working a little more, and I've been reading a book that you had recommended as well. And anyway, I know I need a rewrite now. It's like, okay, I'm fully convinced now, but there's some really good stuff there. It's just needs some tweaking.
Yeah.
So I so what that version that's on Patreon right now, that'll stay on there, and eventually I'm going to rewrite some of the lyrics, and I may come up with a different version completely instrumentally and everything else. So, but anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm not going to play that song.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I wasn't planning on it because it's now. Does this ever happen to you? You read something and then you realize you're like, oh my God, I've been wrong all this time, and I realize how, cliche what I just said was, and I didn't think it was cliche at the time, but then you start thinking about it and you realize, oh man, yeah, I've got to dig deeper.
Yes.
You just got to dig a little deeper. It's almost there. But,
Yeah. 100%.
So anyway,
Yeah.
I actually worked up one of your songs today, earlier, and I'm probably going to be too nervous to play it. But talking about going back in the catalog, this is off your first CD. I got to play on this song, and I don't know what struck me to learn it, but it just like, let me see if I can do that. And so let's see if you recognize it.
I'm so excited.
Oh, well, I hope I'm going to change it probably from how you did a little bit, and I'm going to.
This is totally a surprise, you guys. Oh, I'm thrilled.
Well, and I have never performed this ever, so bear with me. We'll see what happens here, but all right, here I go.
The sun's riding bareback tonight on top of an old swayback mare, and you drove away out of sight with the ribbons of my breath in your hair. I tied ribbons of my breath in your hair. Field is calling tonight to my bed through the window ajar. On the sill all those letters I write to you with the truth from afar. 'Cause I can tell you the truth from afar. And I would tie ribbons all around you, pretty ribbons to make you stay. I'll stay awake tying ribbons till the day, until the day breaks. I dream your car's going nowhere tonight, and you're out on the porch feeling fine. The moon floats ahead like a kite, held aloft by the bottle of wine. Won't you pour me another glass of that wine? And I would tie ribbons all around you, pretty ribbons to make you stay. I'll stay awake tying ribbons till the day, until the day breaks. Well, the sun she rode bareback tonight on top of that old swayback mare, and you drove away out of sight with ribbons of my breath in your hair.
OMG! I am like so stunned and flattered.
Yay! Well,
Yay.
that was the idea. I was hoping that you would like it.
I love it.
And we're here celebrating you and your broken bone and starting your music career. So,
And that's the first song I wrote. So
Are you
that's
serious?
so cool. Yeah.
that's your very first song?
It's my very first song.
I didn't
well,
know that.
That I still play. That I ever
Okay.
like I wrote a couple not good ones that I don't play anymore. But yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that went better than I expected. But I did it about 3 or 4 times today, and you know, tried to get the right phrasing and stuff. And I definitely took liberties with it. So I hope you don't mind.
I think that's the best. I love that. I am totally honored. You know, so I wrote that in 2006 or 7 maybe, and no 6 I think. And I think if 2006 me knew that you would cover it someday in 15 years, I think I would be like that would mean the world to me. I mean, it means the world to me now, but I think I would be like so excited in 2006.
Well, I just remember, getting to play on that record and liking getting to play some slide and some electric guitar and everything. And, so I was like, maybe I can do something with that. And maybe I'll record it. Maybe I'll do a version and, of course, give you credit,
Here's my new song, Ribbons.
But anyway, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of cool, and I wanted to try it and be a little gift to you. So,
if you told me you're gonna, if you live stream for 11 hours, you will get a wonderful present at the end of the day. I would have been excited all day about what the present was going to be, and I wouldn't have known it would be so awesome as that one. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've been going to a therapist every week, and it's the best thing. I have to say, if anyone is into, I'm very pro-therapy, and I'm an evangelist for therapy. Everyone should go. If you can. I know it's expensive. But anyway, my therapist the other day, my last session, read back to me something that I had written to her. I write her a little weekly summary of my, big events of my week, and she read me back something. And in her voice, it sounded like, hearing what I had said through someone else's voice made it feel so much less loaded. It was like it was new, and it wasn't filled with my own judgment, and it was just like it was compassionate and neutral and coming back to me. And I felt that way listening to that song too. Like I was like, oh, like a beautiful, these things I wrote, but they're coming back at me with this sort of fresh. It's like they've been washed. And my dirty laundry's been washed and now I get to, sleep in the nice clean sheets of the bed or something like that. So,
wow.
Thank you.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, anytime I think you do something in art or music and someone tries to recreate it or take it to another place, you can step outside of it and see it in a different light. And that's a gift in itself too. Like you said, without all the, judging and, because if you're like me, I mean, I nitpick everything I do when I play or write, and I'm a harsh critic for myself, but I'm getting a little better about just going with the flow and enjoying myself these days. So, and the great thing about playing guitar and singing solo gigs, which I've gotten to do a few over the last couple of years, but, if you drop the beat or you're not quite in tune, or if you get distracted by something and you need to vamp, you don't have to worry about throwing off the rest of the band. That's the good part. The bad part is you get used to being able to do that.
Yeah.
And then you start playing with the band again.
Yeah. And you're like, oh.
You gotta acclimate yourself there.
Yeah.
But anyway.
My friend Colin has been the conductor of, he was the conductor of Hamilton, and I asked him, because that whole show, and I think most Broadway shows, is to a click, right? It's the whole thing is, which if you don't know that term, it's like a metronome, and it's all preset, right? So it goes it goes song to song to song, and all those tempos are set. And I said, what happens if there's a mistake? Like, what if someone like totally goes off the rails, and he said that doesn't happen. And I was like, well, but like sometime and he's like, no, it doesn't happen. I was like, but they're humans. Like, I want to know what happens if the click and the band just like boom, boom, boom continues and the song is just like lost, Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's evidence of it happening somewhere, somehow.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's merely just the click, and so if they're performing, they could adjust slightly enough that they don't get off of the click. The audience would know the difference.
Yeah.
But if they're playing, they've got tracks built in, like
Right.
that could be a problem. Like if you're playing to, like, okay, I went and saw I think we've had this conversation before, but I went and saw someone play, and it was like a 5-piece band, but at any given time you heard like 25 instruments on the stage. Because they were playing the tracks,
Yeah.
Like, God, I feel so ripped off,
Yeah.
Anyway, but the theater is different. But seeing a band that plays all those tracks, and there was a band I used to be in back in the day, and they, before I was in the band, they had some backup vocals or something that they would have, like the drummer would trigger it or something, and he's playing to a click. Well, he would mess up sometimes and hit it in the wrong spot. It'd come in the wrong song or whatever, and they abandoned that quickly because it was too unreliable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's. I like music to be more organic than that, especially for bands and artists or singer-songwriters. If it's all locked to the grid so much, maybe for recording I understand, but for live performance, it should be free to go wherever it wants. And that's not to say that it's wrong for theater. Obviously, there's a reason why it has to be that way for theater. I understand that. I can see both sides of the coin. So,
Yes, totally.
yeah.
Yeah. Claudia Russell, many people applaud your ribbons, including Claudia Russell, John Higgins, Julie Stroud, John Higgins, again, and Kathleen, who I believe is your sister-in-law. Hi, Kathleen.
That is right. Hey, Kathleen.
And Emily Ricker says, so nice seeing you both. Nice to see you, Emily Ricker. Love you. And Bruce Kaplan says, I saw Dave Edmunds do a whole show with backing tracks produced by Jeff Lynne. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know who either of those people are, but that does sound weird. I concur.
I know who they are. And Jeff Lynne, he produced and worked on some of the Tom Petty solo albums. There's multiple layers of guitars. Like you hear something or hear one guitar attack, but it's probably like 10 or 12 different guitars to make up the one sound a lot of times. Yeah, that can be overkill. If you're going to do that, why don't you just go buy the record?
Yes,
Just buy
I
the
agree.
record.
Right. We don't have to have the live show be like that.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Eric, do you want to tell them, I have to retune, I realized I should have been doing this all along. You want to tell them about anything up to and including our Buckets of Rain plans for the summer? While I tune?
I do not, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
Well, where to start? I don't have my calendar with me, so I do not.
I think it's August 17th to 19th, I think.
Okay.
It's a Wednesday to Friday in August, around then.
That, I believe, is my first actual booked weekend for Door County. That'll be at Woodwalk Gallery with Katie and Rich and Jeanne Kuhns and Patrick Palmer and Chris Irwin. We'll be doing Bob Dylan's songs again for how many years now? It's been going on over 10 years. Yeah. And we've mixed it up. We learned some new ones. We keep some of the ones we like and some of the ones that really anchor the show or bookend the show, that are crowd pleasers that you have to do them. So we're looking forward to doing that again this year. And I also have some events coming up later in September, more the middle of the month. I'm kind of going to be basically in Wisconsin from mid-August to middle of September. I'll get to do the Black Hawk, not their festival, Black Hawk Folk Society, one of their concerts in September. I've got 2 shows at Woodwalk of my own, again with the Griffin String Quartet. That'll be a lot of fun, and I'm not sure we'll expand it much more than we did last time as far as bringing in maybe a singer to back me up or a bass player or something like that. But I will have some more tunes, hopefully by then, that have string arrangements so we can continue to, let that thing grow musically. And they're just amazing to work with. I was pinching myself. Just, did that really happen? Playing with the Griffin String Quartet, wow. Hearing that behind you is just, it's just the greatest feeling in the world. So, I've got about, 8 to 10 songs recorded that are mixed, and who knows at what time they're going to get released and in what format, and am I going to only use some of them? I've got some more stuff I'm working on now. But the intent will definitely be to have something with the strings in mind for a release later this year, either August or
great,
September.
this same year. Yay.
Yeah, so I'm hoping, it'll pan out to make that happen. What other gigs? I'm trying to think, but, I got my website, the domain name back. That was another thing that Patreon helped. I was able to secure it for 5 years. Now I just have to build the website back. So I need help with that. I need somebody to help me with that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Katie, the queen.
Yeah, I'm
of
guessing you mean me.
websites. Yeah. Well, you can point me in the right direction. You can help me figure it out.
I sure can.
You're always great about that. You're a really good consultant. People should just pay you just to, let them ask you questions. So,
Why, thank you. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are you going to sing a song?
What is that website? Or yeah, I'll sing a song.
Well, ericlewismemphis.com, and
Okay.
if you go to it now, it says site is under construction. That's all it says. So
Yeah.
it'll be there. Hopefully
there.
before summer, I can, want to start promoting things and get all my ducks in a row.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, Isabel Vriki requested this song, and it is the first song I did of the morning. But I don't know. I think Noelle has been here all day. I don't know if anyone else has, but at any rate, I feel like a repeat from 10 a.m. is okay. It'll be my first repeat of the day. And Eric, I wish you were playing mandolin. Eric produced this track on my album Ordinary Band and played a beautiful mandolin solo. And I don't know if you remember, Eric, when you played this solo on this song. This is Diamonds that I'm going to do.
I know the one.
And it's like, and it's really cool solo. It's like, basically, he recorded like, you did like 4 or 5 in a row solos,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I was like, I had a strong feeling that I liked this. I think it was the second one. And you were like, it was weird. It was, I don't know. I didn't, I kind of stunk that up. And he's like, I was out of time. And,
Yeah, it
and
stretched
the thing
time
is,
a little.
yeah,
but
that's, yeah. Well, because you went back in. It was like so cool. It's like you stretch it and then so it's like out of time and then boom, you're back in.
Yeah.
It's like Narnia or something.
It's turned out to be one of my favorite solos on that record. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah. See, there again. I should be paying you to just...
This is what we can really conclude from this day, I think. So, all right, I'll play this song. I'll take you out. Isabel Vriki. This is a song about Sturgeon Bay, friendship in Sturgeon Bay. I wrote it for your Aunt Jacinda, as you probably know. Living in this little town, most times it suits me fine. I got my radio, I got my rhymes. His big bed and this little town, they've suited me just fine. But I get to feeling lonesome in my mind from time to time. But you turn my lonesome into something fine and shining. You turn my stones into diamonds. Diamonds. All them gaggling girls, well, they give me every time with their gold and their gossip and their wine. That giggling gaggle of girls, they get me every time. Yeah, they make pebbles of my pearls, they turn my dollars into dimes. But you turn my lonesome into something fine and shining. You turn my stones into diamonds. Hey, 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 diamonds. Lewis's cool solo. I mean, this is not how it sounds. But this is where it happens. You live beside the waters where the ships and storm clouds sail. I know you've seen the belly of the whale. But you watch those waves roll in, yeah, you keep humming through the hail. From your cupola in Nineveh, you guide me through the gale. 'Cause you turn my lonesome into something fine and shining. You turn my stones into diamonds. Diamonds. Thank you. Thanks for the nice comments, Jeannie and Diane and Emily. You guys are all so nice. You guys rock. Eric Lewis, who's the next important? Not important. That'll stress you out. What's the next major birthday in your social circle?
Well, that's pretty easy. It'll be Sheila's. Hers is coming up in March. March.
What March 10th or something?
March
It's the same
10th.
as Jess Holland, I think.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I knew that. You didn't even have to tell me.
Wait, I don't know if how many of you saw the Eric Lewis, Katie Dahl Has Friends episode about a year ago, but it was about, it was in like April or something. It was about birthdays. And Eric Lewis has an uncanny knack for knowing birthdays. So
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's been
then
that
coming
way my
up
whole life.
after Sheila, the next most important person is?
You on March the 19th.
That's right. Well done. Well done.
Well, there's a bunch of March birthdays that I know. So, my dad's birthday was March 12th. So, rest his soul. So, yeah.
St. Patrick.
Yes, St. Patrick. Earl of Pearl, his birthday is March 17th.
Oh,
And
wow.
I have a niece. Her birthday's March 17th also. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool.
I think, Eric Lewis, you should do one more song, and then we'll do one more last song each. Is that okay? So you'll actually do
Sure.
2 more songs.
Great.
Okay.
I already kind of know what I'll do then.
Okay,
Now,
perfect.
I haven't done anything that I've written tonight, and I hope that's okay. But
Oh, yeah.
I've got
Whatever.
a couple. I got a couple that I could do, but you know, I'm just going to go with the flow and go with what feels right. So back in October, I believe it was, or was it September? I can't even remember now. If it was before Buckets of Rain or after Buckets of Rain, but I did a little run down in Colorado and Texas. It was a fly date with Gail Bliss and some of the guys from Nashville, Rory Hoffman, Paul Kramer.
I met Gail Bliss at the AC Tap.
Yes, you
That was,
did.
I loved meeting her. Hi, Gail Bliss. You probably aren't watching, but I thought you were great. Yeah.
She may or may not be. I don't know. But anyway, so the part of the perks of getting to fly, these were all one-way trips, you know, like direct flights. Man, if you're on the road playing gigs, now it's still just as grueling because you're having to get up early or whatever, but just direct flights is the way to go. And Southwest, you know, I already had the app on my phone, and I got to watch some movies, you know, or watch a movie over 2 or 3 flights and finally finish it on the way back to Nashville. There was this movie called Land, I think is the name of it. Robin Wright pen. If she's, I don't know if she's still got the pen on there or not, but
I don't know either.
Robin Wright. Anyway, so this song came up. I think I've talked to you about this.
I think that's her pen name. Yeah, okay.
Hey, we'll be here all week.
Okay, what do you think you talked to me about? This movie?
Yeah, I think I talked to you about this song even.
Oh.
Because there was a group, a female group, I think it's 3 sisters maybe, I'm not sure, the Staves. Well, this song.
Oh,
came
yes,
up-
yes, yes, you did tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about this at Buckets Rain, so this definitely happened prior to that in October. Anyway, so I researched this song, and what came up was the writer singing it. I think the girls sang it in the film, but it sounds like it's the same track, just different vocals. A guy named Daniel Tashian wrote this, and it's a movie soundtrack kind of song. It fit the mood of that song great, and it just, I don't know, it just grabbed me, and it's a cool song. It's called So You Remember Me.
I'm gonna write you a letter, all the things I couldn't say. You're gonna put it in a bottle, let the waves take it away. Gonna build you a castle way up in the clouds, so you can see it from the freeway on your way out of town. Oh, so you remember me. Oh, so that you do. Oh, so you remember me the way that I remember you. Gonna tie me a ribbon of gold across the sky, so you can see it from your window right as the sun begins to rise. Oh, so you remember me. So that you do. Ooh, so you remember me the way that I remember you.
Ah, just lovely. Yay.
I just love that song. It just another one of those that, it's simple, but man,
Yeah.
it's effective, and I love it. So
Yeah.
so there.
Yeah. So there, everyone.
So there.
I love that too. So Eric, the last time I was the only time, in fact, that I was in that, you're in your office, right? You're not at your house. You're in your office.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Was when I came to Memphis, right after. So Guthrie, it was, I think, my first time away from Guthrie.
Yeah, it was in
yeah.
December.
November, because it was
Okay.
the election had just happened in 2016.
Okay.
And because do you remember what the what's the Memphis newspaper's name, and the
Commercial Appeal.
maybe, and it had a big swear word in the headline after the 2016 election, like what the blank. Do you remember this?
that was the Memphis Flyer.
Okay,
That was,
yeah.
That was the Free Press.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like remember feeling it was such a strange time of feeling, I was away from Guthrie for the first time, and that was like a time when I think it felt really sort of disorienting to be, alive
Away from home
and away from home. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were there to work on our Solid Ground CD arrangements. And I mean, I was there. You were there because you live there. But that's what I was there.
we were trying to get those hammered down.
Yeah.
To work. Yeah.
Because we went in the studio, I think in January.
Right after we did Home for the Holidays.
Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. In 2017. That's
Worked
right.
out perfect.
That was great. And I remember not only you took me to that amazing Mexican restaurant, Molly's. Is that what it's called?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
They're doing great right now. They got new owners.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah.
But also that it just felt like super comforting to be with you. I saw my friends Matt and Rachel. I think you're watching it, and it felt comforting to be with you too. But it felt comforting to be with you and Sheila, and feel like oh, I'm away from home, but I have these safe people, in this other place too. You were so nice, and you showed me your super cool studio there, and we recorded a single version of this song.
Cool.
And I think it might be a nice one to end my part of the. Eric will do one more after this, but it'd be a nice one for end my part of the day with. This has been like an amazing day, I have to say. I know that I can tell that like I will need like all of today and all of tomorrow and the next day to like process it and remember what happened, which I won't get those things because school is virtual, so there will be no time to process, but I just feel grateful. Your comments, I'm seeing all these nice people chime in with the end of the night comments. Hi Dorothy and Jean and Joan and Sue and Luann, you are all so lovely, and I just feel sort of buoyed up by my friends, and including you, Eric Lewis, and all you nice people out there, and all you Patreon people, and all you, a lot of you are amazing supporters not on Patreon, and I'm grateful for you, and I just feel lucky to be alive. So this is a song about, it's a song that you don't need to know what it's about, so I'll take you out now. Okay. It's called In the Dark. It's that time of year when it's hard to say what's being born again, what is dying. It's that time of year, brightest stars in the darkest days, woman heavy on a bed of straw, the cattle crying in the dark. Who brings the light in the dark? Who brings the light? Last night a whiteout snow, my love stacking wood, sparks in an iron stove. North Wisconsin, everything I'll never know, gut full of fear and good, the blanket that my mother wove, the life we've chosen. In the dark, who brings the light? In the dark, who brings the light? got a baby boy. I don't even know his name. He is sleeping here inside me. Tiny little baby boy, set to come with the springtime rain, set to stay for a little while beside me. In the dark, who brings the light? In the dark, who brings the light? In the dark, who brings the It's that time of year when it's hard to say what's being born again, what is dying. Yay!
Awesome. That is a beautiful song.
Thanks.
Yeah, it really is. And that was a highlight just before the pandemic, getting to do the release show opening for the Capitol
Sunrays.
Yeah, and having Allison Russell on stage singing that with you.
Yeah.
And that was fun. That was really, really special. So
It really was. And it was like we just got it through by hook or by crook, like partly because the pandemic was about to happen and partly because it was a huge snowstorm. Like we were lucky they even got there and like anyone showed
I got
up.
snowed
And...
in. I got snowed in. I've got,
Right.
got pictures of me and Dave Alley shoveling
Right.
snow.
That's right.
We listened to the Beach Boys while we shoveled snow that day.
Oh.
That was a fond memory too.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so,
It was
you
perfect.
know, that's
So,
right on.
Yeah, exactly. It cheered us up while we were for 3.5 hours. So, okay.
Can you close us out with something?
Sure. Now, you had requested a Fred Alley tune, and there's so many to choose from, and I don't have a whole lot of them under my belt at the moment, but this one is always a go-to. So, if you've heard this a million times, those of you listening, and you too, Katie, and you're like, oh God, he's doing that again. But
No one is thinking that. Everyone's like, yay, I love that one. That's what everyone's thinking.
well, it's in G for those of you playing along at home.
I'm going to write it. It's in G. I wrote it in the comments.
Prepare a place for me down in the cold, cold ground. Say a closing prayer, lay my body down. Do not look for me behind your silent eyes. Death, where is your sting? I will arise. On wings I will arise. Don't look for me below. Hell, it has no purchase in the places that I go. Do not look for me, I pull the grand surprise. Death, where is your sting? I will arise. I met a fallen angel with her halo hanging low, dancing with the devil, left her nowhere else to go. You can learn to fly again, do not believe the lies. Spread your golden wings, you will arise. my soul to hell. Brimstone, bloody fire was the story he would tell. I saw him as a jailer when I looked him in the eyes. The judge has set me free, I will arise. On wings I will arise, don't look for me below. Hell, it has no purchase in the places that I go. Do not look for me, I pull the grand surprise. Death, where is your sting, I will arise. Yeah, death, where is your sting, I will arise.
Woo! Yes, I love it. I sang along the whole time.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Cool.
that was the best.
Well, I hope you've had a fun day. Thanks for letting me crash this thing. You know, when you first started posting about it, I didn't realize that it was everybody's coming over to your house to do it. I said, hey, if you need another friend.
I
this
always
worked out
need another
perfect, though.
friend, Eric Lewis. And
Well, thanks for including me. I appreciate it.
Thanks
It's a
for
lot
being
of
part of
fun.
it. Thank you all for being here. I've run out of. I've gotten behind on all your nice comments, but I'm going to read them all. Eric will too, and
Yeah, I'll have to go back through because I can't see any of them right now. So
yeah, they're all saying too bad about the shoddy Memphis guitar player Katie Dill, but otherwise, and then it was a good day.
well, my
No.
work here is done.
That's right. No, we are all so thrilled that you're a perfect way to end this fun day. And thanks to everyone who's been part of the
Thanks.
day, both listening and all my friends who've come here. You've been like, it's really sort of fed my soul. And in Dan Klarer's case, my body also with amazing, and Jeff Herbst got a lot of bakery. So
No, I'm totally jealous.
yeah, I know.
But I
I'm
probably
sorry.
don't need it. I'm still working off Christmas and New Year's, so
Yeah, well, I mean, like, obviously we don't need bakery, Eric. Like, it's never like a matter of like caloric deficit that causes us to eat the bakery, but it is nice to have it when it occurs, you know.
especially with coffee.
Especially
good
with
with
coffee. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect way to end the night. I mean, a bakery and coffee. Let's just all picture how in the morning we could have that.
It's a great way to wake up.
It's a great way to wake up, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything. You're the
Thank
best.
you, Katie.
Yeah, have a
Thank
good
you
night.
so much. Take care.
Good night,
All
everyone.
right, bye,
Yeah.
everybody.
See you
Thank
later. Bye.
Katie Dahl.
Katie Dahl has friends.
Katie Dahl has friends.
Yeah.